of the parties. I asked counsel to appear prior to the jury arriving. These are procedural matters, and I don't believe your clients need to be here. If you think otherwise, please advise the court.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Stidham and Ms. Jensen are here, as well as in-house counsel for St. Luke's. Couple issues I want to discuss. One is as to the motion to admit expert disclosures. My practice is expert disclosures are not admitted at trial. The expert's testimony is the evidence presented. I don't know what's in that expert disclosure. I think it's unrealistic to think that a jury is going to be given a lot of documents and that they're going to be in the jury room reading each and every document. I'm completely comfortable with illustrative exhibits being used by an expert, and those illustrative exhibits will not go into the jury for purposes of deliberation. But the purpose of the trial is to have the witnesses testify. Whatever they've filed before, whatever they've read to form their opinion is instructive and may go to the qualifications of the witness, but all those documents don't need to come in as exhibits. I know I let a couple of the reports regarding specific activities of specific defendants in this case be admitted as exhibits, but it is not my practice to somehow add more weight to an expert's testimony by submitting everything that they considered in forming their opinion. I just don't think that's how the process is supposed to work. So I had reserved admission of the expert report, the expert disclosure, which is a court and discovery pleading, and I'm denying that request at this time, and it's probably going to be consistent for other experts. You're more than welcome to lay your foundation as to their qualifications. As to asking the court to qualify an expert, I will not do that. The rule does not say a court has to qualify a person as an expert, and the jury is the fact finder in this case, and it's up to the jury to determine if they believe the witness is or is not an expert. The court should not be putting some additional status on a witness. That's for the fact finder, and I'm not the fact finder. So if you ask me that again, I told you just you may continue. Next time I'll probably say that's a question for the fact finder. As to exhibits that are going to be used with this witness that we're continuing with this morning, do you have the list, or did we receive the list of exhibits I should have in front of me?
Your Honor, if I could approach the bench, we created a binder for Your Honor of the exhibits, just to make it easier to reference, which includes the list, but also includes a copy of the exhibits, which hopefully would make it easier for the court.
Okay, thank you very much. Sometimes it's even easier for the witness.
And he has one too.
Okay.
And Your Honor, could I ask a point of clarification?
You may.
Your Honor, there are a number of exhibits that we would intend to use during Mr. Burkhart's testimony, with the exception of two that he could lay the foundation from because they're documents that relate to his team's investigation. The others have been subject to authentication through the declarations. Would the court prefer that we move for those exhibits to be entered later, or could I move for them to be entered while Mr. Burkhart is using them to explain his testimony?
Well, I think they're most properly admitted with the witness's testimony, and I'm not sure what those documents are, but just because something's authenticated under 902 by a declaration doesn't make it relevant. So the witness has to establish, in my opinion, has to establish the relevance of the exhibit. Simply saying that it's been authenticated, your questions have to create the foundation for relevance.
I understood, Your Honor, and I apologize. I appreciate that point, and I think I understand that. But by clarification, I was unclear whether the court would prefer that we not be entering exhibits with this witness, even if he does establish relevance. That's what I was a little bit unclear on here, because I would, so if I could be a little bit more specific, and I know the court doesn't have the exhibit in front of her right now, but for example, Mr. Burkhart's testimony will rely upon videos and things that have been statements by Mr. Bundy and others. We would intend to establish relevance to his opinion with him up there, and they have been authenticated. What I was trying to ask, Your Honor, just to clear, is it was a court contending that she didn't want any exhibits, even if relevant, and even if authenticated, not to be admitted with Mr. Burkhart and for us to wait for a later witness.
I'm not saying that. If this witness can testify as to the relevance that he's reviewed them, and you can lay the foundation outside the witness that they've been authenticated under 902, declaration, etc., then I think they can be admitted through that witness.
I apologize, Your Honor.
No, I'm glad we're clarifying this. The other issue that came up was the issue as to videos regarding events allegedly with the defendants that aren't related to the St. Luke's events and the defamation claims and the harassment claims that are before the jury in this case. And so I think we need to make sure that while this witness can testify as to how he formed his opinion and he studied these other events, actually showing videos of other events that aren't relevant to the damages of the defendants that are present in the courtroom now, I have a problem with. So he can describe that. I think he's done a good job of describing what he defines as a disruption and other disruptions that certain of the defendants have been involved in. But if I start showing videos that have nothing to do with the events involving St. Luke's and the other defendants, I think we're getting too far afield on a trial that's about damages for these particular defendants. The pattern's been established. We don't need to show all those other videos.
Understood, Your Honor. I would say that, and I'll be thoughtful with that guidance as we move forward, but to give the court maybe a preview of where there might be an area where we believe it's relevant that may not be immediately evident to the court. We believe a significant part of what Mr. Burkhart is establishing is the threat posed by Mr. Bundy and his organization. Therefore, how they're organized, their size, those things are relevant to punitive damages. I think they're also relevant because we understand we need to prove damages, but we also understand we need to prove causation. And so some of the causation that we're trying to establish, some of the evidence that we think would support causation would be established through how they're organized, the threat they're posed, because that will be relevant when we get to Mr. Avendondolo, for example, who made that decision to close and who made certain decisions regarding security measures that in turn, Your Honor, are reflected in compensatory damages that we're sinking because of things that had to be canceled at the hospital, et cetera. But I would say even perhaps more importantly in our mind that some of that background material, and I will try to be very thoughtful about how much I go there with it, is we believe relevant to the punitive damages elements they're going to have to consider. So I'll stop there, Your Honor. But
I do not disagree with most of your statements, counsel. I understand that describing numbers involved, tactics involved, is relevance to weighing the risks and taking actions that St. Luke's may have taken certain actions. That's relevant, and I also think it does become relevant to establishing the heightened level, your heightened burden for punitive damages. I don't disagree with that, but at some point it can get to be too much. So it's a fine balance, and even though there's not a defendant here in the courtroom, I'm still a gatekeeper.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I'll appreciate that guidance, and we'll be thoughtful on that. And of course, we'll understand we'll have to justify whatever we bring in.
Okay. Next thing I want to touch basis on is exhibits. It's probably a good practice. You can decide to do this now, but at the end of the trial is always a little bit hectic. I think at the end of the day, checking with the clerk, I'm keeping a record of admitted exhibits. My clerk's keeping a record of admitted exhibits, but it might be good to make sure we're all on the same page for what's been admitted, what you need to provide to us, such as the redacted version of 803, the clips to the 2 videos that were admitted as separate sub-exhibits. Just keep track of that stuff so that and what's illustrative and what was denied, just so we're all on the same page, so we're not scrambling right before we turn this over to the jury for their deliberations. As to the court's request for information from counsel, I would like a proposed special verdict, and I'm thinking by the end of the day Monday. Is that doable? It's Thursday.
It is, Your Honor.
Okay. I'd also like, by the end of Monday, any additional instructions that you're requesting in the closing instructions. I am still somewhat concerned about the count 8, well, count 7, the charitable, I think count 8 civil conspiracy. So on the Charitable Solicitation Act, I'm still trying to get my head around how that would exactly work on damages. Obviously, the statute is broad on what damages can be claimed, and I don't know your evidence. I don't know if you're going to be able to tie in that this, I can't, go,
send, go.
Go, send, go.
Send, go, excuse me.
Okay. In my mind, I'm thinking of the more common one that I've seen used to raise money. I imagine it's a similar platform. GoFundMe is what I have in my mind. But I don't know if you have evidence that ties this go, send, go to the particular defendants. In your theory, in your complaint, you talk about disgorgement, but I'm like, is the right party before the court for the court to order disgorgement or the jury to find disgorgement is appropriate? I'm just confused, and perhaps you have the evidence to link that platform to specific defendants and to know where the money went. But I am a little bit concerned if you don't have the direct evidence. I am concerned that an adverse inference instruction may be a step too far for me unless things are tied in. I understand the defendants not providing their financial information and the adverse inferences that you're requesting, but that's as to the defendants. As to this third-party platform, and like I said, I don't know your evidence, but I'm just giving you a heads up that this has got to be tied together before, and it has to be something realistically that the court could even ask the jury to do regarding damages on that claim. As to the civil conspiracy claim, I am somewhat, I need to know from your special verdict if you're really requesting any different damages than you are requesting in the underlying counts that you intend to prove at this trial. If the damages are the same, even though they may have found that they committed civil conspiracy to commit those other counts, if your damages are the same damages or if they're different damages, maybe you can explain to me if you think you have different damages in a civil conspiracy claim, if you're also recovering on the underlying counts that you say they conspired to commit. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And Ms. Jensen, what are your thoughts?
Oh, certainly. So our thought is that with civil conspiracy, it relates more to which defendant you can recover the damages from. So we're not seeking additional damages based on civil conspiracy, but what we would seek is that because they were acting in concert, that then whatever damages judgment is obtained would be able to be executed against any of them. And so we do have case law showing that, for punitive damages, when there is action taken in concert, that they're each responsible for the damages that ensue. So that was the thought behind the civil conspiracy claim, not as its own standalone claim.
So not as a standalone claim, but somewhat, and I'm just using a different term, that it would create joint and several liabilities such that you could collect any other judgment for any claims that all the defendants conspired on. You would basically be able to collect from any of the defendants. Is that your argument?
That is our position.
Okay. I thank you for clarifying that. And again, the special verdict that you propose or any instructions, closing instructions. Part of the instructions is to educate the jury on the law and to define certain terms for the jury that they would not otherwise understand. So I think we're definitely going to need a few more proposed closing instructions in this case. So you need to think about it as someone who's not a lawyer understanding what they're being asked to decide in this case, and make sure that the special verdict form isn't legalese, but is answer this question. If you answer this question, go to this question. It needs to, you almost need to have someone who's not a lawyer read it and see if they could actually complete the verdict form before you send it over to us to try and take a look at.
We will, Your Honor.
Rick's indicated he'll try it. Okay. The next issue I want to bring up before we start with the jury is your supplemental brief, disclosure of protected health information during trial. The court had requested some briefing on this matter to better understand the exceptions under HIPAA that would allow certain medical information, protected health information, to be presented during this trial. The court has reviewed the supplemental briefing, and the court concurs with the plaintiff's analysis that based on the nature of the claims and plaintiff's claims in this case, that getting into some detail regarding the infant's actual medical needs and the medical care provided is relevant to defending against whether or not the statements were false, although certain facts have been admitted through the default. I think it's important that the jury understand whether or not certain statements regarding medical conditions of the infant were or were not false, but it also would impact the jury's determination about whether these statements made by the defendants that the plaintiffs maintain were false were knowingly made, or they were made such that they should have known that those statements were false, and that the level of falsity alleged by the plaintiffs from what the defendant said to what was the actual situation is also relevant to the claim for punitive damages and to determining if the conduct of the defendants rises to the level that the fact finders would find that punitive damages would be appropriate for the representations or misrepresentations or false statements made by the defendants regarding the infant's medical condition and the care received and whether or not that care did or did not violate standards of care. So again, I understand why those facts need to come in, even though the falsity has already been established, to educate the jury and for the jury to make a determination regarding your damages claims. But again, I'm just going to request that, well, the medical care can be explained. I still think it needs to be somewhat in a high level with not every specific finding on this particular child identified. And I think that can meet your goal of explaining it to the jury that the care, you've represented that the witness will, from another hospital, will testify that the care met the standard of care and was not malpractice and that the child was not misdiagnosed. So I'm going to allow that, and I think the court adopts your supplemental brief for the authority that would allow limited personal health information from coming in this case in order for the plaintiffs to present their case and to respond to the defendant's statements that have been made related to this case and for the purposes of the jury determining damages, if any, in this case. So thank you for that briefing, and that's my ruling as to that medical information with certain limitations as much as possible. Do you need any clarification on that?
I'm not sure, but I do want to make sure the court knows what we intend to put in. And so we are limiting the medical information of the infant. It'll only be, the treatment that he received while he was at St. Luke's in the care of the individuals who are testifying. So that'll include Dr. Thomas, who we may have time to put on the stand today. And she'll be testifying about the infant's condition when he was first brought to the emergency department while under the law enforcement, after law enforcement had taken him from his parents. Dr. Erickson treated the infant when he first came to St. Luke's, when his parents brought him voluntarily. And then Tracy Jungman will also testify about, she reviewed the medical records while law enforcement was out searching for the infant. And they were concerned about him and needed some guidance on how serious the situation was. And so we are going to get into medical records, the ones that were specifically reviewed by the witnesses, and some specifics as to his weight, the weight loss that he had experienced, what he was at risk for, organ failure. Some of those things I know we've already touched on with the Fourth Amended complaint, and the court was fine with that. But I just wanted to be clear that there will be more detail than what we went into with the Fourth Amended complaint, and we will be relying on the medical records for this testimony, as well as Dr. Wheaton, the expert witness from St. Alphonsus Pediatrics. He also reviewed the medical records, and he reviewed what our treating providers did and concludes that everything was necessary and reasonable. But in order to explain that, and provide a credible explanation to the jury, it does require some detail.
I concur. You are not asking to admit medical records, are you? Just have the witness testify that they reviewed the records and they considered the records, but I don't think we want medical records coming in. Or are you seeking to admit medical records redacted?
Your Honor, may I address, because I have two of the physician witnesses. We were anticipating putting in medical records that had been authored by our clients, and the reasons why is with regard to Dr. Thomas. She's the emergency one. She'll be potentially up today. The allegations that are out there were about her falsely indicating that he was at imminent risk, and also that she was transferring him downtown for other reasons. And her medical records do reflect, what she was saying at the time, which is contrary to that. So we were intending to put in those records. Similarly, with Dr. Erickson and Dr. Jungman, they've been challenged for not only their medical competence, but that they were purposefully moving this along with a, quote, perfectly healthy baby. So we were intending to put their records in, which, as Ms. Jensen indicated, are pretty blunt about the very serious condition of the infant and their assessment at the time how serious that condition was.
Well, I haven't seen the exhibits, and obviously, there's rules that require them to be redacted just for privacy reasons in court, and I'm sure you've done those redactions. I'm not thinking you haven't done those, but I'll just have to wait to see if I find that that's necessary to come in and proper foundations laid. You can move to admit it, and I'll consider it at that time. Certainly the discussion of the baby's condition is relevant, and I'm going to allow that. Additionally, the court has allowed the name, I believe the baby's first name, to come into the record, and that is partially due that the defendants in their communications use the first name of the baby. I still prefer to refer to the child as the infant or CA and not to use the name. I realize the first name's still coming in, but I don't want to start using, even the witnesses who are testifying should refer to the patient as the infant after you establish that it was CA and then proceed. So I understand, and I am allowing you to go into that consistent with my ruling and your clarifications. As of right now, without knowing the evidence, it sounds like it's within what I've said I'll allow. Okay, I want to start with the jury on time. Is there anything else you want to bring up this morning?
Not for me, Your Honor. No.
Okay. Just a sec. Dan, did we have anything else? Okay. That's fine. Yeah, you can unlock the doors. We'll allow the parties to get seated, and then I'll just step off the bench for a few minutes, allow everyone to get set up. And are all the jurors here, Deputy?
They are, Your Honor.
I'm looking at you, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm actually filling in, back in. I was with Michigan or something, so I'm back.
You're back now?
I don't know.
All right, they're all here. All right, please unlock the doors for any member of the public who wishes to attend. And as soon as we get set, we'll start. All parties for the plaintiff are present. The jury shall be called. The witness will be sworn again today.
Your Honor, we would recall Devin Burkhart to the stand.
Sir,
I'm a defendant on the case.
no, sir, you are not.
I'm a neighbor in the Pupils Rights Network. I was
Members,
served papers from Eric Stidham on this case.
Your Honor, he was served the judge had a protective order in place for intimidating witnesses. He was served with a protective order to stop intimidating witnesses.
all right.
So if
Sir,
he's-
what is your name?
Garth Gaylord.
Garth Gaylord?
Yes.
Garth Gaylord, you are not a named party in this action. Are you
I'm
an
a neighbor in the Pupils Rights Network, which is named in this action.
That's correct, but any entity needs to be represented by counsel. Are you counsel? Are you a licensed attorney in the state of Idaho?
I'm not required to have hire counsel.
Okay, that's an incorrect statement of the law.
Right, about pro
so-
se litigants.
So you're not a pro se litigant. It is an entity that is a defendant, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because my order regarding the trial was clear. Any defendant that wished to appear at this trial needed to be present on the first day of trial, could not come in and out of the trial. And any association or other entity needed to be represented by a licensed attorney admitted to practice in the state of Idaho. So no defendant is going to be seated, or no member of any named defendant is going to be seated at the defendant's table.
Well,
Your
I object to
objection
that
is
because
noted.
I have liability in the People's Rights Network, so I should be represented. I should be able to represent myself.
I understand that's your belief, sir, and you're entitled to have that belief, but I've already made my legal rulings in this case, and you've indicated you are not counsel for that entity. I understand you are a member of that entity.
I object to that as well.
Your objection is noted and denied. Thank you very much. The court does have a decorum order that is posted on the front of the door. If there are any issues regarding improper conduct in the courtroom, the court will order people to be dismissed. As long as everyone is respectful in the courtroom, and we've experienced that so far, everyone is allowed to remain in this courtroom, as this is a public hearing, and you are entitled to be here as a member of the public if you wish to observe the court proceedings. So I appreciate your cooperation with that order. At this time, the jury will be called and the witness will approach. You can go ahead and take your, well, we'll go ahead and have you sworn in front of the jury, so you can just, in front of the jury, you can go ahead and take the witness chair again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise. Your Honor, your jury is present and accountable.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, did anything happen over the recess to affect your qualifications to serve on this case? Seeing none. At this time, I'm going to have my clerk re-swear the witness. If you could just stand and raise your right hand, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give in this matter now before the court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
We'll continue with this witness's testimony. Mr. Stidham.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burkhart, if we could just maybe get reoriented to where we stopped last time. You were speaking about some opinions that you developed in this case, correct?
Yes.
And I believe we were just at the beginning of opinion 8. Did you develop a demonstrative to assist you in sharing opinion 8 with the jury?
Yes.
Could we put up the demonstrative for opinion 8? And Mr. Burkhart, would you read that again for the jury so they can get reoriented?
Sure. Opinion 8. Bundy, Rodriguez, and PRN pose a real and present danger to the community and to public servants. While Bundy, Rodriguez, and PRN speak in terms of defending rights, they define defense and rights in such a way that they are really just advocating the use of violence to reach their objective of imposing their desired type of Christian nationalist government on others. PRN's leadership and membership includes paramilitary and militia-type group members. PRN was established and operates as an Uber-like militia response system. PRN's messaging is intended to incite fear and promote violence. PRN uses harassment, intimidation, threats of violence, and doxing to silence those it opposes and push its agenda. PRN is willing and able to use violence to accomplish its objectives.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhart. And I think where we were last time, I was just about to ask you if you could explain doxing to the jury, your use of that term, in your opinion.
Yes. Doxing is the publication of sensitive personal information of individuals to encourage harassment and intimidation. It includes publication of things like people's home addresses, their locations of work, the location in which they worship, etc.
Thank you. In addition to that, you use a term, in your opinion, Christian nationalism, correct?
Yes.
And did you prepare a demonstrative for the jury to assist in explaining how you're using that term?
I did.
Mr. Buller, could we put up demonstrative exhibit 782? And Mr. Burkhart, could you explain the jury the relevance of this working opinion, or excuse me, this working definition that you have of Christian nationalism and how it applies to your opinion here?
Yes, I'd be happy to. This definition is one that we at the Institute use in our examination of extremism. It's by Amanda Tyler, the executive director of the Baptist Joint Committee for Religious Liberty, and it holds that Christian nationalism uses the language, symbols, and imagery of Christianity, but in fact, it may look and sound like Christianity to the average observer. However, upon closer examination, it reveals that it uses the veneer of Christianity not to point to Jesus Christ, but to a political figure, party, or ideology. Christian nationalism often overlaps with or provides cover for white supremacy and racial subjugation.
Thank you. And is that working definition relevant to your opinion here?
Yes.
Okay. And in addition, if we could go back just to the opinion slide, Mr. Bulliger. In developing this opinion, did you review documents relevant to this case?
Yes.
And did you reach this opinion based on documents and evidence that you found relevant to this case?
Yes.
Okay. And did you develop a demonstrative to highlight some of the evidence that you reviewed that was relevant to this opinion?
Yes.
Mr. Bulliger, could you bring up OP-EV8 demonstrative? And is this the demonstrative you prepared, Mr. Burkhart?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury, I'll ask you questions to go into more detail, but can you just give the jury an overview of why you've set these out as examples of evidence, and then we'll get into more detail regarding the specific examples.
These are examples of Ammon Bundy, Diego Rodriguez, and the People's Rights Network using many of the precepts we talked about in the opinion, including the threats, harassment, and intimidation, the doxing, and other forms.
Okay. And if we could go to Exhibit 611, and I believe this one has previously been admitted, Your Honor.
611?
Yes, Your Honor.
It has been admitted and may be published.
And Mr. Bulger, could you go to page 18? And Mr. Burkhart, is this from the report that you and the Institute authored relating to PRN?
Yes.
And you'd identified this, I think, in that slide as evidence that you believe supported your opinion here in this case, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury the relevance of this?
Yes. This is a section of the report that talks about the Uber-like militia that Ammon Bundy and the People's Rights Network were building, as well as the distinction made between the public-facing use of the term defending rights and the reality of the offensive use of might to try to gain political advantage.
And I see that there's a note there, the den of rattlesnakes. What's the relevance to that?
The den of rattlesnakes is a phrase used by Ammon Bundy and his description of what he was building with the People's Rights Network.
And what was the significance of that? Well, could we go to the portion, I believe, do you quote Mr. Bundy?
Yes,
in
we
that
do.
portion of the report?
Yes.
Could we go to that, Mr. Bullinger, quote? And first off, Mr. Burkhart, before I ask you to read that, can you explain the relevance of this to what St. Luke's faced as far as intimidation?
Yes, I think this is an example of, in the St. Luke's case, the real and present threat that the hospital was under during the siege at St. Luke's.
Could you share with the jury the relevant portion of the quote from Mr. Bundy?
Certainly. I think it would be the last sentence where Mr. Bundy writes or says, "So people that would normally simply trample on our rights will simply walk around us. They will go around us not because it was worth the effort. They don't want to get bit."
Thank you.
In the context of it being a den of, that the organization considered itself a den of rattlesnakes, and warning that if people messed with them, they'd get bitten.
You also had identified in your demonstrative PRN website, a PRN website. So Exhibit 37, Your Honor, was authenticated, and the foundation was provided in the affidavit of Todd W. Price, a Page Vault, filed on July 6th, as referenced in the declaration, First McCraney, at paragraph 15.
Did you say 237?
Yes, Your Honor, Exhibit 237.
Are you moving to admit it?
No, I might, Your Honor, but first I was going to let Mr. Burkhart refer to it simply, if that was all right, if I could publish it to the jury, have him refer to it, and then and then I would move based on his establishing relevance.
Well, he can look at it. It can't be published until it's admitted.
Understood, Your Honor.
So you can move to admit it, and he can reference it, or he can look at it and you can ask him the questions and then publish.
Mr. Burkhart, would you take a look at Exhibit 237? And if you would go to the call out that is page 4 on that. Can you tell us what the relevance of this is to your opinion?
This is the playbook of how the People's Rights Network operates.
Your Honor, and is that relevant to how they operated in this case?
Yes, very much so.
Your Honor, we would move to admit Exhibit 237.
Exhibit 237 has been properly authenticated under Rule 902 and is relevant, and 237 is admitted and may be published.
So, Mr. Bullinger, if you could go to call out at page 4, paragraph 6. And first, I'm sorry, Mr. Bullinger, would you go to the first page? Excuse me, the second page. Could you identify for the jury, Mr. Burkhart, what this document is?
Yes, it's a document to People's Rights Network on the People's Rights Network website, which tells members what to do when someone asks for assistance in defending their rights.
And is this currently up on the website?
Yes, it is.
And is this currently a policy that's in place at PRN based on your institute's investigation?
Yes, it is, and it was at the time of the St. Luke's incident.
Okay. So what within this document is relevant to your opinion? Or, excuse me, was the evidence you wanted to highlight for your opinion? I believe it was at page 4, paragraph number 6.
Yes, it's when immediate action is necessary.
So if you could expand that, Mr. Bolger, for the jury. And Mr. Burkhart, could you explain why this particular section is something you wanted to highlight for the jury?
Yes, I think there are a couple of reasons why this is important. One is it highlights how the organization moves when there is immediate action necessary, and it also points out the fact that that they are prepared and willing to use violence and physical defense in the course of their actions.
And part of your opinion number 8 related to PRN declaring rights and their ability to defend rights, correct?
Yes.
You'd identified in your, as something you wanted to highlight for the jury, a Bundy call to the Meridian Police that is Exhibit 12, correct?
Yes,
And have you reviewed that video?
I have.
Okay. And is that video, what is the relevance of that video to your opinion?
That video is an example of the playbook in action in this case.
Okay. Your Honor, Exhibit 12 has been authenticated pursuant to a declaration filed by the Meridian Police Department.
Can you lay foundation as to the date of this recording or video?
Sure. Mr. Burkhart, did this video occur at or around late on the evening of March 11th,
Yes, it did.
which was at the time in which the infant that's part of this an issue in this lawsuit was taken into protective care, correct?
Yes.
And does this relate directly to Mr. Bundy's actions against others, including St. Luke's, that the lawsuit's about?
Yes.
So are you representing it's Mr. Bundy on the call?
We are, Your Honor.
Okay. So the court finds that any statements by Mr. Bundy are a statement by a party opponent and would be an exception to the hearsay rule. Court finds that the exhibit has been properly authenticated under Rule 902 as a business record of the Meridian Police Department, and Exhibit 12 is relevant and admitted.
Before you play it, Mr. Bullinger, Mr. Burkhart, could you give the jury just a little bit more context as to the circumstances in which this call was made?
This call was made after the infant was taken into protective custody, and it was Mr. Bundy calling the police demanding to have the infant returned and issuing threats if that were not to happen.
Is that an example of what you're talking about, defending rights from PRN's perspective?
It is a prime example of the distinction that the People's Rights Network makes between the public expression of defending rights and the practical application of offensive threats in a case like this.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhart. Mr. Bullinger, would you go ahead and play the video?
This is Sergeant Lindley with Meridian Police. I got a message to give you a call. What can I do for you?
So this is Ammon Bundy,
Okay.
and I'm just going to cut to the chase. You better not take that baby. You better not take that baby.
Okay.
I'm warning you, do not take that baby.
I'm not anywhere that I'm going to...
And you better get a hold of that situation. If you're in charge, you better tell your officers, there's a whole bunch of them, in Garden City and 36th Street at the Chevron, that baby is not to be taken from their mother.
Okay, look, that's...
We'll have hell to pay.
And what was there anything in that last line that was of particular significance to you?
Yes, when Mr. Bundy says that you'll have hell to pay if you don't get back the infant.
You'd also identified as supporting evidence for your opinion number 8, an article published on PRN entitled "No Silver Bullet." Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you, and you have read and are aware of that article?
Yes, I am.
And what was the relevance of that article to your opinion?
The article written by Ammon Bundy is an amplification of the threats, and the kind of similar to what you saw in the video. It was a recitation of the potential use of violence in this case.
And Your Honor, Exhibit 225 has been authenticated through the affidavit of Todd W. Price of Page Vault. It was filed on July 6th as referenced in the first McCraney Declaration at paragraph 15. And Your Honor, we would ask, and pursuant to Rule 902 and based on Mr. Burkhart's testimony, we would ask that to be admitted to evidence.
What is the date of this article?
The date of the article, Your Honor, I think is identified on that. Could you help the court as to the date of the article?
What's the exhibit again?
It's Exhibit 225, page 6. I will represent the court. It was during the course of this litigation.
February 1, 2023.
Exhibit 225 has been authenticated and is admitted.
Mr. Burkhart, would you publish Exhibit 225 and go to page 6, please?
Certainly.
And Mr. Burkhart, if you would expand the middle of that, the middle paragraph of that document. Mr. Burkhart, would you explain to the jury why this helped provide a basis for your opinion?
Yes. In the context of this litigation, the threats from Ammon Bundy and the People's Rights Network continued. This is an example of Mr. Bundy writing that there is no silver bullet to securing liberty. It's going to take unity, suffering, and willingness to use violence in defense like it always has. Stop believing that some convention or other plot is the answer. Stop thinking that the courts or elected representatives are going to save us. Stop worshiping the police or anyone else that secures more power to the institutions that threaten freedom. Stop wasting your time thinking that Congress or the president is going to be where the solution resides. Stop being afraid. Stop thinking that remaining free is easy. It's not. The people must balance the power that is forming against them. We must unite peacefully unite, plan and prepare so we're able to defend ourselves as necessary. To defend yourselves is a right given you from God, and that it is a right protected by our founding documents. That same documents mean nothing less than can be enforced by the people.
And there's a reference to peacefully unite in there, is there not?
Yes.
Based on your review of how Mr. Bundy makes statements, public statements, can you explain to the jury his use of a term like that, peacefully, in the context of his messaging?
Yes. I think this example here is a prime example of the duplicitous use of language by Ammon Bundy and the People's Rights Network. In the same paragraph, he talks about peacefully uniting and using violence in defensive actions. And when they discuss defense, it's often in an offensive posture rather than simply in defense of any situation.
And is this publication one in which Mr. Bundy published broadly?
Yes.
Do you have a sense for how many different how many different platforms he published this out through?
Yes, it was published on virtually all the social media platforms, including many of the smaller far-right platforms like Gab and Telegram.
And does Mr. Bundy, I think this was referenced in your opinion, does Mr. Bundy time these type of statements in conjunction with significant events that are occurring?
Yes.
And do you have a sense for what was going on with Mr. Bundy as far as his legal issues at around the time this was published?
Yes,
What was going on?
this was at around the time he was going to trial for trespass in this case.
Against who?
St. Luke's.
Your Honor, and Mr. Burkhart, excuse me, Your Honor. Mr. Burkhart, could we go to the next item on your demonstrative? I think you'd identified a video, Bundy video, that is Exhibit 738. And, Your Honor, we'll establish relevance, but just so the court has where it's been authenticated. This video was authenticated in the second McCraney Declaration at page, excuse me, at paragraph 15. And, Your Honor, if we are allowed to publish it, we would be publishing a segment of that would be about between minute 15 minute 1512 through 1529 is the designation on the video. And could you explain?
Is 738 a larger video and you're playing the clip?
It is, Your Honor, and
It's
we are,
admitted.
yes, and we will be able to provide the court with that clip.
Lay your foundation for relevance. It has been authenticated.
Understood.
It needs to be shown to be relevant.
Mr. Burkhart, what's the relevance of this video?
The video in question.
This is the video, just to frame your recollection, this is a video involving Mr. Bundy during the time frame of this lawsuit referencing litigation against St. Luke's. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And, Your Honor, could we just get the first part of that video up so Mr. Burkhart can further identify it? We won't play it.
Can you just put it on the monitor?
Yeah, if you can put it on the monitor, that would be great.
Does it go up to all monitors? Do you have it up, sir?
No, the monitor says no signal. Here it comes, I think. Yes.
And can you explain the relevance to this case in St. Luke's and the formation of your opinion?
Yes. This was a video taken by Ammon Bundy at his property in Emmett in the period after his contempt warrant in this case.
And is it directed at St. Luke's?
Yes.
I'm sorry. What was the date approximately?
Approximately April 2023.
Thank you.
Yep.
Your Honor, we move to admit it?
Exhibit 738 is admitted, but only a clip will be played,
Correct, Your Honor.
and that clip will be identified as a sub-exhibit of 738.
And then these judges are all political machines, and they're going to go with whoever they politically agree with. And so there is no way to get justice. And when you get that way in a nation, then the only other result is try to fight it out on the street.
And what is the relevance of that last statement to your opinion?
It's another example of Ammon Bundy discussing engaging in violence in the streets as a way to solve political disagreements.
And in the context of this litigation? Correct?
Yes.
Mr. Burkhart, if we could move on to your opinion number 9.
Yes.
You prepared a demonstrative of your opinion, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Bollinger, would you put the demonstrative of Mr. Burkhart's opinion up? Mr. Burkhart, would you share with the jury what what we've called your ninth opinion is?
Yes. Opinion 9. PRN has had and maintains active financial connections with entities controlled by Bundy and Rodriguez. PRN solicits donations from members, and those donations are funneled through corporations owned by Bundy and Rodriguez. Dono Custos, Inc., an entity owned and controlled by Bundy, is used to funnel money in and out of PRN. Similarly, Freedom Tabernacle Incorporated, an entity owned and controlled by Rodriguez, is used to funnel money in and out of PRN. PRN uses conspiracy theories and false narratives to attract members, radicalize its base, push its agenda, gather donations, and incite fear and violence.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhart. And as part of your engagement in this case, you were asked to provide what information you could regarding the financial operations of Mr. Bundy, Mr. Rodriguez, and PRN, correct?
Yes, it was quite a challenge given the defendants were unwilling to participate in discovery in this case, but we tried to gather what evidence we could.
And in fact, did you gather some evidence to get an understanding as how the finances worked during the period of time that is at issue in this lawsuit?
Yes, we did.
And Mr. Burkhart, did you prepare a demonstrative relating to your general findings?
Yes.
Mr. Burkhart, would you put demonstrative D2 up? Mr. Bollinger, excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, demonstrative exhibits are only to
D12.
help you understand the testimony. They are not admitted exhibits. They will not be with you at deliberations, but they are only to aid your understanding of the testimony.
So, Mr. Burkhart, could you explain the demonstrative, and then I'll ask you some questions for the specific evidence that you have to support this?
Yes. In relation to funding for the People's Rights Network in terms of how they solicit donations, if you visit the People's Rights Network website, you're asked to contribute in a variety of different ways. If you're paying by check, you send that check to an address for a company called Dono Custos, which is controlled by Ammon Bundy. If you are contributing via credit card, your credit card funds go to Freedom Tabernacle, which is controlled by Diego Rodriguez. And the People's Rights Network has also taken cryptocurrency donations, and they come into two different cryptocurrency wallets, which are identified on the PRN website by the long cryptocurrency numbers.
And Mr. Burkhart, to tie this to one of your earlier opinions, you were asked to testify regarding how Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez and PRN worked to gain additional members, and that was part of this conspiracy here, in your opinion, correct?
Yes.
And so, in effect, is this kind of how the money flows after the conspiracy here relating to St. Luke's, how it flows after the members are gathered?
Yes. In fact, one of the first things that you see when you subscribe as a new member is a page to help contribute and donate.
Okay. So if we could, Mr. Burkhart, let me ask you a couple questions about something we've marked as Exhibit 252. Do you have that? Can you take a look at that?
I do.
Can you describe what Exhibit 252 is and the relevance to your opinion?
Yes, 252 is the page that solicits donations on the People's Rights Network website.
Okay. And, Your Honor, this was authenticated in the first McCraney Declaration, paragraph 33, pursuant to 902 and Mr. Burkhart's testimony, we would ask that it be admitted.
Exhibit 252 has been authenticated and is admitted and may be published.
So, Mr. Bullinger, could you expand, my eyesight's too bad, could you expand the top portion of that? Okay. Can you explain what's there, Mr. Burkhart?
Yes. This is the section of the webpage where it mentions that to support the People's Rights Network and the cause of freedom, as they describe it, if you're using a debit or credit card online, use the payment form below, and as it indicates, the transaction will be processed and sent to the account of Freedom Tabernacle through a third-party processor called Anecdote. And that's the way that they use to solicit those online donations in this form.
And Mr. Bullinger, could you go to page 4? And this is from the same exhibit, is it not, Mr. Burkhart?
Yes, yes it is.
And what is the significance of this, Mr. Burkhart?
This is where they solicit cryptocurrency donations. On the left is their Bitcoin wallet. On the right is their Ethereum wallet.
And that's for PRN, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Bullinger, could you go to the next page? And could you expand the top portion of that? Could you explain the significance of this, Mr. Burkhart?
Yes, as it indicates just previously on the page before, if you want to send in a check or money order to the People's Rights Network, you send it to this address, to Donna Custos. The P.O. Box there is also.
And based on your work monitoring Mr. Bundy and the People's Rights Network, do you have any understanding as to who owns that P.O. Box?
Hammond Bundy.
Thank you. You can take that down, Mr. Bullinger. I'd like to direct your attention, Mr. Burkhart, if we could, to Exhibit 247, page 1.
Yes.
And can you identify what page 247, Exhibit 247 is?
It's the Articles of Incorporation for Donna Custos.
And is that something that, as part of this litigation, you tracked down?
Yes, it is.
And what is the relevance of this, to your opinion?
The relevance of it is that it indicates that it is controlled by Hammond Bundy specifically.
Your Honor, this Exhibit 247 was authenticated through First McCraney Declaration, paragraph 40. We would ask that it be admitted pursuant to 902 in Mr. Burkhart's testimony.
Exhibit 247 has been authenticated and is admitted and may be published.
Could you highlight the top third of that page, Mr. Bullinger? I think, could you go a little bit further down, Mr. Bullinger, in your expansion of the document? Could you, I'm sorry, my eyesight's not good enough.
I believe it would be Article 7 we're looking at.
Thank you, thank you.
A little further down.
And what is the significance of this, to your opinion?
It indicates that the sole board director of Donna Custos is Hammond Bundy.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhart. Mr. Burkhardt, I'd ask you to take a look at Exhibit 250 if you could.
Certainly.
Could you identify Exhibit 250, Mr. Burkhardt?
Yes.
And what is Exhibit 250?
250 is the Articles of Incorporation for Freedom Tabernacle Incorporated.
And is this part of the investigation you did to support your opinion?
Yes, it is.
And what is the relevance to your opinion?
The relevance is that it indicates that Freedom Tabernacle, the source where credit card donations go, is controlled by Diego Rodriguez.
Your Honor, this is authenticated at First McCraney Declaration 40. Based on 902 and Mr. Burkhardt's testimony, we would ask that it be admitted.
Exhibit 250 has been authenticated under 902 and is admitted and may be published.
Mr. Burkhardt, could I direct your attention to Exhibit 254?
Yes.
And Mr. Bullinger, that hasn't been admitted yet. Would you direct your attention, Mr. Burkhardt, to Exhibit 254?
Yes.
Can you identify what Exhibit 254 is?
254 is an article published by the Southern Poverty Law Center entitled Extremists Receive Large Ethereum Cryptocurrency Donations.
And did you and your institute participate in the development of the findings that led to that article?
Yes, we did.
And is this relevant to your testimony regarding how the money flows?
Yes, it is.
In what way?
Thanks to the Southern Poverty Law Center, they identified nearly $90,000 in cryptocurrency donations that came in to the People's Rights Network, Bitcoin and Ethereum wallets. The same donors that donated that nearly $90,000 also donated to other extremist causes, including white nationalist groups.
And Mr. Burkhardt, you'd indicated in your opinion that you did not have full visibility regarding the financial operations of PRN, Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez, correct?
That's correct.
Is it based on your investigation, including the investigation that's reflected in that report that is Exhibit 254, what is your belief, what is your finding or opinion regarding whether or not PRN has been receiving significant cryptocurrency donations and whether they continue to be receiving significant cryptocurrency donations?
The Ethereum and Bitcoin wallets listed on the PRN website have received more than $90,000 in cryptocurrency donations.
Do you have any understanding as to whether there are, do you believe there are other cryptocurrency wallets that PRN uses?
We don't know. We're not sure.
All right. So, so Your Honor, this has been authenticated at First McCraney Declaration 34.
I'm going to reserve my ruling on it
Okay.
in this document.
Okay. Understood, Your Honor. Can you describe in a little bit more detail what the findings were in that article and and how it was relevant to your opinion?
Certainly. The cryptocurrency team at the Southern Poverty Law Center took those Ethereum and Bitcoin wallets and walked back to see where the donations came from. Through that, they identified $66,000.
I'm going to have you stop. Counsel, can you?
Sure.
Please. Counsel, can you approach? I understand this is being presented, but he didn't create this information. He may have used it to form his opinion, but he is not saying that everything that this organization did is correct, and I don't see how he knows that. I understand that they might have been involved in the creation of this document, but even though it's been authenticated, it's hearsay. So he said how he reached his opinion relying on this, but I don't think this comes in because it's... Oh. Thank you.
And Mr. Burkhart, just to clarify, your group did work with the Southern Poverty Law Center on this?
That's correct.
And what is the expertise of the Southern Poverty Law Center brought to this?
They brought the additional identification of the other extremist organizations that were receiving cryptocurrency donations.
And based on your work with Southern Poverty Law Center, including the findings that are reflected in that article, can you just summarize what your takeaway is from that that's relevant to this case?
There are two big takeaways. Number one is that PRN, through their two cryptocurrency wallets, received nearly $90,000 between 2022 and 2023. The second is that the contributors to those wallets also contributed to white nationalist organizations like VDARE and American Renaissance.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhart. Could move on to your 10th opinion. Did you prepare a demonstrative reflecting your 10th opinion?
I did.
Mr. Bollinger, could you put that up? Could you share that opinion with the jury?
Yes. Opinion 10. Bundy, Rodriguez, and PRN are aligned with a network of other extremist groups.
And how is this, can you explain how this finding is relevant to our lawsuit here today?
Yes, I would be happy to.
Please do.
It indicates that the People's Rights Network consists of a range, in fact, serves as an umbrella for a number of other extremists. And it made clear that the threat was real and present and continuing as a result of that.
So, again, putting in the context of St. Luke's, Ms. Jungman, and Dr. Erickson and Mr. Roth, how is it, in your opinion, that this alignment with other extremists is does this alignment pose any greater threat to St. Luke's, Mr. Roth, Tracy Jungman, and Dr. Erickson?
Yes, it does.
Why is that?
Because the organization attracts heavily armed militia and far-right paramilitary organizations and others dedicated to committing acts of violence.
And if we could go to Exhibit 611, which has already been admitted. Could we go to page 18, Mr. Bollinger? And you spoke, Mr. Burkhart, about the significance of the alignment of Mr. Bundy and PRN with other extremist groups. Have you and the Institute done an investigation as to what those other extremist groups are and what the connections are?
Yes.
And is that reflected in the report you did?
It is.
Can you just summarize for the jury what those types of affiliations are with other extremist groups and who they are, to the extent you believe they add to the risk and threat posed to St. Luke's and the other plaintiffs?
Certainly. If I could have Mr. Bollinger highlight the bottom paragraph there. As we indicated in the report, it documented that state and area people's rights leaders have been members of at least 31 different militia-type organizations, militias, 3%ers, Oath Keepers, Minutemen, etc. Also, if we go to page 19, in that first paragraph, it also indicates that the membership in militia-type organizations we found to be even more pronounced amongst members of the People's Rights Network. In fact, our research team found that 756 members of the People's Rights various Facebook groups were members of more than 203 different militia-type Facebook groups. One of those, for instance, being a member of one of the People's Rights Network organizations, was the notorious militia figure from back in the 1990s, Mark Kornke, also known as Mark for Michigan.
And thank you. Did you also form an opinion regarding connections with extremists and how that relates to media appearances and access to media?
Yes, yes, I did.
And how is PRN and Mr. Bundy's connections with other extremist media relevant to this case?
In this particular case, Ammon Bundy and Diego Rodriguez relied on the streams of extremist influencers to dramatically amplify their message.
And I believe you prepared a list of the media appearances.
Yes.
This is a demonstrative, Your Honor. We'd like to put it demonstrative 784 up. And what does this reflect?
This reflects media appearances in extremist media sources for Ammon Bundy and Diego Rodriguez.
And just to be clear, these are appearances that relate directly to St. Luke's and the other plaintiffs in this case?
Yes.
So how did you identify the connection of these? What was kind of your criteria for identifying that these related to St. Luke's or the other plaintiffs?
We examined each of the appearances and examined the content to see that they were specifically talking about the St. Luke's siege, or if they were engaged in discussions about the ongoing litigation and the plaintiffs in the trial.
Did you also look for statements regarding the supposed conspiracy of St. Luke's in kidnapping and child trafficking?
Yes.
Did some of these specifically identify Dr. Erickson and Mr. Roth?
Yes.
If we could go to the next page, Mr. Bullinger. And what is this? I know we just looked at Ammon Bundy's appearances. What does this reflect?
This reflects the appearances, the 76 different appearances that Diego Rodriguez has made between March 13th, 2022 and May 15th, 2023.
And again, all of those were instances where Mr. Rodriguez was continuing to state the defamatory comments regarding the conspiracy.
Yes.
And to be clear, you've listed just appearances by Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez on extremist media. You're not including their own blogs or the other video output that they've done themselves. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is separate from that.
Yes.
All right, could we move on to your 11th opinion, Mr. Burkhart?
Yes.
And did you prepare a demonstrative to help with that?
Yes.
And I know this is a bit of a long one, Mr. Burkhart. I give you the discretion as to what you want to highlight for the jury.
I think it's worthy. Bundy, Rodriguez, PRN, and the Bundy for Governor campaign and the Freedom Man website coordinated and created a false conspiracy theory that the police, the governor of Idaho, the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare, St. Luke's Hospital, Chris Ross, Dr. Natasha Erickson, Tracy Jungman, and others participated in a kidnapping and a child trafficking ring. They promoted the incendiary false conspiracy that St. Luke's, Roth, Dr. Erickson, and Jungman were criminals who acted to facilitate and profited from the kidnapping of healthy children from Christian families and trafficking those children to quote-unquote homosexuals who sexually abused and killed the children. PRN's creation of this false conspiracy theory is typical of how PRN usually operates, which is to create a false narrative in order to garner publicity, generate recruits, enrage members, incite to violence, manipulate members to act, silence its opposition, and garner donations to enrich itself.
So that last portion of your opinion, are you in effect saying that what we're here about today is a typical part of PRN and Mr. Bundy's playbook?
Yes.
So in forming this opinion, can you share with the jury in general what you did as far as investigation, particularly that was relevant to this case?
Yes, in this case, we examined the various websites, including Freedom Man, the People's Rights Network, the Bundy for Governor campaign. We analyzed the content of those, particularly related to these conspiracy theories. We analyzed how those conspiracies spread and the overall impact of them.
And did it spread broadly?
Absolutely.
Do you have any sense for how broadly it spread?
Yes, if we look back, for instance, at the previous slide in terms of the influencers, those influencers have the reach potentially of millions of people. For instance, just one of those 110 sites, the Stu Peters Show, has an active followership on Rumble of 541,000. The Epoch Times also has nearly 500,000 members, and there are dozens of others on that list that encompass millions of people potentially being exposed to these lies about this conspiracy.
And did you prepare, I know this is a significant and extensive opinion, did you prepare a demonstrative to highlight some of the evidence that you relied on for this?
I did.
Mr. Bolger, could you pull up opinion 11, evidence 1? Thank you, Mr. Bolger. So let's start perhaps with that top item. What is the top item that you've highlighted, and what is its relevance to your opinion?
The top item is a town hall held by Freedom Man featuring Diego Rodriguez and Ammon Bundy discussing this ongoing case and further discussing the conspiracy about child trafficking and pedophilia rings.
And did it have a significant reach?
Yes.
And just to highlight the date there, is it this occurred over a year after the actual incident involving the infant, correct?
Yes, it occurred on May 10th, 2023.
And I know this is encompassed a little bit in some of your later opinions, but does this reflect an ongoing? Tell me what that reflects in as far as your opinion, the fact that it's occurring that far after the incident in question.
It reflects an ongoing continued targeting of St. Luke's, and in fact, an uptick in the attacks between April and continuing.
Okay. And you've reviewed Exhibit 34, correct?
Yes.
And are there statements made directly regarding St. Luke's in that?
Yes.
Your Honor, this has been authenticated in Zach McCraney's declaration. I believe it's the second declaration, Your Honor, paragraph 15.
Do I have that exhibit?
No, Your Honor, it's a video, Your Honor. It's a video, Your Honor.
I understand.
And, Your Honor, if the court was willing to allow it to be published, we would be publishing a portion of that, which is it's a lengthy video, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 37 seconds to 1 hour, 33 minutes, and 4 seconds. We'd like to move for it to be published, Your Honor, and admitted to evidence.
So you're moving pursuant to 902 that it's authenticated, and you want an exhibit that's an hour and a half long, but you only want to play a clip of it?
Your Honor, we're happy to submit the clip. It's a portion of the larger video that we authenticated. We just didn't know whether the court would want to have the entirety, but we can submit the clip as a sub-exhibit, as an exhibit, in alternative to the larger one. But all of the media has been already uploaded, Your Honor, to the court. But we would be providing the court with the sub-exhibit.
I'm going to admit Exhibit 345 and allow the sub-clip, a portion of 345 to be played. I guess I'm reserving my ruling on whether the entire clips need to come in if you're only actually showing portions.
And Your Honor, I'm sure we can discuss this whenever the court would like, and Your Honor, we would be happy with that. Just in abundance of caution, we prepared the entirety of the video just in case there was an issue.
All right.
But we could easily and be happy to provide the smaller clips if that's easier for the court.
Well,
We're already providing them in addition to, but we could provide them in lieu of if that's easier.
all right, so I'm going to allow this clip is admitted and may be published. 345 clip.
Who would like to come up live. Ammon is here somewhere, so if you guys can go ahead and find Ammon and bring him up here. So there he is. There's my brother. Let's make sure he's unmuted. Can you hear me, my good brother?
Yeah, I can hear me.
And I can hear you loud and clear. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome up my good friend Ammon Bundy to the stage here virtually. Brother, we thank you for being here. You were such a big part of all of this. Again, I want to thank you for.
And does this reflect kind of a typical style of these media appearances with Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Bundy relating to St. Luke's?
Yes.
Kind of a talk show type atmosphere that Mr. Rodriguez puts on his clips?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Burkhart, in addition to that exhibit, you'd identified would you take a look at Exhibit 351, please?
Yes.
You take a look at Exhibit 351, and can you identify what that is?
Exhibit 351 is selections from the Freedom Man website.
And how are those relevant to this, your opinion here?
The Freedom Man website was, in many ways, the epicenter for many of the most egregious defamatory statements and conspiracy theories in this case.
Relating to St. Luke's?
Relating specifically to St. Luke's.
So, and would you take a look at page 241 of that exhibit?
One second, I need the other 351 binder.
That's all right. Let me just ask a foundational question, then we'll
Okay.
probably get them up. So were these part of what you used to form your opinion?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, this exhibit has been authenticated through First McCraney Declaration 15, which cites an affidavit of Page Vault Todd Price. Based on its relevance in 902, we would ask to move for the admittance of Exhibit 236.
I thought you were on a different exhibit. I apologize. So what number are you seeking to be admitted?
236, Your Honor, 236.1. Should be in your binder. Is it in your binder, Mr. Burkhart?
You had been asking about 351. Let me find it.
I was looking at 351. So let's make sure the witness is on this right exhibit. Sir, Mr. Stidham, you are 236.1. Is that the exhibit you want me to look at?
Your Honor, yes, we could look at Exhibit 236.1. We will be going back to 351, Your Honor, too.
351 is not yet admitted.
I know. I said I just giving the court a heads up. We will be going
Understood.
back.
So clear, this is from, I see at the top, the software used to get to this document, but where's this document from? Because it's covered up at the top.
It's, well, could you identify what, for the court, what 236.1, where it's from?
I have 236.
All right, Your Honor, it's from the PRN
Well, I
website.
want the witness
I
to
know.
authenticate where it's, tell me where he pulled this from, because it's, I think I know, but it's covered up. Do you have 236.1, sir?
I have 2 binders of 236, but
All right, I'm handing the witness the court's copy of 236.1. I have not marked on it. Is
Thank
that
you, Your Honor.
what you want him to look at?
Yes, Your Honor.
thank you. Yes.
And can you identify what that is for the court, Your Honor? Mr. Burkhart?
Yes, it's the People's Rights Network website.
And is that relevant to the opinion that you're speaking about here with opinion number 11?
Yes, it is.
And what's the relevance?
It speaks specifically to the incident at hand and the ongoing threats and intimidation of many of the people involved in this litigation.
So pursuant to Rule 902, Your Honor, in that testimony, we'd ask that it be admitted.
Exhibit 236.1 is admitted and may be published. Before you move on, I ask counsel to approach. It's not a problem. My issue is that he's this is defamatory. He's making legal conclusions. He's an expert to testify as to the tactics. He is not an expert to determine defamation and the nature of the statements. And I think it could be confusing to the jury, so I'm going to allow you to admonish him that he can't make those legal conclusions. Okay. Well, counsel, I'm going to allow you to talk to your witness about my admonishment that I want you to give to your witness. A record's been made of what I've requested during that bench conference, but if you could just approach the witness
Certainly, Your Honor.
and you could, can you put that on again?
So the concern is that you're talking about there was defamation. So this legal up.
Sure.
Thank you. You may proceed with 236.1.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bullinger, would you put that up? Would you go to page 4, Mr. Bullinger? And again, to reorient the jury, where is this again taken from?
The People's Rights Network website.
And what are we seeing here, and what's the significance to your opinion?
These are flyers designed to be distributed near the homes of the individuals listed, and they are targeting on this particular page, Ada County Sheriff Matt Clifford.
And was he involved in the protective care, taking the infant into protective care?
Yes.
Could you go to the next page, Mr. Bullinger? What do we see here?
We see another wanted poster for Chris Roth, the CEO of St. Luke's.
And again, this is the PRN website published to all its members and others.
Yes, same page.
You go to the next page, Mr. Bullinger. What do we see there?
We see two things. We see another wanted poster for Aaron Dykstra, one of the practitioners in this case, and another one for Dave Jepson of the Idaho Department of Health.
And all of those individuals were contained within the narrative that the People's Rights Network were stating regarding the taking of protective custody of the infant.
Yes.
And if we go to page 10, Mr. Bullinger, this is still on the PRN website?
Yes.
And was this up and running at or around the time of the infant being taken into protective care?
Yes.
And what's reflected here?
It reflects targeting of many of the others involved in this case, including Dr. Erickson, Judge Fortier, Aaron Dykstra, one of the social workers involved, and some more of the officers in the case.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Burkhart, if we could go back to now to what we had been speaking about briefly, Exhibit 351, and that's the Freedom Man site.
Yes.
Okay. And again, as the Freedom Man site, I think you'd refer to it as the epicenter of the narrative on this case.
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez was prolific in publishing articles discussing how the individuals involved were child traffickers and that they were guilty of a variety of different offenses.
So if we take, is it fair to say that the Freedom Man website contained some of the material accusing St. Luke's or stating that St. Luke's and others were involved in a child trafficking conspiracy?
Yes.
Okay. And, Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 902, as this is subject to an affidavit of Todd Price filed on July 6, that is referenced in the first McCraney Declaration at paragraph 15, and Mr. Burkhart's testimony, I would ask that this be admitted.
.351 has been authenticated under Rule 902 and is admitted and may be published.
Mr. Bullinger, when you publish, would you go to page 241? What are we seeing, Mr. Burkhart?
You see the photo and other personal information of Dr. Natasha Erickson under the headline, Child Trafficker Profile, Dr. Natasha Erickson. Also, I would point out the fact that next to her photo is a large button for donations.
And was this published at or around the time that the infant was taken into protective care?
Yes.
And did it remain? Is it still on the Freedom Man website, to your understanding?
Yes.
To this day. Yeah. Could you go on, Mr. Bullinger, to page 245? What is reflected there?
This is another one of those child trafficker profiles. In this case, it's for Nurse Tracy Jungman. It includes her photo and some of her other additional information about her. It also includes right next to it, again, the donation button.
And was this similar to the one with Dr. Erickson? Was this published at around the time that the infant was taken into protective care?
Yes.
And to your understanding, does this remain on the Freedom Man website as of today?
Yeah.
Would you go on, Ms.
Can you approach?
Sure.
I don't have all these pages. I have that one. Okay. We can go off the noise. All right.
Your Honor, if I could
The
approach.
exhibit I had in this smaller notebook is clearly not the exhibit that I have in front of me now, which is, I'm guessing, thousands of pages. So in making my ruling,
I can
did
bet-
not make a ruling that I'm admitting these thousands of pages. So can you clarify what you're seeking to admit in 351?
Okay. In 351, could I just back up and explain what 351 is with the witness, Your Honor, in a little bit greater detail? Does 351 reflect a pull of the entirety of the Freedom Man website that relates to St. Luke's and the other witnesses here and the issue that we're here for?
Yes, it does.
So, Your Honor, we could move to admit it all. It does relate to, we believe it is large, but it does reflect the content on Freedom Man that relates to our clients. But I could also move for a sub-exhibit based on those particular pages that we're referencing.
Well, I understand that the witness has printed off a lot of documents from this website that relate to the events at issue in this case. But just because something's on a website doesn't mean it should be admitted if it's cumulative under 403 and unfairly prejudicial. So the court has to do an analysis. So I don't know if you want to, we could go ahead and take a break now, and you could decide how much
Okay.
of this you're asking to be admitted. I'm now withdrawing. I'm fine with what you've put on the screen so far, counsel, as being within the relevance of the case, but it was inconsistent with what I had in front of me, which may have been my error. So let's just take a break and get this clarified. Can you make a note of where you're at?
I can, Your Honor.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to step down for your morning recess. During this time, we'll try and work out exactly what's happening with this particular exhibit. Again, when you step down, no deliberations about the case, no discussions about the case, and heed the admonitions of the court previously given. All right?
All rise, please.
So please be seated. The court's concern is 403. The court's other concern is this is an extremely large exhibit, and extremely large exhibits can be admitted at trial. I'm not saying that can't happen, but if you're going to reference, let's say, 10 pages, and then you're going to ask me to include inches of documents, that doesn't seem proper to me under the rules. Additionally, well, I understand your expert may have relied on all these documents that he reviewed from this site. Simply relying on those documents isn't necessarily a basis to have all those documents admitted. An expert can rely on hearsay, and reviewing this website could be deemed hearsay, could be deemed an exception to the hearsay rule, as Freedom Man is a party, and this could be an admission by a party opponent. I understand that, but golly, this is a big exhibit.
Your Honor, and maybe to explain, I do understand it's a big exhibit, but to be honest, Your Honor, there are so many references that are going to be made to the Freedom Man set. Our objective was, if we could get the set admitted, that would expedite the process later on rather than making a number of exhibits. Because, Your Honor, I would anticipate that we were hoping to use that exhibit, Your Honor, probably for, I would guess maybe 70 or 80, 100 questions easily, and rather than subparts for each one, our objective was to put in the entirety. And Your Honor, it is large, but what it reflects is the content, not duplicative, but the content that was pushed out on that website that relates to St. Luke's and the individuals here. So we were hoping to get the larger exhibit admitted. Mr. Burkhart has the basis, I think, to establish relevancy of a poll from the Freedom Man page sections that were relating and their relevance here. But Your Honor, that was our objective in the hope that that would be easier given the frequency to which we're going to refer to the Freedom Man site. But we certainly could proceed a different way if that's easier for the court.
Ask your questions now that I don't even have the complete exhibit. I think it goes into another book.
It's very large, Your Honor.
Ask your questions to lay foundation, because I did not understand that you were laying foundation for more than the pages I had in my smaller
Understood, Your Honor.
notebook. So, just a second. All right. Can you lay further foundation?
Certainly, Your Honor. Mr. Burkhart, Exhibit 351, is that part of, again, what you reviewed to form your opinions?
Yes.
And have you reviewed it, and does it reflect a poll of the Freedom Man website of the sections that are sections in which reference or target the witnesses in this case based on this narrative of child trafficking and kidnapping?
Yes.
Does it also include comments that were made by those viewing or commenting on the articles there?
Yes.
Okay. And does it, to your understanding, reflect a poll that was done by the Page Vault organization that was to take the website, the relevant portions of the website at the relevant time?
Yes. Yeah, it was my understanding that it was not inclusive of the entire site, but of the relevant material related to the case.
So I understand that this was all posted on the Freedom Man website.
Yes, Your Honor. And it was.
But there's lots of comments by other people who aren't Freedom Man who have posted on this website. And you're asking if this is admitted, the jury could consider these comments by parties that, true, were posted on the website, but they're not. I'm concerned about the exception. I understand Freedom Man is a party, but you have a lot of pages with comments by unknown people, and how that gets to come in. Once a document is authenticated, that means that it's a true copy of that business document, but it still has to get by the hearsay rules.
Well, could I respond, Your Honor, to that
Sure.
portion? So, Your Honor, one of the reasons why we wanted the entire website pulled is because we believe it is relevant to the comments and the activity reflect the spread and the engagement of their viewers. And the big part of our case remains how broadly this was spread, and also reflected in the comments, we believe, are indications of what Mr. Burkhart will address in later opinions, and which something many other individuals will attest to, which is an engaged, agitated group of folks who were coming to this website, buying into the conspiracy, participating. And so we believe that the activity on that website, including what's reflected in the comments, is relevant to show the breadth, engagement, and agitation that was occurring within a base. And to jump ahead, Your Honor, Mr. Burkhart's going to speak about radicalization in the context of taking individuals, engaging with them, getting them to buy deeper and deeper into a conspiracy, which leads to a heightened chance of risk. Later on in the case, we'll have another expert talking about the heightened risk that is reflected in the level of engagement and the sheer magnitude of the content regarding the conspiracy that was being published.
So I'm not talking about relevance. I understand the relevance, counsel. What I'm talking about is hearsay, and you seem to be arguing that these comments by unknown parties or names on there should be taken as true under what exception?
So, Your Honor,
Because if you say they're not offered for the purposes of the truth of the matter, that's one thing. But it sounds to me like you're trying to offer these other comments by thousands, well, I don't know how many people, as truth. And they would need to fall under an exception. So if you want to cite an exception to me, I'd be happy to listen to the exception you want me to take notice of. But I'm not sure that's a statement by a party opponent. It's a statement that they put on their website, but it's not Freedom Man's statement.
Could I respond to that, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Your Honor, I don't believe that this would constitute hearsay because we're not putting them in necessarily to establish that individual truly believed that or is truly a statement of fact. But what we would be offering it for is, for example, Abby Avendola, the security person at St. Luke's in charge of the threat assessment team, what he sees when he sees comments like that and what that means for the need for heightened security. We'd have other experts say, you know, that type of engagement, whether that individual is playing around or not, whether what they're saying needs to be taken as true is, I think, a distinct point from what is reflected in comments like that when one has to consider security risks and intimidation and things like that.
I understand your argument that seeing those comments may have caused another person to take such action. That is hearsay not offered for the truth of that statement, but what effect it had on another person's actions as to the individual you're describing. But it's still hearsay. So I've got a document that's 5 inches thick, estimating, that has a lot of comments by other people. I don't know how many pages have those comments on them, but that's my concern. Do you see how does the jury bifurcate out what is a statement by a defendant, a party opponent, that they've posted on the party opponent's website, and what are all these comments by people who are posting on the website who aren't parties? That's my concern. I understand that someone took action based on these comments, but I'm still having trouble with an exception. Is there another exception you'd like to bring to my attention?
Well, Your Honor, it is, again, not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It will be offered as a reference point. Your Honor, it's...
Well, are you offering the exhibit for the truth of the matter asserted, or are you not?
We're offering we're offering the exhibit as establishing the truth of what Freedom Man said. We're not asserting that to reflect what Freedom Man said and to reflect the activity on the website. We are, of course, not offering it for the truth of what is being said or to establish the truth of what is being said. We are offering it just as a reflection of what was being published, the activity around that, and then that's going to be relevant to all sorts of opinions regarding whether that language and the activity on that website, what that means as far as intimidation, security risk, and other things. Also what it means in terms of harassment to Tracy Jungman or Natasha Erickson or somebody else who sees that. And I think, Your Honor, what's relevant, going to be relevant, is the fact that there's a lot of content, there's a lot of activity in there. All of that is going to be offered, again, for what it means in terms of security risk and assessment. It's not being offered in terms of whether Mr. Rodriguez said anything that was true. And present sense impression, I think, could be one thing to consider. But also, Your Honor, it's being offered as evidence of what needs to be done as far as security. But
I understand how you intend to use it, counsel.
Yeah.
I'm not confused about that. I'm not confused about the relevance. I'm the gatekeeper on the rules of evidence, and that's why I'm saying I need a rule of evidence. If you want to offer it and say we're not offering this for the truth of the statements in here, but just to show what was being published and the actions other people took based on this, that's a different reason to admit it. It's not being offered as hearsay then. It's just being offered to prove what was posted on this website, not to the truth of the matter. Now you've said another exception, present sense exception.
so, Your Honor, I think, I'm sorry. Apologies.
So I'm just going to take a break, and you can figure out how you want to offer it. But it would be difficult for me as a court to determine whether all these comments are a present sense exception or not, because it says, I'm just at page 1228, an individual by the last name of Adams 2 months ago. It's hard for me to find out, okay, when was this, it says 2 months ago, when was that sent to the Freedom Man website and posted on the website, and was it a present sense exception or not? So I've got a little bit of an issue there, but I'm just going to take a break and let you consult and then tell me how you wish to ask the court to consider having Exhibit 351 in its entirety admitted or considered by the jury. Does that make sense?
It does, Your Honor.
Is there any further argument you want to make?
No, Your Honor, I think, just a second. And Your Honor, I just want to make sure that I was clear. One of your last statements there, I was just checking with counsel on this. I apologize if I misspoke, but we are intending to offer it again, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but just to reflect what was on the website and the activity there. And therefore, we don't think that it would be subject to exclusion based on its being used as hearsay.
Okay, that's your argument?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to step off, and the jury's going to have a little bit longer break. We're going to take my poor court reporter, 15 minutes for the court reporter.
Thanks.
All rise, please.
Exhibit 254. Exhibit 254 is not being admitted. This document may have been relied upon by the expert. However, the document references that that article was not written by the expert. Well, his organization may have contributed to it. I don't find, even though it's a business record of that entity, that 254 is anything other than what the expert relied on to form his opinion as to cryptocurrencies, and he was allowed to testify to that. So because I find this authenticated but hearsay, based on the author being Megan Squire and Jason Wilson, Exhibit 254 will not be admitted.
As if I was not clear in my position. Our position, Your Honor, again, is we're not admitting it for the truth of the matter asserted, and the breadth of it, Your Honor, is going to be important to show the content, the scope, and it's going to be relied upon a lot of experts. And we think it is important for the jury to see the depth of the content, and we also think it'll end up being more efficient, Your Honor, to use a single exhibit. I know that's reiterating, Your Honor. I just wasn't sure I was clear.
So there's a difference when you just offer it in an exhibit and if you offer it not for the truth of the matter. So what I would request is that if you're not offering it for the truth of the matter, that you make the court aware of that at the time you're offering the exhibit, and then we'll both be on the same page. Okay?
I understand, Your Honor.
The court's ruling is that Exhibit 351 is a statement by a party opponent to the extent that it is statements published by Freedom Man on that website. As to third parties, and so that's doesn't need an exception. It's not hearsay. It's a party opponent statement. As to the other comments by third parties that are added to the website, those are not offered for the truth of the statement, but only as to their effect on another person and the actions that other person may testify to that they took. That needs to be clarified to the jury. I understand that the entire document you aren't offering for the truth because you believe the statements by Freedom Man are untrue. I don't know if that's for every single statement that's listed on this document of 1,290 pages. So I'm going to allow it to come in for that purpose, and I'm going to make a short ruling in front of the jury. So 351 in its entirety will come in, not as a hearsay exception, but the court having deemed that it is not hearsay, either it's not being offered for the truth of the matter or it's a statement by a party opponent. Does that make sense to you, sir?
It does, Your Honor. I appreciate that clarification.
Okay. Just an FYI, the AC wasn't working properly in the jury room. I instructed the deputy to take the jurors along with their notes down to another jury room, so hopefully we can get the AC working in the jury room that's closer. But at this time, Deputy, could you please have the jury brought back into the courtroom? And I am not trying to be argumentative with counsel. I just have a different role in this trial by the very fact that a defendant is not present and I am a gatekeeper. So please do not take my questions as being argumentative. I'm just trying to make sure we have a good record and that only the appropriate evidence is admitted under the rules of evidence for the jury's consideration.
That's understood, Your Honor. I understand we're in an unusual position.
You were supposed to add, I didn't think you were argumentative.
And that too, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have the entire exhibit, or are you going to put it up on the screen for him?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. We were planning on just putting the pages up on the screen.
Okay. Very good. How much longer do you expect to have with examination of this witness?
Your Honor, I'm afraid that we might go to lunch.
Very good.
All rise.
All right, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, did anything happen over the recess to affect your qualifications? Seeing none. Your comfort level with a jury room with working AC is being dealt with as we speak. I appreciate your cooperation in moving to that other room with your notes. I have had some discussions with counsel, and the court has made the following rulings. My first ruling is that Exhibit 254 is not admitted. I allowed the witness to testify about it, but the exhibit itself is not admitted. The second question goes to Exhibit 351. 351 is over 1,200 pages. The court has made the ruling that 351 will be admitted. It is being admitted as a statement of Freedom Mann, a defendant, from the website documents that are copied in Exhibit 351. There are other comments from these pages of the website that are not statements of Freedom Mann, but statements of third parties. Any of those statements in the document are not being offered for the truth of the matter in those third parties' comments, but only being offered for the effect that those comments may have on someone who read them or considered, and then the action that person took, which may be testified to in this trial. They are not being offered for the truth of the words on the pieces of paper. Exhibit 351 is admitted in its entirety and may be referenced at different times. Different pages may be referenced with different witnesses. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bollinger, if you could we go to Exhibit 351, page 241? And Mr. Burkhart, I know that we had touched on this just before the break, but can you give the jury a sense with regard to 351, what it represents when we're talking about the sheer volume of that document and the output that's reflected in that document?
The document itself is a incredibly large document that it contains a litany of charges and statements directed at the plaintiffs in this case. Statements that are often referring to them as pedophiles or child traffickers or worse.
And if we could just look at what's up on the screen. Mr. Bullinger, if you could perhaps expand the center portion of that. And you touched on this, Mr. Burkhart, before we went away, but, given what you just testified to about the sheer volume of content that was on this website as reflected in its size, what does that mean, given the interconnectedness, the overall conspiracy that's laid out there, when you have something like these that are spread throughout, which are specific references to Dr. Erickson, including her home address, things like that? What does that mean in the extremist ecosystem?
In the extremist ecosystem, one of the important components of radicalization is the repetition of extremist ideas and the targeting of individuals. In this case, we have a combination of the two, both voluminous references to Dr. Erickson and other of the plaintiffs, in addition to continued repetition of the same message of them being criminals and child traffickers and worse.
And I'm going to ask you to kind of merge some of the things you've talked about here. You talked about the breadth of the extremist media network. You've talked about the size of this Freedom Man web page and its set. You talked about PRN and how it's connected there. So to use Dr. Erickson as an example, based on what you see here for the interconnectedness, the size, do you have any sense for how often or the level, let me characterize this way, the level of risk that you would assess relating to Dr. Erickson being subject to this?
Extremely high. She was a prime target of the rhetoric and the actions of the defendants.
So, Mr. Burkhart, if we could go back to Mr. Bullinger, the evidence, part 1 for opinion 11. You made a reference here, if I could go a couple bullet points down, to Rodriguez's, the note there is Rodriguez's babies to homosexuals. Can you tell the jury what that's referring to?
Yes, it's referring to one of these media appearances by Diego Rodriguez, where he is continuing to push out the false conspiracy that in the St. Luke's case, it was designed as part of a scheme to abduct children from straight parents to hand them over to gay and lesbian couples.
And what is the effect of something like that when you consider it within the tapestry of what you've just talked about, the websites and things like that?
It amplifies the threat significantly because it combines harsh and aggressive homophobia into the mix, the kind of anti-gay sentiment, combined with the threat to a child. In this case, amplified the nature, the impact to many. It made it seem as though there was a more important and significant need to act because they were demonizing those involved and trying to other the opponents by creating this false conspiracy.
And again, Mr. Burkhart, if I could just turn you back to the particular piece of evidence you're talking about. Is that a video appearance, if I understood you correctly? Excuse me, a media appearance?
Yes, it is.
And that involved Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
And was this something that was done in the context of spreading this conspiracy regarding St. Luke's?
Yes. Yes, it was.
And was this something that Mr. Rodriguez appeared on within the time frame since the infant first taken into protective care to the current period that we're in now, this narrative of babies to homosexuals?
Yes. Yes, it was.
And, Your Honor, Exhibit 343 has been authenticated through the first McCraney Declaration 30, pursuant to 902 and Mr. Burkhart explaining the relevancy, we would ask for it to be admitted. And, Your Honor, we have it prepared as a smaller clip, which would be timestamp 159 to 207.
Exhibit 343 has been authenticated under Rule 902 and a clip from the timestamp represented by counsel is admitted.
Mr. Bullinger, would you play that?
Because when they steal these babies, and these babies are taken away from good, godly families, and then they are going into adoption, guess who they are more than likely going to adoption to? They're going to adoption into homosexual couple families. So you got two homos are getting these children that they have stolen, kidnapped from godly Christian families or otherwise.
Is that also bringing in the component you talked about before, this Christian nationalism, the use of Christian symbols?
It is. It's also bringing in extreme anti-gay sentiment.
Mr. Burkhart, you'd also identified a piece of evidence relevant to your opinion, Exhibit 224. Do you have that in your binder in front of you?
I do.
Could you identify Exhibit 224?
Exhibit 224 is an article on the People's Rights Network website written by Ammon Bundy entitled "Come No More Upon Me," a warning letter from Ammon Bundy.
And when was that first published?
January 17th, 2023.
And do you know the context in which that was published?
It was published in the context of the aftermath of the St. Luke's situation and the ongoing litigation.
And what about with regard to the criminal trespass case against Mr. Bundy?
It was taking place in the context of the heading to trial with the criminal trespass case, yes.
And what is this article, what is the significance of this article to your opinion?
This article is, again, an escalation of the threat of violence and a call to action to People's Rights members, as well as a warning to the entire judicial system not to act upon Ammon Bundy and the rest of those involved in this case.
Your Honor, this exhibit has been authenticated through an affidavit of Mr. McCraney. I believe it was his first affidavit. And based on 902 and Mr. Burkhart's statement, we would ask for it to be admitted.
Are you asking for all pages of this exhibit to be admitted?
Your Honor, we would be asking at this stage just for pages 1 through 3.
Well, I think for completeness, I would admit exhibit and context, I would admit it through 10.
That's perfectly acceptable, Your Honor.
Okay, for completeness, based on Rule 902 and the rule of completeness, I'm admitting exhibit 224, pages 1 through 10. And anything below the bottom third of 10.
We'll address that
part
later.
of the letter.
Understood, Your Honor. We'll address that later if needed.
That is admitted and may be published.
Mr. Bulliger, could you please go to page 1? Excuse me, the second page, my mistake. Mr. Burkhart, what would you highlight within this for the jury's attention?
On this particular page, I would highlight the section where he talks about him wanting the second paragraph, I think it is.
And would you read that section for the jury? It's a
As
little
much as
blurry.
it pains me to do so, it's my duty to plead my case, tell you why I've acted this way the past few years. I pray that you will understand my intentions and see how these actions are based in love with my fellow man, including yourself.
And what's the significance of that statement?
The significance of it is, while he begins the article wrapping himself in a religious veneer, he quickly steers away from that.
And Mr. Burkhart, is it significant at all? You look at the top of the page as to who this is specifically directed to and calling out?
Yes, indeed. In that subheading, just below the title, he points out.
If I could, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Burkhart, but it'd be easier for the jury if we maybe expanded that area.
That would be great.
And Mr. Bollinger, I'd ask you to go from the top down to the full completion of that first paragraph. And what's significant in that call out at the top section of the letter?
In that call out in the first section, he directs it to St. Luke's Hospital, to St. Luke's executives, the partners at the law firm of Holland and Hart, to Ada County judges, and ask them to stop this litigation.
And is there any significance as to the picture that he's used there?
Yeah,
What is the significance?
it's a picture that comes from the LDS Church, and it is a reference to some of the theological construction there.
So a use of religion again?
Yes.
And Mr. Burkhart, if we could go to the next, Mr. Bollinger, could we go to the next page? Excuse me, the final page of this. Mr. Burkhart, where would you direct him to as far as the closing of this document?
To page 10.
To page 10. And would you highlight that the last part of that letter, Mr. Bollinger?
Counsel, that's what I said.
We've gone one page too far, Mr. Bollinger. There we go. So we just need to get to the last section there. Your Honor, I think just the way it is, we just need to get to that next page. We understand it's not going to be admitted, so he can expand that last paragraph. It's just
You can go to page 10 and highlight the top portion of that page.
Is that what you want?
We can actually do it from page 9.
Okay, page 9. Tell us where you want to be, Mr. Burkhart.
The last full paragraph on page 9.
Thank you. Explain the relevance, if you could, as to why you directed the jury here.
Because this is another one of Ammon Bundy's religiously wrapped threats of violence, in fact.
Thank you. Mr. Burkhart, you also identified in the evidence that supports your opinion a Freedom Man PACT rally on March 26, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's the relevance of the Freedom Man PACT party in March of 26 of 2022?
The significance of that was an attempt to further monetize and rebrand the efforts around the St. Luke's incident into a larger campaign around child trafficking.
And does this also reflect that at this point in time, based on your review of the case, had the infant already left St. Luke's?
Yes.
What is the significance of the fact that rallies were being called even after St. Luke's had released the baby?
The significance, in my opinion, was that this was going to be a continuing and ongoing threat.
Okay. And Mr. Bollinger, if we could go to Exhibit 351, page 368. And what is this, Mr. Burkhart?
This is a page from the Freedom Man website advertising and replaying the PACT rally.
And are you familiar with video relating to the PACT rally?
Yes.
And was anyone from St. Luke's targeted during that rally?
Yes.
Who was?
Many of the figures in this case were singled out at that rally.
Including Dr. Erickson?
Yes.
And what was you touched on earlier the integration of Freedom Man, Mr. Bundy, and Mr. Rodriguez in the campaign. Do you have any understanding as to where this rally was held?
This rally was held at a warehouse owned by Ammon Bundy and often used for People's Rights Network events.
And was it held in conjunction with any other events?
Yes, it was held in conjunction with a Bundy for Governor campaign event.
Could we go to the next page there, Mr. Bullinger? And if you look at the top of that page, could you expand that, Mr. Bullinger? What's the reference there? Is there anything of significance with regard to the references there? In particular, if your eyesight serves you, that live stream.
Yeah. They've got the link to the live stream, and if you go farther down the slide, it includes the presenters that include Ammon Bundy of the People's Rights Network, and the fact that while it's a PACT event, it's also being featured on the Freedom Man website.
So it wasn't only a rally, they also live streamed it?
Yes.
And what about the content of that live stream? What did they do with that?
They continue to use it as part of their marketing activities.
And to your understanding, or I should say it this way, have you recently checked the Freedom Man page to see whether that live stream is still available?
Yes.
Is it still available?
Yes.
When was the last time you checked?
Monday.
Mr. Bullinger, could you put up part 2 of the opinion evidence examples? And Mr. Burkhart, is this another demonstrative you prepared to highlight some of the support for your opinion?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And the first bullet point there, what does that relate to there in Exhibit 227? And feel free to take a look at the document if you need to.
Uh, 227 is a page from the Ammon Bundy for Governor website that discusses, in particular, as campaign news, the incident at St. Luke's.
And is that relevant to your opinion here today?
Yes, it is.
In what way?
For a couple of reasons. One, it shows coordination between Diego Rodriguez, Ammon Bundy, the People's Rights Network, Freedom Man, and the Ammon Bundy for Governor campaign. And it also shows the level of interconnectedness and coordination between the various entities.
And you said connectedness, but to make it specific to this case, is that connectedness relating to this conspiracy and targeting of St. Luke's?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Exhibit 227 has been authenticated. The Todd Price of Page Vault affidavit that was filed on July 6th and was referenced in the first McCraney declaration at 15. Pursuant to 902 and Mr. Burkhart's testimony regarding relevance, we would ask that that be admitted.
Exhibit 227 has been authenticated and is admitted and may be published.
Mr. Bullinger, would you go to page 15 of Exhibit 227? And Mr. Burkhart, what would you ask that first, would you highlight the very top of that document down to the middle third, Mr. Bullinger? And what is the significance of this part of the document, for your opinion?
The significance of this document is showing how Mr. Bundy was using the siege at St. Luke's as an opportunity to further promote his gubernatorial campaign and also to continue to promote the false claims around the situation that occurred there.
So is it fair to say, is it fair to say that, well, to your understanding, was Mr. Bundy also soliciting campaign donations on this same website?
Yes, he was.
So in your opinion, was he using this conspiracy to drive traffic to his website?
Yes, he was.
And based on your review, what was the purpose in him driving traffic to his website for his campaign?
Much of it was designed to attract additional campaign dollars to his his campaign.
And you said you've reviewed the video regarding the packed rally that we referred to a moment ago. To your understanding, was he also soliciting donations for his campaign at that packed rally?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that there's a connection between him using the conspiracy and the solicitation of campaign dollars?
Yes.
So Mr. Burkhart, we've talked about solicitation on fraud PRN. I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 786, if we could.
Yes.
And what is 786?
786 is a pop-up that appears when you visit the People's Rights Network website.
And what does that pop-up reflect?
It reflects the false idea that the People's Rights Network was successful in pressuring the return of the infant in 6 days, and it's used as a solicitation prompt.
So you indicated the false statement that the baby was released within 6 days. Why is that significant to your opinion?
That's significant because it shows the People's Rights Network's intention of continuing to use the incidents at St. Luke's as a marketing tool for their effectiveness at using force and pressure to gain their particular ends.
Okay. And Your Honor, Exhibit 786 has been, is that something that you've recently reviewed on the website?
Yes, I reviewed it this morning.
And does that look to be a true and accurate copy of what you reviewed on the website?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would ask to have Exhibit 786 admitted.
And has it also been authenticated pursuant to 902?
Your Honor, it has not yet been authenticated 902.
All right. Based on the witness's testimony that he saw this on the website today, is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Exhibit 786 is admitted and may be published.
So again, you've spoken about a little bit of this already, but is it fair to say that's what you're referring to, that baby to his parents within 9 days, or 6 days, excuse me?
Yes.
And am I correct in understanding that they're in effect using this as a testimonial as to why you should join PRN?
Absolutely.
And does the testimony include the false narrative?
Yes, it does.
And what have you clicked on that button right here on this website?
Yes.
Where does it take you?
It takes you to the page to join and to donate.
Donate to either Donna Custos or Freedom Man Tabernacle?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. And Mr. Burkhart, did you ask to have a compilation of clips with of Mr. Rodriguez soliciting a membership to PRN made for these purposes?
Yes, I did.
And, Your Honor, I'll tell you that there's Exhibit 325, Exhibit 347, Exhibit 303, Exhibit 328, and Exhibit 329 that have been formed into a compilation. And for the record, I could say Exhibit 325 would include 43 minutes, 20 seconds to 42 minutes, 43 seconds. Exhibit 347 would include 1 hour 22 to 1 hour 22 and 26 seconds. Exhibit 33 would include 43 minutes and 12 seconds, 43 minutes to 43 minutes and 12 seconds. And Exhibit 328 would be 45 minutes to 45 minutes and 10 seconds. Exhibit 329 would be 1 hour, 1 minute and 57 seconds to 1 hour, 2 minutes and 1 second. And we would ask, Your Honor, to be able, and have you reviewed all these videos?
Yes, I have.
And have you reviewed to ensure that these are true and correct copies of, they truly reflect videos that were posted by Mr. Rodriguez and PRN?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would ask to play the compilation just for demonstrative purposes.
What? I don't think playing a video is for demonstrative purposes.
We would move to admit them to evidence then, Your Honor, as a compilation.
Can you mark that as a separate exhibit?
I can, and Your Honor, I'm sorry, they've all been authenticated by First McCraney Declaration, paragraph 30.
Okay. The video clips have been authenticated under Rule 902. The court finds them relevant. I want this marked as a separate exhibit. Do you know the last exhibit number you've used, Ms. Jensen or Mr. Stidham?
Your Honor, I would, if it would be all right, we could mark it as 325A, because I think that would then tie it to the first video that's in the link, if that would be easier.
The clip will be, the court's admitting exhibit 325A, a clip that comes from other exhibits. Those other exhibits are not being admitted. This clip is a compilation, and the clip is admitted as 325A and may be published. And to confirm, this is, to confirm, this is all from events related to the events with the plaintiffs.
Is that true, Mr. Burkhart?
Yes, it is.
All right, it may be published.
And I really believe the baby Cyrus case was the ultimate demonstration of the effectiveness of that. Because it was people's rights members, including Ammon himself, on the night that baby Cyrus was forcibly kidnapped at gunpoint by Brazilian police officers, that went immediately to the hospital. We're talking about 2 in the morning, people showed up, and they started protesting for baby Cyrus. Next day, over 400 people showed up at the hospital, and this protesting continued for a week until they couldn't handle it anymore, and they gave baby Cyrus back. We're very fortunate that at Freedom Man we have a platform. We use our platform, contacted thousands of people on our list, sent it out everywhere. Ammon was very gracious and set up his People's Rights Network, which if you're not a member of People's Rights, you need to join. We'll talk about that here in a minute. We bring Ammon up. He sent out a message through People's Rights, and People's Rights members were already on it as well. Everybody wakes up. The People's Rights Network, which is a network of people who, you probably heard of that as well, the network that Ammon started. That People's Rights Network was activated, and over 400 people showed up to the hospital the next morning to protest for the hospital to give baby Cyrus back. And there was other people who were supporting us and who are part of a network that Ammon had founded called People's Rights, where people stand up for one another's rights. Take a look at the People's Rights Network and join them and know who your neighbors are have people who will be willing to come fight for you and be willing to go fight for others, and do what you can so that we protect one another. Because at the end of the day, I'm sorry to tell you this, you can't trust the cops, you can't trust your government, you can't trust the justice system. We can only trust one another.
And Mr. Burkhart, are there other examples of this?
Yes, many.
Can you estimate how many other?
Dozens and scores would be a good way to describe it.
And do you have any? Do you have a sense as to the reach of these solicitations that use St. Luke's as part of the pitch?
They were extensive in virtually every media appearance and every social media channel that Rodriguez, Bundy, and the People's Rights Network had access to. These pitches were sent forth relentlessly.
And you testified about that pop-up on the PRN website to join based on this narrative that PRN saved the infant from kidnapping and child trafficking. That's still up today, correct?
Yes.
And what about these media appearances that we're seeing? Are those still going on up till today, those types of pitches?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Burkhart, let's move on to your 12th opinion, if we could.
Certainly.
Mr. Bollinger, could you pull up for me opinion evidence number 12? Oh, excuse me, opinion number 12. Mr. Burkhart, would you share that with the jury, please?
Certainly. Opinion 12. PRN, through Bundy and Rodriguez, pushed its false conspiracy theory in order to attract members, radicalize its base, grow its political capital, intimidate and harm the entities and individuals identified, and financially enrich itself and its leaders, including Bundy and Rodriguez.
Okay. And did you prepare some demonstratives to help illustrate this opinion?
I did.
Mr. Bollinger, could you pull up demonstrative D17? And did you prepare this, Mr. Burkhart?
I did.
Can you walk the jury through what it's intended to convey?
Absolutely. At the Institute, one of our key jobs is to study thousands of the radicalization paths of extremists, including interviewing scores of former extremists to understand what we call the conveyor belt of radicalization and how people get drawn into violent extremist movements.
Well, let me ask you if you could explain to us kind of that first stage on the conveyor belt. What is
Certainly.
that?
And this slide in particular has references specifically to St. Luke's and the St. Luke's case.
Thank you.
In the first instance, it's that stepping on point onto the conveyor belt. It's often a general item of interest or concern. In this case, it was something we're all obviously concerned about, the well-being of an infant.
And so if you could perhaps get more specific for the jury when you say well-being of the infant, what is the pitch or first falsehood that you're pointing to there in this case as getting folks on the conveyor belt?
There were several, that the infant was being harmed, that the infant was kidnapped, and that they were being taken from the family by force of arms.
Was there also a false narrative that the baby was perfectly healthy?
Yes, there was.
Was that kind of the impetus or the first step?
Yes, promoting those narratives was an attractive feature to many who had their first exposure to the People's Rights Network.
And then what about that second stage? Could you explain that to us?
Certainly. On that second stage, on this conveyor belt, is exposure to conspiratorial thinking. In this case, extremist organizations flood the zone with a deluge of materials related to the conspiracies that they're promoting. In this particular case, we saw extensive evidence relating to the spread of messages to these people who had just gotten involved because they were concerned about the well-being of a child, who were then exposed to discussions of conspiracies, plots about stealing babies, about child trafficking, about using the children's blood for adrenochrome, kind of a QAnon-style conspiracy, and a litany of them, all designed to further agitate those who had become involved for reasons of concern.
And does that push someone further down the conveyor belt?
It often does, yes.
So what's the next stage that you've got depicted here?
Demonization and dehumanization.
And how did that play out in our case?
In this case, not only do you have those general overarching conspiracies about child trafficking and plots to steal babies, but in this case, they specifically sought to either use religious language to demonize their opponents. They called them demons. They called them satanic. They called them wicked. And they targeted them in that specific way. They also specifically called them pedophiles and criminals, and further amplified the rhetoric around the folks in this case. And then lastly, there was extensive use of slurs and othering. In combination, those things often further harden people and make them more likely to commit action.
And the next stage?
The next steps are calls to violence. As people continued to be absorbed in this, they were also exposed to calls to violence around the St. Luke's incident. We have Ammon Bundy saying that you have to do anything you can to stop them. You had calls to physically intervene. You had calls to kill those perpetrating the stealing of children, and in this case, the stealing of the infant. You even had calls such as a larger call to a broader extremist message about the day of the rope, when so-called race traders and others involved would be hung from lampposts.
And are you referring to an email or a message that was directed at Mr. Roth that he shared in his testimony previously, referring to the day of the rope and referring to him, as I apologize, as a faggot?
That's the one, yes.
What about that next stage?
That last stage is actually people taking this rhetoric and turning it into reality and committing acts of violence.
And in your 30 years in which you've reviewed this, does that actually occur, the conveyor belt effect, and leading to actual acts of violence?
It does. It absolutely does.
Let me ask you this. We've talked about the fact that these postings still remain on the site, even as today, more than a year and a half after the event. Does the fact those postings still exist, does that, in effect, mean that conveyor belt is still running?
It still continues to function, yes.
And what about speeding up the conveyor belt? Do you have the ability, if you're PRN or Ammon Bundy, Diego Rodriguez, to speed up this process on the conveyor belt?
Yeah.
How do they do that?
In the analogy, there's what we refer to as an engine of that conveyor belt, and there's fuel that can help speed up that process tremendously. I think we have another demonstrative.
Yeah, if we could go to that next one.
Yeah, there are three main things that help radically increase the speed of radicalization. They are, number one, the messengers. In this case, Rodriguez and Bundy acted as authoritative sources of these conspiracies and of these calls to violence. That's particularly important, having people that the folks who stepped onto that conveyor belt look towards for this message. The second important thing is message uniformity. The continued repetition of the message over and over and over again drives it further and speeds up that radicalization process. And thirdly is message quantity. The number of times that they're hearing the message, from different sources in different contexts, but hearing the same message over and over again speeds up the process radically.
And let me ask you this to make it a little bit more specific to our case. You've reviewed hours and hours of video. You've reviewed these media sources and the chat groups that these individuals are involved in.
Yes.
What are you seeing with regard to this case, and any signs you see of radicalization?
What we see is a disturbing trend. In our line of work, this conveyor belt of radicalization used to take years. In this case, because of the quantity and the quality of those threats, that process of radicalization amongst members of the People's Rights Network is often happening in months.
Is there also in addition to the conveyor belt, is there also another way to look at this, the prospect or likelihood of violence through a funnel?
Yeah. Rather than talking about the individual and how they get radicalized, if you think about that as a movement and those, the larger constellation of individuals, you can look at it kind of a funnel as to where people end up in that as kind of inverted pyramid.
Mr. Bollinger, could you put up 0.73, the demonstrative? Is this what you were referring to?
Yes.
And do you know where this comes from?
It's commonly used by law enforcement and experts in violent extremism.
Is this part of, you'd mentioned yesterday when you talked about your credentials that you consulted with and advised law enforcement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is this part of what you advise law enforcement regarding?
Yes, it is.
So would you explain this other alternative way, or I guess this other way of looking at the risk?
Certainly. At the top of that pyramid, you see what's labeled as VE curious. VE stands for violent extremists. Those who are people who might just be, have heard of an issue, have heard of a cause, have heard of an organization. That's the largest percentage, right? Yeah. In that category, you have the largest folks who may or may not want to participate, may fall away, may not have interest, but have at least heard of it. In that second category, those violent extremist fans, while the funnel narrows a bit, you get another between 10 and 30% of those individuals who now are expressing support for the ideas behind that particular kind of violent extremism. They're willing to share it on social media. They're willing to talk to it with their friends and family. But it really takes place more often, and where we focus much of our attention is in that third area, where they officially become extremists, where they where the ideas have metastasized enough to where they're now essentially focusing their lives on the cause of extremism. In this case, they may have ended up alienating their friends and family, may have lost their jobs. It is a smaller proportion of the overall, but they are the most hardened and dedicated to the cause. And then lastly, there are those who are willing to take up violence. Well, again, it is that, that 10 to 30% decrease in the overall until you get down to that point. Those are the individuals who are willing to carry out acts of aggression and acts of violence.
And have you seen this in your review of what's occurring in St. Luke's situation? Is this occurring?
Yes, it is.
And for example, if someone was willing to make menacing or threatening phone calls to St. Luke's, where would you put them within this funnel or on the conveyor belt?
At that point, they would have, in this case, they would have drifted somewhere between the extremist and violent extremist. And on the conveyor belt, it's at least calls to violence, if not being willing to take that action and commit acts of physical violence.
And in course of preparing your opinion today, have you been provided access to call logs and actual audio recordings of threatening messages received by St. Luke's?
Yes, I have.
Threatening messages related to this conspiracy, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And have you reviewed a summary?
Yes, I have.
And is it your understanding that that was prepared by St. Luke's as part of its threat assessment?
Yes.
That wasn't prepared for you, correct?
No.
And how is that summary of harassing or threatening phone calls from St. Luke's relevant to your opinion?
There are a couple ways in which it's relevant. Number one is they're all focused specifically on the St. Luke's incident and we're here to discuss. Secondly, it shows a high degree of consistency in terms of the messaging, particularly around kidnapping and child trafficking. Thirdly, it shows that propensity for those folks, for many of those folks, also to express acts of violence on the phone, to make threats to the hospital, and to and even to those just answering the phones.
You mentioned something about the language I'd like to highlight. When you said, I think, I apologize if I'm paraphrasing, but something about the similarity of language. Can you explain what you mean in this particular case? What was the type of language you were looking at, and what did it indicate to you?
The type of language we were looking at are the types of language specifically focused on the incident, that be, the calling this kidnapping, calling it the taking of a perfectly healthy baby. It also focused on the targets, so the naming of the doctors, the nurses, the public health officials involved in the case. It also involves very specific, it also involves very similar language to that you see in the articles and the public presentations and the social media posts put out by the People's Rights Network, Freedom Man, Bundy, Rodriguez, and the rest.
And does that use of language that Mr. Bundy, Mr. Rodriguez created, does that create a link between these calls and those individuals?
In my opinion, yes.
And again, would you take a look at Exhibit 43? Does Exhibit 43 look to be the summary of phone calls that you reviewed as part of your opinion?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And were those provided to you by St. Luke's?
Yes, they were.
And, Your Honor, this summary of calls that was prepared by the threat assessment team at St. Luke's was authenticated by Aubrey Lyons in his declaration filed July 6th. Based on Mr. Burkhart's testimony, Your Honor, and the authentication from Mr. Lyons, we would ask, pursuant to 902, that it be admitted.
Foundation as to the date and time column, please.
You take a look and identify that for.
Beginning on 3/14/2022.
Your Honor, may I ask another question of the witness to perhaps help in that regard?
Ask your question.
Mr. Burkhart, when this was presented to you, were you informed that by St. Luke's that this was represented calls made at or around the time that the infant was in custody and had been compiled by the threat assessment team in real time?
Yes.
So these are from 2022. Is that right, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. It's at the time of the incident in that March-April timeframe of 2022.
Can you approach, please?
Sure.
It's the same incident. didn't. Yes. Thank you.
And Mr. Burkhardt, if you take a look at that exhibit, there's some highlighting there. Is it fair to say you did not do that highlighting?
No, I did not do that.
Is it fair to say that you do not know the significance for the threat assessment team in making that highlighting?
That's correct.
Thank you for that foundation. Exhibit 43 has been authenticated under Rule 902 and is admitted in its entirety and may be published.
And I do apologize to the jury. There's some graphic terms included. With reference to this summary again, what was it that you were looking for as far as the radicalization? Were you looking for specific language within the threats of violence?
Yes, we were looking for a couple of things. One is we were looking for just regurgitation of the specific conspiracies related to the incident at St. Luke. Secondly, we were looking for the kind of justifications for violence and the actual threats that occurred in these.
And again, this was prepared by the threat assessment team around the time that the infant was in St. Luke's care, correct?
Yes,
How long does this log go on for?
dozens of pages. In fact, I think it's 34 pages.
And I believe early in your testimony on the first day, you'd referenced the fact that Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez had called their followers to call in and disrupt St. Luke's phone system.
Yes, they did.
In your opinion, is this a direct result of that call to action?
Yes.
And again, they're graphic, but is there any of these that you would like to have highlighted for the jury so they could get a sense of what you're referring to?
There are a number on this page. You see them
And
discussing.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Mr. Bulliger can highlight it or expand it if you think that would be helpful.
On this page, in the middle of the page, it starts talking about how they're satanic.
Just give a moment, Mr. Burkhardt, and Mr. Bullinger can expand that section. So again, now that that's up, Mr. Burkhardt, could you point out the one you're referring to?
Yeah, it would be there, the 313, the first one from 313. And the we is referring to the hospital.
Okay.
And again, that goes back to the idea of demonizing them, turning them into actual demons, which requires action to stop demons from having dominion on the face of the earth.
So it reflects a high level of agitation based on use of religious language?
That's correct.
Any other, I know it's 12 pages and we don't need to read through it. Anything else you'd like to highlight for the jury on that?
If you go to the next page, again, right in the middle, just before the item that's blank, you'll see them talking about sex trafficking happening at St. Luke's.
And would you just give Mr. Bullinger a chance to expand that, Mr. Burkhardt?
Well, certainly.
And does that reflect what you were talking about, this language of the conspiracy generated by Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez being reflected?
That's correct.
Okay. In addition to reviewing the summary of these phone calls, were you actually provided and did you listen to some of these?
I did.
And what's the purpose in listening to them versus just looking on a page?
Hearing the words is much more striking. It's one thing to read some of these comments on a page, to hear them, to hear the tone, the anger expressed in them is a completely different level.
And is listening to the tone and the anger expressed, does that inform your opinion regarding radicalization?
It expresses my opinion both on the radicalization and the agitation of those involved.
Okay. And Mr. Burkhart, it's an audio file, but make reference to Exhibit 37, which I think was something you identified on your evidence in support of your opinion.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And did you hear a phone call? And I'll apologize to the jury. Phone call that begins that includes "Your ass is dead."
I did.
And is that relevant to your opinion regarding the level of radicalization?
It is.
Your Honor, Exhibit 37 has been authenticated through the declaration of Aubrey Lyon pursuant to 902, and that was filed on July 6th. Based on the testimony of Mr. Burkhart, we would like to play that.
That's a particular phone call?
It is, Your Honor, and it's been set aside as a particular exhibit.
Exhibit 37 is admitted and has previously been authenticated under 902. It may be published.
This is fucking unbelievable. And if you send that child over to Child Protective Services, your ass is dead because we know exactly what's going on. This is all about child trafficking. So don't lie to us. We know what's going on. And if you people continue with this and do not give that child, that sweet little child, back to his parents, you will be arrested. You will go to court. This is treason. This is fucking treason. I am so fucking pissed off at you people right now. You have no right to be alive. Imagine if that was your child. Maybe you don't give a shit because you get paid enough. Maybe you pay for your own child being taken over by some sex pervert. Fuck you people. Fuck you people. You despicable.
And Mr. Burkhart, I know all these phone calls are, I assume, a little bit different. But does this reflect, I mean, tell us kind of how this is, of the calls you listened to, is this typical of what was being received?
Sadly, yes.
In addition to the threats we heard in that call, were included in the calls you listened to anti-gay language?
Yes, there was a considerable amount of anti-gay language in there.
And based on what was in those, did you tie those to the messaging that Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Bundy had been engaging in around that use of anti-gay language in this supposed conspiracy?
Yes.
Mr. Burkhart, you'd also identified in your evidence to support your opinion messaging that was occurring in chat rooms.
Yes, on Telegram.
So can you explain to the jury kind of how you and your organization monitor chat rooms? And then I'd like to bring it back to more specifically what you did here and the monitoring you did here.
We use software to compile the chats on Telegram and other social media sources of various extremist organizations.
And you monitor and record those?
We do.
And have you reviewed, would you take a look at Exhibit 597, page 82? And this is another large exhibit, Your Honor.
Yes.
And did you review Exhibit 597?
Yes.
Okay. And did you review it as part of your analysis here?
I did.
And why do you review something like this chat room? What do you get from it?
What you see in Telegram channels like this are the messages of members and supporters that they're having when they don't think the public is paying attention, where they feel they can be more free about the sentiments that they want to express.
And this particular Telegram chat room, what did it relate to?
This was specifically related to the infant in this case. It was about the free baby CA.
And so did you determine whether or not this chat room was specifically created relating to this supposed conspiracy around the infant?
Yes.
And did you see any indication of direct involvement from Mr. Rodriguez in this chat room?
Yes. Mr. Rodriguez was the administrator of this chat group.
And have you reviewed the entirety of Exhibit 597?
Yes, I have.
And does that accurately reflect what your group was monitoring with regard to that chat group?
Yes.
Your Honor, Exhibit 597 is supported by, authenticated, Your Honor, by declaration of a Stephen Piggott filed on July 6th. And we would ask to admit this, Your Honor, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but just to indicate the activity that was going on in the chat room targeting my clients.
Exhibit 597 has been authenticated under Rule 902 and is admitted not for the truth of the content in 597, but only as to the effect on another person.
Did you also see, and could you publish that exhibit, the first page, Mr. Bullinger? And so just to get the jury oriented, and then we'll go to some specific pages, what are we seeing here?
You're seeing the calling out of individuals involved in the case, calling them baby kidnappers, and many of the other conspiracies related that we've already discussed.
And just so we're clear, this very large exhibit is just one Telegram chat room that Mr. Rodriguez administered.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you identify within this large exhibit specific attacks on Ms. Jungman?
Yes.
Mr. Bullinger, could you go to call out 702 within this document? (702)
Counsel, can you approach?
Certainly, Your Honor.
Seeing page 702? I don't have that many pages.
It's a call out number, Your Honor. It's a call out. I'll get that squared away. We'll get it correlated with that.
Okay. Subject to being clarified, I don't have that many pages in the court's copy of the exhibit.
Could you go, Mr. Bullinger, to page 45 of that exhibit? What's reflected there, Mr. Burkhart?
Again, you have much of the same language, talking about the need. If you highlighted the first one, for instance, the last paragraph of the first one on the page there. They're indicating that they want it to be clear that they're wanting to have the power, and that they're focused on that, and they want to make sure that they think that this is part of a larger conspiracy to take people's property and sell it off.
And can we go to page 84? What's identified there? And could you, Mr. Bollinger, for ease, could you kind of expand that middle section? And again, this is that chat room that Mr. Rodriguez administrated?
Yes. You see featured there, nurse practitioner Tracy Jungman, using the same graphic that's used on the Freedom Man website to highlight her and to point out her involvement in this. And at the bottom of it, you see they indicate the author of this says that they have no business being allowed free to walk the streets in Idaho, indicating again another veiled threat towards the plaintiff.
Mr. Burkhart, Mr. Bollinger, you can take that down. Mr. Burkhart, will you take a look at Exhibit 369 for us? And can you identify what 369 is?
369 is the Baby Cyrus official Telegram channel.
And so this is different than the one we just looked at?
Yes.
And is this a Telegram chat room that your group and you, well, I should say you, monitored in relation to your work on this case?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the entirety of Exhibit 369?
Yes, I have.
And does that accurately reflect that Telegram chat room that you were monitoring?
Yes.
Counsel, I need just a minute. My binder's coming.
Oh, I'm sorry. And Your Honor, could I approach for just a second to clarify something?
Can you what?
Approach for a second.
Sure. Reference. Okay. So counsel just confirmed on that previous exhibit, I said I didn't have a certain page. He just made a mistake as to the page he was referencing. The exhibit has only been admitted consistent with what was provided to the court. I think it's maybe 84 pages.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, now, give me just a second here. Okay, so Exhibit 369 is 2 volumes,
It is, Your Honor.
okay? And you're seeking to admit this,
Not for the truth of the matter, asserted, Your Honor, just to prove the level of content that was being published relating to my clients primarily.
okay? Exhibit 369 has been authenticated under 902. It is being admitted, but it is not being offered for the truth of the matter contained herein, only for its effect on another person, a listener, reader, etc. Okay? It may be published. It is admitted.
Mr. Bollinger, would you start with this just at the second page there? And what do we see there, Mr. Burkhart?
You see one of the posts from the channel.
And this does confirm that this is from the PACT channel?
Yes, and it's a post from Diego Rodriguez.
If we could take a look at 702. And could you expand, Mr. Bollinger, the section including and around the reference to Ms. Jungman? So, Mr. Bollinger, kind of start out this section, is that, based on your monitoring, is that Mr. Rodriguez posting?
Yes.
And Can you read what Mr. Rodriguez posted there?
Certainly. It says, thanks for the updates, Marissa. Glad he's doing well. There's zero question in my mind that he got C. diff from Nurse Tracy Jungman, who jammed the unnecessary tube back down his nose and into his gut without washing her hands, without using gloves, and without replacing the tube or attempting to sanitize it in any way. Absolute incompetence.
And it's a very long exhibit, but let me ask you this. Is this indicative of Mr. Rodriguez calling out my clients in St. Luke's on these different little matters?
Yes.
And how frequently were St. Luke's and Ms. Jungman and Dr. Erickson and Mr. Roth targeted?
It's nearly all of the conversation in those hundreds of pages you referenced.
Could we go to 834, Mr. Bullinger? What do we see posted there?
You see a posting of the doxing of Tracy Jungman, including her age, her phone number, and her address, her home address.
What does that mean when something like that's published on this type of a network?
It means that at minimum the individual targeted for that doxing is more likely to receive threatening phone calls, may receive disruptions like we talked about during the first day of testimony, and or maybe the actual target of violence, knowing where they live and how they can be tracked down.
Mr. Bullinger, could we go to page 1157? And could you expand the area around the Stu Peters show? Mr. Bullinger, what's the significance of this as it relates to our case?
In this case, it's taking place in the same Telegram channel we mentioned. It's posted by Stu Peters, one of those extremist influencers we talked about, who has a reach of nearly 250,000 followers. In this case, he posts a video and says, "This is war, and I'm not sitting in some foxhole somewhere waiting to be destroyed. I'm throwing the bayonets on and running right at these satanic killer communist leftists and rhino losers. Who's with me? Let's go." And this is all in relationship specifically to the St. Luke's situation. And as you'll see at the top there, it was viewed by 67,000 people.
And just to reiterate, I think, or maybe clarify what you said, given the nature of pulling this information, you don't capture video. Is that correct?
That's right.
And do you have an understanding as to what that video relates to?
It relates specifically to this case.
Targeting St. Luke's?
Yes.
Same conspiracy?
Yes.
And just while Mr. Peters is up there, did Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez frequently work with Mr. Peters to spread this conspiracy that we're here about, this kidnapping, child trafficking lie?
Yes, both Rodriguez and Bundy appeared on Peters' show.
And you mentioned that was seen by 67, this post, right?
Yes.
As far as regular viewers to Mr. Peters' media content, do you know the amount of subscribers?
Yes, Mr. Peters' Stu Peters show program has on Rumble alone 541,000 people who follow it. His program is also broadcast on other things like Frank TV, and it also appears on over-the-air television stations in the state of North Dakota.
So is it fair to say that was the reach every time Ammon Bundy or Diego Rodriguez went on the Stu Peters show to talk about St. Luke's, Dr. Erickson, and Tracy Jungman?
Yes.
Could we go to 370? So we're still in Exhibit 369, the packed telegram channel, correct? And it should be up on your monitor.
Yes.
And I asked you some questions, and to my understanding, you responded that St. Luke's and Dr. Erickson, Tracy Jungman, Mr. Roth were targeted in this group, correct?
Yes.
Did they also kind of target this larger conspiracy that St. Luke's was supposedly a part of?
Yes. Not only in this slide do you see, once again, the publication of Tracy Jungman's address and doxing of her, you also see that larger conspiracy being brought in, including one of the detectives who was involved in this.
So why do they bring in a larger conspiracy in a chat room like that? What's the purpose and effect?
There are a number of reasons why they cast a wider conspiracy. One is it brings in more perpetrators to the larger cast of characters. Secondly, it makes the situation feel more nefarious. It feeds into that conspiracy theory that there is actually some sort of cabal or secret plot working to take babies away and to kidnap them and whisk them off to somewhere else. It adds to that overall building of that larger conspiratorial narrative, if you will.
And is that part of the radicalization and agitation that you were talking about earlier?
Yes, it is.
And you'd mentioned that obviously we see Tracy Jungman at the top. Do you have an understanding of who that is being targeted below?
Yes, that's Detective Fuller.
And he was involved in taking the infant into protective care?
That's correct.
So in addition to St. Luke's, I think you've identified as one of the pieces of evidence that to express your opinion here, some emails relating to the Meridian Police Department?
Yes.
So did you review emails that were sent to the Meridian Police Department relating to the infant being taken into protective care?
Yes, they were in my file, yes.
Why did you review those?
To get that larger sense of the threat and to gauge the level of that overarching conspiracy that was being promoted.
And based on your review of those emails, what did you see?
Saw a number of those threats being targeted directly at the police officers.
Involved in this conspiracy?
Involved in this case.
Yeah.
In language that very much mimics some of the rhetoric we heard from Diego Rodriguez in some of the earlier videos we watched today.
Okay. So would you take a look at what's been marked as Exhibit 28?
Yes.
And do you have an understanding that as to where these emails came from?
Yes.
Where'd they come from?
They came from the Meridian Police Department.
And they were relevant to your opinion here today?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, this has been authenticated with a declaration of Kelly Erb from the Meridian Police Department that was filed on July 6th. Pursuant to 902, we would ask that this be admitted not for the truth of the matter asserted, but simply to show what was going on within the broader call to a conspiracy relating to St. Luke's.
How many pages is this exhibit?
Just one.
Just one, Your Honor.
All right, that's what I have here. Exhibit 28 has been authenticated under 902 and is admitted not for the truth of the statements made in here, but just as to the effect on someone who read or listened to this email. It is admitted and may be published.
Thank you. And to clarify, you looked at more than just these emails, correct?
Yes.
To the Meridian Police Department. And you also looked at voice messages that were left from Meridian Police Department, correct?
I did, yes.
Can you explain to the jury why you wanted to bring this one out for discussion?
I think there were two fairly illustrative of the batch.
In particular, what would you point to?
In the first instance, on the first email, if you could highlight that. I think it's important to note the part about where they're talking about St. Luke's is where pedophiles window shop, and that God will not forget the families you are responsible for destroying. And then in the second one, in the first paragraph, I think it's another called out, veiled threat of violence.
Could you expand that, Mr. Bullinger?
The first paragraph in the second one. Again, it's repeating the conspiracy around kidnapping and reminding the police department that the death penalty is called for in kidnapping cases. And so, as is often, folks see an extrajudicial way to extract revenge.
So, and also, what about on the bottom? The can I come snatch?
Yes.
You could highlight that section,
Yes,
Mr. Bulger.
please.
What's the significance of this one?
Again, it's indicating, the threat to the officers if they can come snatch the officers' children out of their car while claiming to use the authority of force against them if they dare resist the kidnapping of their child. So again,
Looking back, I'd ask you the question regarding the phone calls to St. Luke's and kind of where that fit on the funnel and the conveyor belt. What level of radicalization does this indicate to you if someone's directly attacking the police department?
that's a very high degree of radicalization. It would be at minimum the very farthest end of the extremist end of that funnel, if not drifting into the area of the violent extremist.
Counsel, we're after noon. Are you close to wrapping up with this witness?
I think it'll take a little while longer, Your Honor.
How long?
Another hour?
All right, then please make a note of where you're at. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess. During this recess, again, no deliberations about the case. Heed the admonitions of the court previously given. No research. Do not allow yourself to be approached about the case in any way. We will have lunch brought to you. Counsel, can you be prepared to proceed in 45 minutes at 1 o'clock?
We can, Your Honor.
So it'll be a 45-minute lunch break.
All rise.
Please be seated. I know things may be moving a little bit slower than you anticipated, as you indicated you thought you'd be done with this witness by noon. We need to move things along, so we'll start again at 1 p.m.
Understood, Your Honor.
All rise, please.
Between our security, our marshals, and the court, and I apologize for any miscommunication. I've modified the court decorum order to say that people can come in and out of the courtroom as long as it doesn't become disruptive to the proceedings. But if you need to leave and want to come back in before the next recess, you're more than welcome to, unless it becomes constant and disruptive to the jurors being able to pay attention or the court being able to pay attention to the proceedings. Second issue that was brought to my attention that I had instructed counsel to be present at 8 a.m. to discuss concerns of the court or legal issues. Their clients were not present, but anytime the court is in the courtroom and on the record, I intend to have the courtroom unlocked. That was a miscommunication. My decorum order never stated that the courtroom doors should be locked. Anytime I'm on the bench and we're creating a record, the public is more than welcome to be in the courtroom. So that has been clarified by my amended order, as well as clarified with the courtroom security. It was not intended by the court to exclude anyone. This morning when I was discussing things on the record with counsel, and before we started with the jury, the courtroom was unlocked. But the courtroom will remain unlocked while we're in session. Please call the jury. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did anything happen over the lunch recess to affect your qualifications? Seeing none. The witness, sir, you remain subject to the oath taken this morning. Counsel, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burkhart, I think we were just about to start Opinion 13. Did you prepare a demonstrative for Opinion 13?
I did, yes.
Mr. Burkhart, that's up now. Would you mind reading that out to the jury?
Sure. PRN, Bundy, Rodriguez, and the Bundy for Governor campaign and the Freedom M website employed language and messages which incited fear and promoted violence and the threat of violence against the individuals and entities identified. This threat of violence was real, and it was and is substantial. The threats posed by PRN, Rodriguez, Bundy, and the Freedom M website are omnipresent. PRN's membership consists of armed paramilitary and militia-type members who are willing and able to use threats, violence, and force to silence its targets. PRN's coordinated use of false messaging and its armed and dangerous members presented, and they continue to present, a dangerous risk to St. Luke's, Dr. Anderson, Roth, and Jungman.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhart. And I understand that your opinions do build on themselves somewhat, but to help me understand kind of the interrelationship, I'd like to ask you about the language you use in this opinion regarding employed language and messages which incited fear and promoted violence or the threat of violence. Do you see that?
Yes.
So could you tell us what, if you can explain exactly what you're meaning there?
Yes. A common theme amongst the materials we examined relating to the St. Luke's case were the use of language that was meant to incite fear and to promote violence. It included specifically targeting individuals as well as institutions, both at an abstract and a concrete level.
Thanks. And with regard, there's some language in this opinion too. The threat of violence was real, And it was substantial?
Yes, yes, it was.
Can you explain maybe the relation with that statement and what you'd previously discussed with the jury regarding radicalization as it applies to this situation?
Yes. In this particular situation, given that you had a radicalized base of supporters being incited by Ammon Bundy and Diego Rodriguez, the probability and the potentiality for violence was significantly heightened, and it continues to remain so as they continue to attack some of those targets.
Also, just a question about the use of the language. The threats posed by PRN, Rodriguez, Bundy, and the Freedom Man website are omnipresent. First question is, you stated that in present tense.
Yes, they continued to.
And did you do that purposefully?
Yes, absolutely.
And what do you mean by omnipresent in this context?
It means both that they're continuing and that they are very widespread.
Also, if I could just ask you a question regarding that last sentence in this opinion. PRN's coordinated use of false messaging and its armed and dangerous members presented and continue to present a dangerous risk to St. Luke's, Dr. Erickson, Roth, and Jungman. See that?
I do.
So you make reference there to its armed and dangerous members presented. Again, I want to tie it to this case here. In the course of your review of this situation and in reaching this opinion, did you become aware of or notice the involvement of any individuals who were armed?
Yes, they were.
Where did you notice that?
In the case file relating to the photos of the initial disturbances at St. Luke's and in the impending days.
So during that March 12th to 15th time frame?
Yes.
Of 2022?
Correct.
And you also mentioned there, just in closing, the whole sentence, I believe, or the last part that I want to focus you on is, continue to present a dangerous risk to St. Luke's, Dr. Erickson, Roth, and Jungman. So what was it that was driving you to reach the opinion that they continue to present a dangerous risk?
In this case, it was that the threat of violence to all the individuals didn't end on March 15th, 2022. In fact, beginning in March, April of 2023, we've seen a dramatic spike, an increase in targeting of those individuals on the various platforms we've discussed.
So is it fair to say for St. Luke's, the institution, has the risk changed from the mob on the 15th to something different today?
I would say yes.
And can you explain?
Yes. Now we have not just a single incident, but an incident that continues over time. It has continued throughout the lead up to this trial. And now that there is a large and significant body of evidence that targets St. Luke's and the other plaintiffs specifically, that kind of stuff continues to circulate throughout the People's Rights Network ecosystem, and in a larger context to all those folks who witnessed the various extremism influencer programs that Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Bundy appeared upon.
So, and again, just in that last part, you say a dangerous risk to St. Luke's, Dr. Erickson, Roth, and Jungman. Putting aside for just a moment the risk posed to the individuals, in talking again about that radicalization curve, what risk, how does that manifest, these violent extremist acts, against an institution at this stage? We talked about the mob, but at this stage, what are the risks that an institution faces?
The institution needs to take additional security precautions, never knowing when and if a threat is going to come. In this instance, given that the threat and the conspiracy being promoted by Rodriguez and Mr. Bundy not only is inclusive, but it continues to expand and take on new dimensions. It means that the problem is not going to go away as long as that continues to be fed by this ever-morphing, ever-changing conspiracy, specifically targeting the hospital.
So again, talking about the institution for just this point in time, in your experience, and with relevant to the opinion you're expressing here today, do you see violent extremists, perhaps in small groups, going after institutions?
I think that is a real and present danger, yes.
Can you give us any examples that you think are applicable to your opinion here today regarding St. Luke's?
I think there are a number of examples, from after the incident, Ammon Bundy referring to the event and saying that people needed to fear the People's Rights Network, knowing that they continue to target the institution, knowing that the threats continue to come in and have again escalated. All of those things would be indicators of a higher degree of threat.
Okay. And Mr. Bullinger, could you put up demonstrative OP evidence 13? And is this a demonstrative you prepared, Mr. Burkhart?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I understand that we just went through a pretty expansive opinion. I note that you just picked one incident here. Can you explain the connection between this example or evidence and your larger opinion here, 13?
The example is from a video from a town hall that Rodriguez and Bundy held on May 10th of 2023. It was designed to increase attention to this case, to repeat all of the conspiracies we've heard about today regarding child trafficking and a number of other horrible charges. And it was also designed to encourage members to continue to engage in those acts because, as Mr. Bundy said, the institution needed to fear the People's Rights Network.
So, and have you reviewed what we've marked as Exhibit 346, which is a video of that town hall?
I have, yes.
Okay. And did you, in fact, make a copy of that town hall as part of the work of the Institute?
We did, yes.
And again, this is a video that helped form your opinion that is 13?
That's correct.
Your Honor, Exhibit 46, which is a video, is authenticated by Katarina Oberdijk in an affidavit filed on July 6th. Your Honor, we have a segment of that which is from 1 hour 59 to 1 hour 59 and 59 seconds that we would like to introduce as an exhibit. We'd like to introduce Exhibit 346 and show that clip.
All right. You referenced Exhibit 46. Did you mean
346? 346, Your Honor. I might have misspoke. 346.
Okay, so you have a clip that will be marked as 346A?
We will, Your Honor, and it will be that clip that I referenced, 1 hour 59 to 1 hour 59 and 59 seconds.
And it's from 5/10/2023.
That is correct, Your Honor.
The clip from Exhibit 346, the full video, will be marked as Exhibit 346A. It's been authenticated under 902, and it is admitted and may be published.
And could you pause that just for a second, Mr. Bullard? Can you give the context for the jury as to what they're seeing so perhaps they can appreciate it better?
Yes, this is in the Q&A session during the town hall. The individual at the bottom spoke up and asked about what he should do about a case he has related to Child Protective Services. In that instance, Mr. Bundy provides an answer that singles out what they did at St. Luke's and talks about how they needed to fear them.
And again, this entire multi-hour video, this was solely about St. Luke's and the plaintiffs?
Yes, it was.
And it was made more than a year after the incident regarding the infant's protective care?
Yes, it was done in May of 2023.
Would you play the clip, Mr. Bollinger?
They don't fear you in any way. And they don't fear people's rights in your area. Otherwise, you'd have your kids back to you. I'm just sorry, but that's the way it is. You have to, as a father and as a man, you have to go and demand that they give your children back. Those are your children. God gave them to you, and now go get them back. And get your neighbors to go get them back. And stop crying about how many months they've been gone. Go get your kids back. And whatever it takes, even lose your life if you have to, go get those children back. That's what keeps people from taking your children away. And so, I hate to say it any other way.
Abby, you shut off your video there for a second. It looks like an accident.
Well, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah. It looks like we lost your video feed, but we can hear you.
I don't know why, but
Oh, there we go.
Again, I'm just saying it straightforward. Look, we can talk about all the legals and all the law, which is all, Diego, you've exposed this. You've done an amazing job. But when it comes down to it, when it comes down to baby Cyrus getting back in 6 days, it's because they were afraid of us. We made them afraid of us. And they needed to be afraid of us. They don't get to take babies and people just stand around and go, oh, that's so bad, that's so sad. Andy, I was going to help you, and other people can help you. But you have to not be afraid of yourself. And you have to go get those babies back and come.
And in this context, given Mr. Bundy's role, what is the impact in your opinion, from something like that?
That sounds like a clear case of incitement, that he's inciting others to engage in physical confrontations over the need to make institutions fear his organization and his followers.
And he's doing it based on the lie that People's Rights Network and Mr. Bundy forced the infant to be back within 6 days?
That's correct.
I'd like to move on to opinion 14, if we could, Mr. Burkhart.
Sure.
Would you put that up, Mr. Bollinger? Is this a demonstrative that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
Would you mind reading opinion 14 to the jury?
PRN intended to and did dox, intimidate, scare, harass, and threaten St. Luke's health system and its staff and patients. This coordinated attack was led, orchestrated, and promoted by PRN leaders, including Bundy and Rodriguez.
Am I correct in understanding that this opinion is focused on the events around the time of the infant being in protective care?
That's correct.
And can you give us just a sense of what you looked at? Well, let me ask you this. Is there a lot of social media out there around those events just between the 12th and the 15th?
Yes, there is.
Any way to estimate the hours that you looked at?
Hundreds.
And that include Facebook pages and everything else?
Yes.
So going back to that opinion then, you've also prepared a demonstrative regarding some points of evidence, correct?
Yes.
Would you put that up, Mr. Bollinger? It appears that you've identified a series of videos. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why did you choose to show these videos?
Because I thought it was important that the individuals be heard in their own words.
And what's the significance of you having picked 4 videos from 315?
In many ways, this was the crescendo of a lot of that first wave of activity, where they were focused on a wide range of activities to promote more people engaging in the disruption and furthering it.
And this is the day that St. Luke's was forced to lockdown, correct?
That's correct.
So with regard to that first video, the Bundy video that's identified as Exhibit 174 from that date, have you reviewed that video?
I have, yes.
And with regard, and is that, how does that relate to this?
That's a call, that is Mr. Bundy calling followers of the People's Rights Network to rush to the hospital, to come to come to the disruption. It's a call to action.
And what about the next two videos? Have you reviewed those videos?
I have.
And to be fair, they're clips from Exhibit 271, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall were those videos taken from the North Idaho Express website?
Yes.
What is that?
It's one of these extremist websites.
And did you review and indicate to yourself that those had been pulled from that website?
Yes, I did.
And also, what about that last video there, Exhibit 175? What is that?
That is another instance of Ammon Bundy pleading with People's Rights Network members to get to the hospital, to leave the other facilities where they were holding disruptions and to focus on the hospital specifically.
That last video, where did that come in time as it relates to the lockdown?
It would have been just before it.
Your Honor, Exhibit 174 was authenticated, and all of these, Your Honor, were authenticated with the same affidavit. First McCraney Declaration 30. And we would, Your Honor, want to play clips from Exhibit 174. We would play a clip that is at minute 2 through 3:05. And then Exhibit 271, that clip is from 20 minutes, 24 seconds through 20 minutes, 37 seconds. And then Exhibit 271, we would hope to show, Your Honor, 20 minutes, 24 seconds to 20 minutes, 37 seconds. And we would be happy to provide these as A to each of those larger exhibits.
I think, well, 174, the clip from 174 will be 174A. 271, I thought you just gave me the same timestamp, 2024 through 2037 for both clips.
The first clip, Your Honor, I believe is 2005, no, excuse me, 2 minutes, Your Honor, not 20. It was at 2 minutes and 10 to, I believe, 2:45.
Okay,
Just 2 minutes, Your Honor.
okay. 210 through 245, and then 2024 through 2037, and then what about 175? Are you not seeking to admit that?
No, we're seeking to, Your Honor, I just want to make sure it was 174, 271, and then there's another 271, and then with 175, that would be the entirety of the video, Your Honor. It's a short one.
Okay. Clips 174A, clips 271A, clips 271B, and the entirety of 175 have been authenticated and are admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Burkhart, are these in effect in chronological order?
The last one, I think, is a little earlier than the press conference videos, the Rodriguez ones.
Okay. Mr. Bullinger, could you start us with Exhibit 174 DBA?
Now, I have to say that I'm not okay with any of this. To be honest with you, if justice was to be served, we would go into the hospital, take that baby, and we'd give it back to their mother. And then if we were further to administrate justice, we would find those that were accountable and we would prosecute them and make them pay
And that video from Mr. Bundy in the morning of March 15th, how broadly was that broadcast?
Throughout the PRN ecosystem.
And one thing you touched upon, just a quick divergence to this, you talked about the communication network that PRN has. How does that communication network play out when Mr. Bundy sends a video out, when Mr. Bundy sent that video out on the morning of March 15th?
That video, a link to that video was sent via text message to the entire People's Rights Network organization, which at the time we identified as somewhere between 35 and 40,000 people. And then it circulated beyond there to that next level, out to social media, and then out to other contacts as well. It was widely distributed.
And based on your research, does it also appear that Mr. Bundy reached out beyond just the People's Rights Network?
Yes.
Was this, in fact, in addition to going out on the PRN network, did it get broadcast publicly?
Yes.
Could we go on to Exhibit 271, Mr. Bollinger? DBA?
Lord, that you would expose all the wickedness and all of the evil that is going on right before our very eyes, Lord, and that you would put down the wickedness, Lord, that you would crush the necks of those that are evil right now.
And I heard the phrase "crush the necks" along with some religious language. What's the significance of that in the context of 315?
This is a press conference disruption taking outside of Child Protective Services, and it is meant to signify the use of religious language to justify continued violence, in this case, to snap the necks of those who they were targeting.
And that was Mr. Rodriguez?
That's correct.
And Mr. Bollinger, could we go on to 271 DBB? Excuse me,
They need to be held
DBB.
accountable. They need to be held accountable. And then you never just define what accountability means. How are they held accountable? They have to be held accountable. You want to know what the best way to make them accountable is? Let their children and their spouses know that they're kidnappers, that they're crooks, that they're thieves. What did you do today, Dad? Oh, I went out and I kidnapped a bunch of babies and ripped them out of their nursing mother's arms. Let them go home to their daughter who says, I'm ashamed you're my father and I don't even want to live here anymore. Let them go home to their spouse who rolls over and says, don't even look at me or talk to me until that baby's back with his parents. That's accountability.
You've watched a lot of video of Mr. Rodriguez. Is he pretty good at getting a crowd riled up?
He is. And in this instance, he was repeating lines directly out of the People's Rights Network playbook in terms of targeting people at their homes, at their businesses, and even their places of worship.
And Mr. Bollinger, would you play that final clip in this series, Exhibit 175?
Source that the CPS is going to take Cyrus while we're gone over to the courtroom, while the protesters are gone to the courtroom, and they are going to transport him to a foster home away from the hospital. So the concern is, and what the family wants to do, is go and everybody go back to the hospital. And begin, making noise, and I don't know, we're gonna have to straighten this out, but we need to go back there and get this straightened out. So anybody who's at the courtroom, please go to the hospital. Anybody who's out there, please go to the hospital. This is an emergency. Yeah, are you ready?
So for the record, 175 was actually admitted previously on 7/11.
Understood. So, Mr. Burkhart, with reference to that last video we saw, based on your review and monitoring and study of PRN, what does that mean when Mr. Bundy tells his followers it's an emergency?
It means it's an all hands on deck moment that everyone should converge. It's also another sign of their coordination. He's coordinating the efforts of various protests and things to have them try to converge on one location.
I appreciate that. So he made reference to those of you at the courthouse. Was, in fact, Mr. Bundy coordinating various PRN protests on that day?
Yes, he was.
And do you know what that, and did he, in fact, then direct all of his various protests to the hospital?
Yes, he did.
And he used language, we've got to straighten that out. Based on your study of Mr. Bundy and the language used within PRN, how would you anticipate a PRN member or follower would take that directive?
That directive would be taken violently. And in fact, the PRN manual that we viewed earlier suggested that would be justified using their particular flow chart, that the use of violence to take that child back is something that they thought would be justified and in fact righteous.
And you mentioned that you not only tracked in real time the events of March 15th, is that correct?
That's true.
And you also have studied all sorts of different angles of what was in video of what was going on, correct?
Yes.
So what happened shortly after, what in fact happened after Mr. Bundy made that, we've got to straighten things out, emergency directive?
There was both a large convergence of more people at the hospital and the intensity of what was happening inside and out increased dramatically.
Did the mix of folks who were converging on the hospital change when he made that emergency call?
Yes.
How did it change?
It meant you had more people who were armed. You had more people who were directly confrontational. You had a much larger crowd. The situation rapidly became kinetic.
I'd like to go on to opinion 15, if we could, Mr. Burkhart.
Certainly.
Would you read that opinion, Mr. Burkhart, for the jury?
Almost 1 year after the armed gatherings at St. Luke's that caused the lockdown of the hospital, PRN, Bundy, Rodriguez, and the Freedom Man website maintain the false narratives and continue to repeat and amplify the false and incendiary conspiracies to further endanger St. Luke's and others, and hence to radicalize more intended members of PRN to take action by threatening others and by making financial contributions to the network.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhart. Am I correct in understanding we kind of focused in the last opinion on March 15th. Now we're talking about the period after that?
Yes. Yes, we are.
So, and one thing I'd like to ask you about is that, maybe to jump to the last sentence of your opinion, if I could. St. Luke's and others to radicalize more intended members of PRN to take action by threatening others and by making financial contributions to the network. Can you tell me why you put threats and financial contribution together in that last sentence?
Because for Emmett Bundy and the People's Rights Network, they go hand in hand. The idea is to use the threat of force as a way to draw people to the organization. And it is also a way for them to try, and the more members that they have, the more potential revenue they have coming in through donations.
Is it a business model based on intimidation and threats?
Yes, they're extremism entrepreneurs.
So if we could go to a slide you prepared regarding evidence you'd like to address in this opinion, could we go to OP Evidence 15.1? You've identified some evidence you'd like to use to illustrate your opinion there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you tell me what you mean by that first bullet point? Could you read that for the jury?
Certainly. Bundy creates spikes.
What do you mean by that?
As a significant personality inside the extremist world, Emmett Bundy generates spikes of activity when he engages in the public. In this particular instance, as they amplified their engagement around this lawsuit, there was a tremendous spike in activity related to Emmett Bundy in particular.
Did he create these spikes at different points since March 15, 2022 to present?
Yes. And oftentimes those spikes occurred in and around the time where there were other legal cases involved, including his trespassing case in this instance.
Do you have an understanding that Mr. Bundy faced criminal charges relating to a trespass at St. Luke's. That's one of the events at issue here.
Yes.
You talked about spikes. Did Mr. Bundy create a spike at around the time of his trespass case?
Yes, he did.
And what about the other trespass cases that he's been involved in? Has he created spikes around those?
Yes, he has.
What about this case? Has he created spikes around events in this lawsuit?
Yes. Yes,
Can
he
you
has.
give an example of that?
Certainly. Around the time that a contempt order was issued for his intimidation of witnesses, there was a significant spike in activity related to Mr. Bundy's activities.
And how does he spike those activities? How does he spike activity?
He spikes them both by publishing online video messages to his followers, by publishing articles on the People's Rights website, and by sending out action alerts to the People's Rights text message line, and by going on on shows of extremism influencers.
If we could we go to illustrative exhibit 784, Mr. Bullinger?
Is that a video?
784, Your Honor, should just be a list of media appearances. That's a demonstrative. Is there any section of that, well, let me ask Mr. Bullinger, for the benefit of everybody's sight, would you mind expanding that area on the chart from April to May of 2023? What does this indicate to you?
It indicates another one of those spikes in activity you're trying to reach out to people. Nearly half of those on the list where Mr. Bundy was going on the shows of various extremism influencers occurred between April and June of 2023.
And is this at or around the time of the potential contempt proceedings that you referred to?
Yes, it was.
And in these media appearances, did Mr. Bundy make direct statements regarding this lawsuit?
Yes, he did.
What types of statements did he make?
He not only made statements regarding the corruption of this particular lawsuit, but to the judicial institutions writ large and to the government of the state of Idaho.
And when he does these spikes, do they have an effect?
Yes, they do.
Have you reviewed, we talked about some logs of harassing calls to St. Luke's from 2022 earlier today. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Have you reviewed a log list of disruptive calls that occurred at St. Luke's at or around this April to May 23 timeframe?
Yes, I did review it.
And was that provided to you by the St. Luke's threat assessment team?
It was.
And was that prepared by the St. Luke's threat assessment team to your knowledge?
Yes, it was.
You didn't prepare it, right?
No.
It was just fair enough. So, Your Honor, we have Exhibit 588 that previously has been authenticated by an affidavit from Aubrey Lyons as a business record. Based on Mr. Burkhart's testimony and the authentication from Mr. Lyons, we would ask to have it admitted pursuant to 9011.
What's your exhibit number, counsel?
I have it as 588, Your Honor.
Exhibit 588 has been authenticated as a business record of St. Luke's. Court finds it's relevant. Pages 1 through 9 are admitted and may be published.
Could you put that exhibit up, Mr. Bullinger? Thank you. And is this the call log that you saw from the threat assessment team?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And if we could, and again, I apologize in advance, but if you could, Mr. Bullinger, expand the page 1 kind of bottom half so it's easier to read. What in that area is of significance to you, Mr. Burkhart?
In particular, some of the call logs towards the bottom there, where there's abusive language and threats of sexual violence.
And were those similar threats of sexual violence? Did you see those other places in this 9-page call log?
Yes, they occurred multiple times throughout this call log.
And what type of language was used in those other calls?
Often very graphic, sometimes anti-gay, other times just explicit, and often violent.
And could we expand the bottom, page 5, Mr. Bullinger, the second call log there? Would you read that one out loud, Mr. Burkhart?
Yes. Y'all are monsters. You know that. Straight up monsters. Kidnap babies. What do you do with them? Sell them to the state for orphanages or some crap? You guys are monsters. You are domestic terrorists.
And this, again, is over a year after the event of the infant's protective care?
It is, and it echoes many of the sentiments that we saw initially during that period.
Mr. Bullinger, could you go to page 6 also? Is there any language there that you'd like to have him expand?
The bottom half of the large column at the top.
So could you read for the jury the sections within this long call that you find significant for your opinion?
Keep those fucking hands off our fucking kids. You people think we aren't on your fucking Nazi bullshit. And we don't know that you're all in on this fucking agenda across the United States to steal our children, to fucking have the sex with them like they fucking did on Epstein Island. And then it includes other references to them being pig bastards and to rot in hell. And I would also note that they call them satanic as well. So you have many of the conspiratorial tones that we've talked about before, all being expressed in one call in a way that targets these. And so it is a good encapsulation of the expansion of that conspiracy to this case and how they've, in essence, supercharged it to make it even more terrifying to those who they've radicalized.
And do you see any of the language of Diego Rodriguez and Mr. Bundy relating to their child trafficking and kidnapping conspiracy in that language?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Burkhart, let's, if we could, go to one more section there. Can we go to page 7, the bottom first half? Yeah. What, if anything, in this section is of significance to you, Mr. Burkhart? And would you read it to the jury?
You're going to drop the lawsuit. You're going to drop the lawsuit, and you're going to issue a public policy. That is not in dispute. That is in dispute is why, what you have to do. Aren't you suffering enough from this? There aren't enough people out there threatening violence against you over this for you to drop this charade? Or do you need a vigilante to join in the fight? You are up against the American people, and you can't beat us.
The reference to the lawsuit there, does that signal a shift from what was occurring in March of 2022?
It does, yes.
What is causing this shift or the targeting of a lawsuit?
The continued references to the lawsuit by Diego Rodriguez and Ammon Bundy.
Mr. Bullinger, could we go to page 8, the first entry? What, if anything, what within this section is of significance to you, Mr. Burkhart, as far as your opinion?
Many of the conspiratorial claims are also in here, including conspiracies about deep underground military bases and demanding that St. Luke's knock it off. And as it says, or you'll be sued so bad that I will come after you personally. Not just the hospital. We'll come after the personal doctors that are pulling this unmitigated bullshit against children and families. Have a great day.
And then, Mr. Bullinger, could you just get that last call and expand that for Mr. Burkhart? What about this call, Mr. Burkhart? Could you read the sections that are significant to your opinion?
When the caller stated, "No, thank you. Are you guys that special?" The caller also stated, yelling at the same time. The agent was talking. "No, it wouldn't be a HIPAA violation. It has nothing to do with the baby's medical records. Yeah, go fuck yourself, you piece of..."
And what does that reflect, that these callers have a relatively deep understanding of the facts of the conspiracy that Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Bundy have created?
It represents a large diffusion throughout the People's Rights Network of the ideas, and that they began to take deep roots inside that, which allowed more of the members of the organization to be further radicalized around this particular issue.
So you talked about the radicalization using the analogy of the conveyor belt and the funnel. When somebody is deep enough into the false facts to be citing them in a call like this over a year after the incident in question, what does that tell you about where that individual is on the radicalization scale?
That's a sign that they're very far down their radicalization conveyor belt.
What about some of that graphic language regarding sexual violence? What does that indicate to you as to where that person is on the radicalization?
That's one of those signs that we look for that indicates that they've moved into that area where they're starting to call to violence towards the very end of that scale.
Some of these calls were only a couple months ago. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Bullinger, could you bring up the second slide of OP Opinion 15 evidence? You prepared this demonstrative, Mr. Burkhart?
I did.
And that top line, can you tell us what you mean by threats during lawsuit?
In this instance, Ammon Bundy issued a number of specific threats of physical violence during the lawsuit, most often in and around the time of potentially being served or arrested regarding his contempt hearing.
Based on your review of what was occurring when Mr. Bundy was directing his followers to target this lawsuit and St. Luke's for filing it, what did you see to be, what if anything did you see to be Mr. Bundy's strategy at that time?
Mr. Bundy's strategy in this case was fairly well outlined in the piece, Come No More Upon Me, where he clearly indicates that his unwillingness to participate in the process, his animus towards anything to do with it, and a willingness to engage in violence to prevent any type of activity related to it.
And I believe Exhibit 224 has already been admitted. Could we go to that exhibit, Mr. Bullinger? And we did talk about this exhibit before, Mr. Burkhart, but I know in the context of this opinion, you wanted to address it again. Could you address the last two paragraphs in that exhibit?
Yes, I'd be happy to.
And would you read that for the jury?
My only desire is to be left alone, but I cannot stand by when the rights of life, liberty, and property are being violated all around me. It is my belief that if a man or woman smites me or my family once, I should bear it patiently and not revile against them. If they smite me or my family a second time, I should not revile against them. But if they smite me or my family a third time, I should bear it patiently as a testimony against them, but warn them in the name of Jesus Christ that they come no more upon me and my family. And if they do so, God will deliver them into my hands. However, if they repent at any time, I should forgive them. I have full faith in these words and intend to live by them. Therefore, I warn Blake Higley, Scott Bedke, Whitney Welsh, Chris Ross, Annie McDevitt, Eric Stidham, Brad Little, and Keith Reynolds, in the name of Jesus Christ, that you come no more upon me or my family. I pray that I will even more patience than I have been, and I hope that you will repent your violations against the people of Idaho and myself.
And does this use some of the Christian nationalist type language that you've referred to before?
Yes, it does.
And does it specifically target individuals involved in this lawsuit?
Yes, a number of them.
And do you have an understanding that Annie McDevitt is actually a judge who handled one of Mr. Bundy's trespass cases?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And what can you help us understand the use of that language, into my hands? Could you read that section again, just that sentence?
God will deliver them into my hands.
What does that reference mean in this in Bundy's language?
It means God will allow them to commit acts of violence against those who have harmed him.
By they, you mean PRN and Mr. Bundy to commit acts of violence?
Yes. That's the implication from this.
Can we go back to OP evidence 11-2, Mr. Bullinger? You also make reference to, can you tell us what that second bullet point is?
The second bullet point relates to an interview Ammon Bundy gave to the Idaho Dispatch, where he threatened to meet law enforcement officials at his front door with a shotgun should they continue to move forward on this.
Does that also relate to St. Luke's pursuing this lawsuit?
Yes.
And have you reviewed that Idaho Dispatch video?
I have, yes.
And have you? Is it relevant to your opinion here?
Yes, I believe so.
Your Honor, that video has been authenticated previously as part of the first McCraney Declaration at Exhibit 30 And our hope, Your Honor, would be to show minute 45, 22 seconds to 45, 58. And we would ask for it to be admitted to evidence pursuant to the stipulation regarding authenticity and Mr. Burkhart's testimony.
Exhibit 188 has been authenticated. I think you said an exhibit number, and you meant the paragraph number of McCraney's declaration. So it's going to be admitted Exhibit 188A for the clip is admitted and may be published.
Okay. There's also a second notation there, Mr. Burkhart. Bundy is being crazy. Do you know what that refers to?
It refers to one of his live video streams where he talks about how they should have been allowed to take the baby, and they should have been allowed to intervene. And if that's not okay, he wonders if he's mentally ill.
Okay. And what about that last entry there that you've got? Bundy threat, June 21st, 2023.
The last one is a video where Ammon Bundy is again speaking to his followers, suggesting that the system is against them and that it would be that threats would be necessary to put an end to this.
So, Your Honor, we would ask with regard to Bundy threat 621-23 Exhibit 738 that has been authenticated by a declaration from Zach McCraney that based on the testimony from Mr. Burkhart that be admitted.
Is it a clip?
It is a clip, Your Honor.
So that Exhibit 738 clip will be 738A, and it is authenticated, and it is now admitted and may be published.
So first, Mr. Bullinger, could you play Exhibit 188 and just pause it at the front so Mr. Burkhart can give some context. And can you give us some context for this? I know that the date's been provided, that it was December 28, 22. This was after the lawsuit was filed, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And is the lawsuit that we're here today being discussed in this video?
Yes.
And what is the context of the discussion regarding the lawsuit at this point?
There are two contexts. Number one, he suggests that he's making moves to hide his assets, given the lawsuit. And secondly, he's suggesting that if they try to serve him or to move forward with this lawsuit, that he's going to meet them on the steps with his shotgun. He and his friends will meet them on his porch with his shotgun.
Would you play the clip, Mr. Bullinger?
And I'm not going to let that happen. And I'm making moves, to stop that from happening. And if I have to, meet him on the front door with my, friends and shotgun, I'll do that, right?
And who's he talking about meeting at the front door with his shotgun and friends?
St. Luke's.
And Mr. Bullinger, could we just cue up Exhibit 738 for Mr. Burkhart so he can provide some context?
And then these.
So what's the context for this one? This is only a month or so ago.
This comes in the context of Ammon Bundy's refusal to allow himself to be served or to submit to his contempt hearing. In fact, they started a bit of a standoff on his property there, and this is his discussion of that.
Could you proceed, Mr. Bullinger?
And then these judges are all political machines, and they don't, they're going to go with whoever they politically agree with. And so there is no way to get justice. And when you get that way in a nation, then the only other result is try to fight it out on the street.
And again, that's with reference to no justice in this lawsuit?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, I'd like to go back, if we could, Mr. Bullinger, to Opinion 5, Example Part 2. We discussed it a little bit, but that Bundy is being crazy at 422:23 video. Your Honor, can I take just a brief moment to get something clarified with Mr. Bullinger? Thank you, Your Honor. Let's move on, if we could, Mr. Bullinger, to Opinion 15, Example 3. And did you prepare this demonstrative too?
I did, yes.
So what do you mean by attack judges connected with the St. Luke's lawsuit?
Exactly that in a number of instances, Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez have specifically called out and targeted judges that have been connected with this lawsuit.
And have they also targeted judges who are connected with the supposed conspiracy to traffic and kidnap children?
Yes, including the judge involved in the initial CPS case.
And do you recall that judge's name?
Judge Fortier.
And I don't want to play this one, but can you tell the jury what slur regarding Judge Exhibit 282 is that informed your opinion?
282 was, it was quite graphic in terms of doxing her and referred to her as having, being a pedophile.
Thank you. And then with regard to Exhibit 351, would you take a look at that? It's a document. And Exhibit 351 has been entered into, admitted into evidence, so we'd like to go to page 88, if we could, Mr. Bullinger. And you talked about the doxing of judges. Can you identify, excuse me, could you go to the middle section, which would be a reference to the lawsuit itself? Mr. Bullinger, could you pull up that St. Luke's is suing us for exposing them? So has this been part of the narrative on Freedom Man to attack the lawsuit? I mean, as early, since May of 2022?
Yes.
And has that continued on throughout the Freedom Man narrative?
Continued and intensified.
So there's also some discussion regarding, you'd mentioned the doxing of judges on Freedom Man. Has he targeted, mocked judges associated with this?
Yes, he has.
In what types of ways?
He has called them child traffickers. He has enmeshed them in the larger conspiracy. He has done a number of those things, including posting their photos and, doctoring their photos to include laser beams coming out of their eyes and many other ways to kind of hone in on those judges and the individuals.
While the case was underway?
Yes.
And then with regard to what I'd like to look at is Exhibit 282. If you could go back, Mr. Bullinger, to the evidence slide, Part 3. There's a reference there to Judge VIN number, Exhibit 282. What is that?
It's a audio recording distributed by the group, which purports to be, it's recorded as to sound like it's an Amber Alert, but in this case it targets the judge, lists the judge's address, the last four numbers of the judge's VIN number, suggest that not only is the judge lives near many pedophiles and may be handing the children off to them. It's one of the most graphic and disturbing things I've seen in this entire case.
And Judge, this has been authentic. It's an audio file that was authenticated by the Stephen Pigott declaration. We'd ask pursuant to the rules and Mr. Burkhart's testimony that it be admitted into evidence.
I'm struggling with the relevance. The judiciary is not a plaintiff, and the witness has already testified this. It seems like it's inflammatory at this time and repetitive. So I'm going to deny the request to admit Exhibit 282.
Understood, Your Honor. Just to maybe round that out, Mr. Burkhart, who sent out this audio?
It went out through the People's Rights Network.
And was it sent out at or around the time that the infant was still in protective care at St. Luke's?
No.
When was it sent out?
It was sent out much later.
Much later?
Yeah.
Thank you. So they continued to target the judge who was working on the child protective hearing?
Yes.
Long after that was long over?
Yeah.
Mr. Bullinger, could we go to Part 3 of the examples of evidence? Excuse me, Part 4. Mr. Burkhart, you've written up there, attack on legal process in this lawsuit. What do you mean by that?
Ammon Bundy in particular has shown not only complete disregard for this, he has threatened process servers. He has tossed legal documents that he's received into the trash unopened. He's called members to his orchard to have a standoff to prevent being served or being arrested. And he's most importantly talked about how these types of conflicts, like the ones at St. Luke's, are what he envisions for the future and how they need to become the new normal.
And with regard to Bundy throws legal documents in trash, have you prepared an exhibit, a picture taken from one of his videos to introduce as a demonstrative here?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd like to show a picture taken from a video that was clipped from a video by Mr. Burkhart relating to Mr. Bundy throwing legal documents relating to this case in the trash as a demonstrative Exhibit 381. So,
again, relevance, his actions, alleged actions regarding legal documents aren't at issue in this case.
well, let me see if I can make some relevance, Your Honor, but I understand we'll move on if necessary. Mr. Burkhart, what is the effect on PRN and its members when they've been agitated against St. Luke's and now their leader is defying legal institutions, legal process, all of which is being used to try to hold him accountable for this?
The effect on PRN and its membership is to significantly agitate the group and And in fact, they've engaged now in a standoff to try to prevent this lawsuit and prevent any of the rulings around it having impact.
So to put it bluntly, does Mr. Bundy refusing to participate in this litigation, making videos about this litigation, making videos in which he makes a show of throwing legal documents, in this case, into a dumpster, does that inflame his followers?
Yes, it does.
In your opinion, does that increase the risk to St. Luke's and the plaintiffs here?
Yes.
Your Honor, Exhibit 381, and I just want to highlight it to see whether the court agrees with what we believe is the relevance right now, would be a video of Mr. Bundy trying to avoid process in this case that relates to the contempt proceeding.
The court's going to find that it's irrelevant. The defendants have all been defaulted by the court. Their actions regarding court documents simply isn't relevant to perceived impact on the plaintiffs here.
Mr. Burkhart, understood, Your Honor. Mr. Burkhart, with regard to Bundy's The New Normal, what does that reflect?
This video was taken on the first day that he gathered PRN members to his home to begin the armed standoff against receiving contempt hearing. And he's talking about the St. Luke's case in particular and how what they did was warranted, and in fact the kind of offensive intervention, the armed interventions that they engaged in at the hospital need to become the new normal for their members.
And who did he give that speech to?
He gave it to the hundreds of PRN activists who joined them at his home.
And in that video, did he continue to spread the false lies that St. Luke's was involved in child trafficking and kidnapping?
Yes, he did.
And did he affect, when you say the new normal, state a defiance to this lawsuit?
Yes, he did.
What was the reaction from his followers to that statement?
He received a standing ovation.
And going back to your assessment of radicalization in that funnel, when things like that are occurring, what is your thought regarding those folks who are going to Bundy's house while he's surrounded in an armed standoff from the sheriff and he's giving speeches about defying the legal system and still attacking St. Luke's? Those people giving him a standing ovation, where are they on the conveyor belt?
Those are folks that are very far down the conveyor belt, and that was very much a flashpoint where violence could have easily precipitated out of that.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhart. Let me ask you, based on your opinions, do you think that the risk of violence, just I want to put it bluntly, to Dr. Erickson, Dr. Jungman, and Mr. Roth, is at the same, if not higher level than it was when they first got doxxed in 2022, March of 2022?
I do.
And why is that?
From monitoring the continued targeting of those individuals, focusing specifically on them, watching the rhetoric continue to heat up and to be more and more demonizing and dehumanizing, and to see the kind of escalation of the conspiracies moving beyond just a conflict over a child's well-being to a much larger struggle over good and evil, the wicked and the righteous, in a conflict that can only be resolved with armed force. That's the kind of thing that makes me deeply concerned about the continued risk of violence.
And in your work, do you also monitor the lifespan of these kind of threats as far as what lives on the internet?
Yes, I do.
And what is the lifespan of these kind of threats when they live on the internet?
They don't go away. They can be rekindled at any time just requires additional kindling, and oftentimes PRN, Bundy, and Rodriguez are throwing giant logs on that fire.
And I know that you've reviewed some of the calls that we talked about, the threatening calls that came in the May of 2023 timeframe. Do you recall some of those callers still believing that the infant was at St. Luke's, even though that infant had been gone for over a year?
Yes, there were a number of those references.
So what does that mean to you when you think about Tracy Jungman, Dr. Erickson, Mr. Roth, and St. Luke's, about somebody picking up this narrative down the road on the internet?
It means that the threat continues, that it hasn't died away, and will continue until there is some level of accountability around this.
Your Honor, we have no further questions.
Thank you very much. You may step down.
Thank you.
Plaintiffs may call their next witness.
The plaintiff's called David Judson, and Your Honor, we have a binder for yourself and for the witness with exhibits, if we may approach with that.
You may.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please approach my clerk and he'll place you under oath?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is now and now before the court shall be true, the whole truth, and nothing? I do. Thank you.
Sir, could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. My name is David J. Jepsen, and my last name is spelled J-E-P as in Papa, P as in Papa, E-S-E-N.
Thank you. Counsel, did you have a notebook specific for the court?
We did, Your Honor.
Do you have two, sir?
I think I have yours, Your Honor.
It does. I think they're the same. I thought
They are the same.
All right. Very good. Counsel, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Director Jepsen. Where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare.
And what is your position with the Department of Health and Welfare?
I'm the director of the department.
And how long have you held that position?
Since January of 2019.
Are you from Idaho?
I am. I was born in Burley.
Before we get into your job duties as director, I'd like to just go back a little bit to your education. Did you attend college, sir?
I did. I attended Idaho State University.
And did you obtain a degree there?
I did, a degree in mathematics.
And after that, did you attend graduate school?
I did. I went to and you have to get the in there, the Ohio State University.
And what was the degree that you obtained at the Ohio State University?
I attained a Master's of Applied Statistics.
So you were in Ohio. When did you make your way back to Idaho?
I spent several years of my career out of Idaho, and I came back to Idaho in 2009.
Okay. Before working with the Department of Health and Welfare, did you work at all in the healthcare field?
Yes. I worked for the Blue Cross of Idaho, which is a health insurance company, as the chief marketing officer.
Okay. And when did you work there?
I worked there from 2012 until I came into this job in 2019.
Okay, so we're back at your position as the director of the Department of Health and Welfare. Would you describe your main duties as the director?
Well, that would take a very long time, but I will give a short summary. And all of the duties of the Director of Health and Welfare are described in statute, as is all of the functions and responsibilities of the department, Idaho statute. And a good summary is we have 8 divisions, and those divisions are the Division of Medicaid, the Division of Behavioral Health, the Division of Family and Community Services, the Division of Welfare, which we often refer to as Self-Reliance, the Division of Public Health, the Division of Licensing and Certification, the Division of IT, and the Division of Management Services.
So fair to say a broad umbrella of services.
Yes, many, many, many programs.
Okay. What would you describe as the Department of Health and Welfare's primary role in the community?
Our mission is to promote the health, safety, and independence of Idahoans. We have a variety of programs and services that we provide there, everything from benefit programs such as what's called SNAP, Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, or sometimes called food stamps, to other benefit programs, Medicaid. We administer the behavioral health system across the state. As part of that, we administer 3 state psychiatric hospitals. We administer the child welfare program. We administer programs that support individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, primarily to help them stay in their homes, but also support them if they have to be in an institution as well.
Sir, you're going to have to slow down.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so why don't you start at, you talked about the psychiatric hospitals. If you could go on, I think you said child welfare. If you want to start there at a slower pace, my court reporter would greatly appreciate it.
My apologies.
It's fine.
Behavioral health, we have 3 psychiatric hospitals that we run. We have a child welfare program. We also run programs for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And our main goal there is to keep people at home if we can. We run all of the public health programs in the state, very focused on preventative health measures that we can take to help keep people healthy. We also license and certify all of the medical facilities across the state. There's 3,000 or 4,000 of those that we certify and regulate across the state. And there's many, many hundreds of programs under there, but since I got going too fast and there's too many, I'll stop there.
Thank you. So in light of all of these services you've described, or these categories of services you've described, what would you say is the reach of the Department of Health and Welfare in Idaho, or I'll rephrase that. How many Idahoans does the department interact with in a given year?
Our best estimate is at least a third of all Idahoans is who we'll interact with in the course of a year.
Okay. And department-wide, how many employees are there?
The department is the largest agency in the state, and there's roughly 3,000 employees at the department.
And because this case concerns Child Protective Services, we'll focus on the department's core function of protecting children that you mentioned earlier. What division of the Department of Health and Welfare is devoted to protecting children?
Yes, that would be the Division of Family and Community Services, which houses several programs, one of which is the Child Welfare Program.
Okay. And could you describe for the jury what types of services the Division of Family and Community Services provides?
Yes, and I'll keep it focused on child welfare, which I think is the context of that question.
Yes, please.
So the primary duty for child welfare, as contained in Idaho statute, is primarily focused on the safety of the child. That's our primary focus within child welfare. In addition, statute directs that we should look for every way possible to safely keep a child in their home, if at all possible. And if that can't be done safely, that child can be removed. We actually can't remove a child. That has to be done by law enforcement or a court order. But then our job is to continue to work with the family to primarily keep the child safe, but also see if there's a plan that can change the conditions in their home so that they can return to their family.
Okay, and you mentioned that one of the goals is to keep, or the main goal is to keep the children with their parents. Would you describe services that assist families in that manner?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So if we have a referral, we will, for the ones that screen in as needing to be investigated, we will work with the family to see if there are any services that would help change the safety situation that warranted the referral. A good example of that is often referrals have safety issues have to do with the parents' substance use issues. And so one of the things we can refer the parents to is services in the community to help them with that substance use issue to change the safety condition for the child, for example.
Thank you. You mentioned the term referral, and I understand that's a bit of a term of art for the department. Would you explain what a referral is, Director Jepson?
Yes, in Idaho, everyone is a mandatory reporter, which means that if anyone, whether that's a professional, such as a health professional or a law enforcement professional or a teacher or a neighbor or a friend, suspects that a child is being neglected, is being physically abused or abused in any way, or abandoned, they have a duty to report that referral to the Department of Health and Welfare. And then those referrals come into the department, and we then process them from there.
Okay, so after the referral comes in, what is the next step in the process?
Yeah, after a referral comes in, am I going too fast? Okay. After a referral comes in, we'll then screen those referrals to see if they warrant a follow-up or not. And just to put some context on that, for state fiscal year 22, we received about 23,300 referrals. Of those 23,300 referrals, about 9,300 were screened in, meaning that we had enough information, the situation described warranted that we needed to investigate further.
Okay, so out of the 23,300, a smaller number, about 9,000, were actually determined to that they required some follow-up?
That's correct. About 9,300 in state fiscal year 22 were deemed that they needed some follow-up. We then prioritize them. Some require we need to go out and take a look immediately because there's an immediate safety issue. Some will take a few days based on the nature of the referral. And of those 9,300 referrals that were screened in state fiscal year 22, about 1,213, if I remember correctly, ended up with the child actually being removed from the home and coming into the care of the department.
Okay, so could you repeat the number that you said from the last fiscal year, the number of children who came into care?
Yes, of the 9,300 referrals that we investigated, 1,213 came into care.
Okay, so rough math, out of the referrals that the department receives, then the number of children who come into care is about 5%?
Yes, just slightly more than 5%.
Okay. That gives us some context. Going back to the investigative stage of the process after a referral has come in and it's been screened, I wanted to ask you, what is the title of the individual or the employee of department who performs the screening?
The individual, the job function that would then respond and go to the home or to the school to investigate, that's a safety assessor. That's typically a social worker or a similarly trained individual, but their job title is called the safety assessor. They're the ones that will go out, do the preliminary investigation, and file the preliminary report. If it's based on the nature of the report, of the referral that's been given, that safety assessor may take law enforcement with them, or they may not, based on the nature of the referral.
So in some cases, they work with law enforcement to conduct the investigation?
In many cases, we work with law enforcement.
Okay. And you've mentioned children coming into care. That was the final number that we ended on, the smallest number, the approximate 1,200. Would you explain what coming into care means?
Yes. So when a child comes into care, what that means is we've gone out to investigate, or we've gone with law enforcement to investigate, and law enforcement, and only law enforcement or a court can order a child to come into care. So the law enforcement officer can declare the child an imminent danger, and they come into care at that point. Or based on our investigation, we can approach a court, and a court can issue a court order for them to come into our care. What that means is the child is being removed from their parent or parents, and they are now in the custody of the department. There's a legal process that then kicks off after that, but that would be when they come into care.
Okay, thank you. So still sticking with this 1,200 number, the 5% of the referrals that referrals for children who end up coming into care, are most of them eventually reunited with their parents?
Yes, of the 1,213 that came into care in, well, actually, I'll use a more general number because it's kind of constantly changing. But in state fiscal year 22, our primary goal is to work with the family so that the child can go home. That's the best outcome is the child goes home. And we actually do quite well with that. About 62% of the children that exited our care last state fiscal year returned back to their biological parents, which actually is one of the highest percentages in the country.
And of those who are not reunited with their parents, what issues are you aware of that keep them from being reunited?
Yeah, so for most of the children that are not reunited back to their biological parents, the legal process is at 12 months, the courts, in conjunction with many other stakeholders, will take a look to see if the parental rights should be terminated, which opens the way for the child to then be adopted by their foster parents and to move on. I did not know this when I took this job, but when the court terminates the parental rights that's actually at the 18-month mark, the court needs to appoint a legal guardian for those children, and that's actually me. I'm the legal guardian of any time of about probably 400 kids across the state. My role in that, they're with their foster families, is that I then sign the adoption paperwork that allows them to be adopted by their foster families. I have to do that at the end of the day because it makes me cry every time I do that, because every one of them is a tragedy. The trauma that those kids have been through is difficult to read. It's also a celebration because they now have what we call a forever family that gives them their best chance to overcome that trauma as they move forward. I've signed 1,400 of those adoptions in this job, and every one of them tugs at my heartstrings. But that's how kids leave foster care. There's 3 ways to leave foster care. They either go home, which is 62% of the time, they're adopted, or they age out, which is a very small percentage and is a horrible outcome because those kids have nothing and they have a very low probability of success in life as a result. Unfortunately, that's a very low percentage in Idaho.
A little bit slower still, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Do you need me to repeat any of that? Okay.
So back to some of the general procedure surrounding child welfare that you're familiar with as Director of the Department of Health and Welfare. Is the Department of Health and Welfare permitted to release information about a child who is subject to CPS proceedings?
Generally, we are not. That's a private matter. We want to protect the identity of the child and the family. Idaho law does not permit us to share that information. There are some exceptions. So, for example, if a child is missing and in our care, we can release their name as part of the process to try to locate that child. But by and large, 99.99% of the time, we are not allowed to share any information, even down to whether the child is in care or not, as part of our child welfare work.
And that's as a matter of Idaho law?
That is an Idaho law, yeah.
Okay.
Is that too fast?
And to back up a little bit, Director Jepson, you're aware that the case you're testifying in today is a lawsuit related to the child welfare case of a CA?
I am.
Okay. And you understand who I'm referring to when I say CA?
I do.
Okay. I'm not going to get into detail about his case at all, but I do want to ask when you first learned about the CA case.
Yes, I first became aware of this particular case on Saturday, March 12th, when I received multiple texts from legislators asking me about the case, as well as I had a legislator send a staffer to my home, and at which point I reached out to my staff. That was the first I'd heard of the case to find out more details of what was going on.
And is that an unusual way to hear about a child welfare matter in your experience?
That is the only time that has ever happened in my experience in this job.
Okay. So what was your impression when you received these communications coming to you early on Saturday morning of March 12th?
My impression was that it was something something unique and high profile must be happening in this case.
Okay.
Counsel, can you establish the year?
What year? When we refer to March 12th, what year was that?
March 12th, 2022.
Thank you. Now, at the time of March 12th, 2022, did you know who Ammon Bundy was?
I did.
On March 12th, 2022, were you familiar with the People's Rights Network?
I was.
And how was it that you became aware of the People's Rights Network?
Given my role in the pandemic response, early in the process, as we put in place measures to help protect the public, Mr. Bundy was very unhappy with those measures and made a number of public statements and videos alleging myself and others were violating his rights, and then proceeded to have a number of disruptions and protests around things related to the pandemic.
And were you targeted during that time?
Yes, I was.
What happened?
Mr. Bundy and his followers attempted to come to my home to serve me with what I would call fake or phony legal papers, threatening to pursue their version of legal action against me.
Did they call you any particular term in those phony legal papers?
They called me a traitor, a perpetrator against their rights, a criminal, and acting outside of my authority and those sorts of things.
And did you understand from reviewing those papers that they were referring to something other than our government's judicial system?
Yes, they were referencing their own system of justice in those papers, not the established legal justice system in the country or in the state.
Okay. Back to March 12th, 2022. At that time, did you know who Diego Rodriguez was?
I did.
And how did you become familiar with Mr. Rodriguez?
Mr. Rodriguez was frequently appeared with Mr. Bundy in the protests during the pandemic time.
And how would you describe his role as between him and Mr. Bundy?
Well, my opinion is that Mr. Rodriguez's role was to get the crowd kind of fired up, and then Mr. Bundy would deliver more of the kind of the meat of the message that was being delivered.
Now, specifically in relation to the CA case, did the defendants take any action against you?
Yes, I believe it was on March 17th, 2022. They came to my home to protest. So it was about probably 15 or so. They were there for about 45 minutes to an hour.
And so of these, I think you said approximately 15 people?
Approximately 10 to 15.
10 to 15 people. Of those 10 to 15 people, did you recognize any of them?
I did. Earlier in the day, there was a large protest at the Department of Health and Welfare's main office building that involved many things, including cars circling the block, honking their horns for many hours, actually. And I recognized many of those cars were the cars that showed up in my home that evening. And a few of the individuals involved I recognized as well. In particular, I recognized an individual named Robert Jones, who has protested frequently at the department and was there at the protest earlier that day and then showed up in my home. And I will say it's really unsettling to have protesters at your home. That's extremely, I thought I was prepared for what that would feel like, and I wasn't. It was very unsettling.
Thank you. So was it your understanding then that these 10 to 15 people who showed up at your house were People's Rights Network members?
That's my assumption.
And what's that based on?
Oh, based on the fact that they were the same individuals who had shown up earlier for actually several days at the Department of Health and Welfare building, and they were the same folks outside of my house.
Understood. Now, what about online? Did the defendants post anything about you online in relation to the CA case, to your knowledge?
Yes, yes.
And where did the posting appear?
Postings appeared mostly on the Freedom Man. The ones that I saw were mostly on the Freedom Man website, and then references in videos that Mr. Bundy was putting up on mostly on YouTube at that time.
Okay. And do you have an understanding of who controls the Freedom Man website?
It's my understanding that that's controlled by Diego Rodriguez.
And in addition to postings about yourself, did you view any other postings on the Freedom Man website that were about others involved in the CA case?
Yes. So several of our staff, our social workers that were working this particular child welfare case, were called out by name and doxxed on those websites. And one of our safety assessor, actually, the PRN, the followers of Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez, actually put together flyers and that said horrible things about her and posted them to all of the neighbors on her street up and down her neighborhood there.
And the safety assessor that you mentioned, what was her role in the CA case?
As we mentioned earlier, the safety assessor is the one that goes out after the initial referral is made to assess what the situation is. And she was the one that had originally reached out on this particular case.
Okay. And to your understanding, what happened? How did she respond to being targeted online and with these flyers being passed out with her information on them?
It was pretty traumatic for her. It was really, really difficult. She is a neat person. She's a refugee from Africa who put herself through school, and it was just a year into her first job out of school. And it was so traumatic for her that she ended up leaving the department, leaving the state, and moving to a different career because of how traumatic that experience was.
Thank you. So now I'd like to talk about the posting on the Freedom Man website that you mentioned that was about yourself. Did you personally view this posting about yourself on the Freedom Man website?
Yes.
And around when did you view it?
Well, there were some that I viewed during when the infant was in care. And then there was one posted just recently that I viewed in the last month or two. Okay.
And this posting that we're referring to, this is part of Exhibit 351, which has already been admitted. So, Mr. Bullinger, if you could please show Exhibit 351 at page 887. And I think if we could just blow up the paragraph toward the middle of the page that begins, "It is the IDHW." And actually the two paragraphs below that too. Okay. And Mr. Jepson, would you please read those three paragraphs, the first one being the one that starts with "It is the IDHW"?
Yes. I may have to use the screen because my glasses don't get me to that small of print there, so I'll look over here.
Very small print.
It is the IDHW who gets the primary funding for kidnapping babies, and others all get their hand in the cookie jar along the way and take their share as well. And while kidnapping children is a crime worthy of death, according to God's words, parenthesis, Exodus 21:16, parenthesis, the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare is also the source of so many other grand evils, including, 1, they are one of the number one sponsors of the gay agenda in Idaho. They even sponsored, along with Holland and Hart Law Firm and St. Luke's Hospital, the Gay Pride event last year in Boise, where they funded a kids' drag show. 2, they have paid out hundreds of thousands of dollars to gay pride festivals all over Idaho. That's your money, and they are giving it to fund perversion. And when I say your money, I'm very specifically talking not only about your tax dollars, but I'm talking about Social Security funds. You see, the money that the state of Idaho receives in all of the 49 states comes from the Social Security Fund, meaning they are literally robbing senior citizens of the money they promised to give them and giving it to the state to fund child trafficking gay perversion, and kids' drag shows. They're coming after your kids.
Thank you. If we could just leave that big on the screen, Mr. Bullinger. I'd like to ask a couple questions. Mr. Jepson, regarding the assertion that the Department of Health and Welfare funds gay pride festivals, what's your response to that statement?
My response to that is that the mission of the Department of Health and Welfare is to promote the health, safety, and independence of Idahoans. Part of that mission is around health and public health. And so we go to many events to where we think there is an audience there that would benefit from some type of public health message. And so we can engage with those citizens in that way. One of those programs is something we call Project Filter. Am I talking too fast? Okay, all right. It's Project Filter, and that's the program we run to help help Idahoans with tobacco cessation. So we go to a number of events. We go to rodeos, we go to races, we go to fairs, county fairs, state fairs, and we also do go to pride events with our Project Filter work. The LGBT community has tobacco usage rates that are far ahead of the rest of the population, and so we do go there for that purpose. So just like we're not there to particularly sponsor the rodeo, when we go to the rodeo, we're really there on a public health mission. It's the same thing for any event that we go to.
Thank you. And there was another assertion in there that you read earlier about taking funds from Social Security. What is your response to that, Director Jepson?
Oh, that is completely false. There's a couple of things in there, but I'll start with that. It so happens that the federal section of code where child welfare and child protection is written happens to be housed under the Social Security chapter. And from there's been in that article a false assumption made that thus Social Security funds are used for child welfare work, and that is not true. Social Security funds are only used for Social Security program mission. The funding at the federal level and for child welfare work comes from a separate appropriation that is not Social Security funds. So while it is true that the federal code is in the Social Security chapter, that does not mean that Social Security funds are being used to fund child welfare work.
Thank you. Mr. Bullinger, could we zoom out again to see the full page? Thank you. Director Jepson, do you see the photo that's toward the middle of the page?
I do.
And who is pictured in that photo?
I think that's me. That is me.
Mr. Bullinger, would you please expand so the jury can see the photo and the caption underneath it? And Director Jepson, would you please read the caption that appears below the photo?
I will. IDHW Director Dave, quote, Pedo Bear, quote, Jepson, speaks while masked up Governor non-binary Brad Little watches lovingly from behind.
Director Jepson, what's your reaction to these statements about you?
Well, it makes me really angry. That's totally false. It's a classic case of defamation, preposterous claim, and it makes me angry.
Yes. And given your role, you mentioned earlier that you're the guardian for some 400 children. I mean, is there significance to the fact that he's calling you Pedo Bear?
Yeah, I mean, that's a direct trying to undermine me and the role that I'm in for many things, but including child welfare.
Thank you. You mentioned earlier that there was a disruption outside of the Department of Health and Welfare on or around March 17th of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, actually, we had disruptions there several days, but there was one on that day as well.
Understood. And would you describe how those disruptions went? What happened?
So those disruptions involved primarily Diego Rodriguez bringing him and the followers that were protesting, bringing a podium and a mic and setting up shop kind of in front of our building, in front of our front door, and then very loudly over this loudspeaker system sharing messages and and different ideas that were totally false and quite insulting, frankly, and just basically disrupting our ability to do business. We were concerned about safety, so during those times we would send our staff home to work, and we were unable to take any traffic through the front door because of the disruption taking place out front.
Okay.
Council, the court reporter needs a little bit of a break. Can you mark where you're at?
Absolutely.
We'll take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. During this break, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, no deliberations and all the admonitions that the court previously given. Madam Reporter, you want to write a Post-it note that says "slow down"? You can post it in front of the lady.
I'm sorry.
Please call the jury. No, it's all right. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Did anything happen over the recess to affect your qualifications? Seeing none, you remain under the oath previously taken. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Director Jepson, when we left off, I believe you were describing the disruptions that occurred at the Department of Health and Welfare office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that was in the surrounding days around March 17th, 2022?
That is correct.
Okay. And about how many people, or excuse me, let me back up. Were you physically present at the Department of Health and Welfare while these disruptions were occurring?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your decision to send staff home?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And why was that?
We were concerned about their safety. There's a large group of people that are getting whipped into a frenzy, and shouting ugly and untrue things outside the building. We just we didn't want to put them in and they were nervous. If you could imagine that at your place of work, it made them nervous. And so rather than have them be there and be concerned, we made a decision to let them go home. Some, if they wanted to stay, they could, but we certainly made an option for them to go home, and most did.
Okay. And did you find that interrupted the business of the Department of Health and Welfare?
Yes, it did. For that week in particular, it was a lot of time was spent with staff out of the office or focused on this issue, meaning we didn't get to some of the other important work that we had to get done.
Did you have an understanding that the disruptions were intended to disrupt your business, or excuse me, the business of the department?
Yes, that was my assumption.
Okay. And did you recognize any individual? Well, you mentioned Robert Jones already, but did you recognize any other individual who was participating in these disruptions at the Department of Health and Welfare?
Diego Rodriguez was there mostly on the microphone most of the time, and then the rest I didn't. There were many people there, but I didn't recognize any others.
Okay. And would you describe what Mr. Rodriguez did when he was showing up at the Department of Health and Welfare?
I believe he called them press conferences. And he would essentially give a speech espousing many of the conspiracies, false conspiracies that the previous witness described, mainly arguing that the department was doing this to make money, which is completely false, arguing that we were kidnapping children, and then presenting arguments that the department was bringing children into care to child traffic them, all of which is completely false.
And about how long would these press conferences, that I'm putting that in air quotes, last, that Mr. Rodriguez was putting on?
Typically they were between 20 minutes to 45 minutes.
And how often did they occur?
For that week, if I can get the Monday right, I think the Monday was the 14th. They really started at the department after the infant left the hospital. The protests moved over to the department, and they carried through that week. I think the Wednesday was the 16th, so on Wednesday through the rest of that week and a couple the week following. So to be more precise, kind of started on Wednesday, March 14th, 2022, and carried on through the middle of the following week.
Okay. And did you get the impression that Mr. Rodriguez, his rhetoric into the microphone, was part of what was contributing to the feeling of threat that you previously testified your staff felt?
Yes, for sure. Yeah.
And why is that?
Well, in addition to shouting things like everybody in this building is a pervert, he would then go on to have what I would call thinly veiled threats of violence or things that would be done to the department staff if the child was not returned.
Director Jepson, are you aware that Mr. Rodriguez created video of himself while he was at the Department of Health and Welfare?
I am.
And have you viewed the video?
I have.
Your Honor, we intend to offer Exhibit 272. It has been authenticated pursuant to Idaho Rule of Evidence 902 through the declaration of Mr. McCraney, filed on June 28th, paragraph 15. We would actually like to move to admit that exhibit, but play it clip. And the clip is timestamp 12 minutes 53 seconds to 13 minutes 24 seconds. Based on that authentication and the foundation for Mr. Jepson, we move to admit.
All right. So Exhibit 272, the clip, so I'm calling it 272A, and it will be so marked, is admitted pursuant to authentication under Rule 902 and relevance, and it may be published.
Mr. Bullinger, would you please play Exhibit 272DJA?
Perverted, corrupt people wouldn't want babies back with their mom. Perverts want babies in the hands of the state. They're all perverts, every one of them. There's a lot of them, unfortunately. believe this nonsense about them caring for the best interest of the child. That's a lie. That is like believing a rapist when he tells you that he loves you. Only the most ignorant in our society would believe such foolishness.
Director, is this video consistent with your memory of Mr. Rodriguez's harassment at the department?
Yes.
I'd like to back up and talk some about your understanding of what the defendants were communicating about the larger narrative and about the Department of Health and Welfare at this time, the time period we've been talking about during the week of March 14th, 2022. Did you understand that the defendants were stating that the Department of Health and Welfare was playing a part in a larger conspiracy of child trafficking?
Yes, I was aware that that was the claim they were making.
And in your own words, what was your understanding of what they were calling the Department of Health and Welfare's role in that conspiracy?
It was my understanding that they were claiming that the department got paid for bringing children into care, and so thus we were incentivized to do so to make money. And that's a completely false premise. The budget that's allocated to the department is allocated per legislative approval. The legislature has two jobs. They pass laws and they appropriate money. And so the money that comes to the department comes from the legislature, which really sets the salaries and the budget for all of our programs, including child welfare. There's not a single person in the department or anywhere else in the system that makes an extra dollar in any way, shape, or form for any child that comes into care. There is money that is there to help support the child while they're in care. So when they go to their foster families, I call them their angel foster families, there is money that's provided for their basic needs. And many of these kiddos have suffered a lot of trauma. And so we do provide for psychiatric and mental health care as needed to help them deal with that trauma. But there's nobody that makes any more money, and there's no motivation for that. And in fact, it's quite the opposite at the department. Almost everyone, in fact, I would say everyone who works at the department could leave today and make more money somewhere else. The reason they're there is because they believe in the mission, and the mission is about helping Idahoans, and in this case, it's about helping protect children and helping families to provide, hopefully be able to come back together. And so that claim that the department is complicit in child trafficking is very offensive to the people that work there, and completely opposite of the people that I get to work with every day.
Thank you, Director. Your Honor, we'd like to go back to the exhibit that was just admitted, 272, but play another clip from it. And that clip is minute 11, second 28 to 12 minutes and 7 seconds.
All right, we'll have that exhibit marked as 272B. It's been authenticated under Rule 902, and that exhibit is admitted and may be published.
Mr. Bollinger, would you play that, please?
But I want you to know how much money the state of Idaho makes by trafficking children in this manner through the guise of, quote, child protective services. It will leave you in shock and in awe. We've heard multiple statistics given to us, but we will give you the statistics in detail later. But some estimations show that from the time the average child starts in the system all the way through the entire system through forced adoption, the state earns over $1 million per child.
Director Jepson, does that clip reflect the false narrative that you were describing earlier that Mr. Rodriguez and the defendants were spreading about the department making money off of child trafficking?
Yes, it illustrates well the theory he was pushing.
Thank you. Another question about your understanding of what the defendants were claiming in March of 2022. Did you understand in March of 2022 that the defendants were claiming that if they disrupted the Department of Health and Welfare enough, that the infant would have to be returned to his parents?
Yes, that was my understanding.
And how did you respond to that contention?
Well, first of all, we follow the law, and we have to follow the law. That's what we do. We exist because of statute. And so we continue to follow what the law said. The law has a very robust process for due diligence in child welfare cases with many parties involved. And we just, no matter how much protesting or disruption can be done, we still had to follow the law, which is what we did. In addition, because we couldn't talk about the specific case, we can't talk about specific child welfare cases, which is a little bit challenging in these cases to defend ourselves. We did publish, we have a department blog that we publish twice a week, and so we use that and some media interviews to try to put out what the process was, what the actual process was for child protection.
So on or around March 18th, 2022, did you write one of these blog posts for the Department of Health and Welfare website?
I did.
And would you please turn to Exhibit 741 in the binder in front of you?
I have it.
And do you recognize what Exhibit 741 reflects?
Yes, this is the blog that I wrote and published on March 18th, 2022.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 741.
Exhibit 741 is admitted and may be published.
Mr. Bullinger, would you please go to page 2? And Director Jepson, and then Mr. Bullinger, if you could just make larger the part that begins, as we have shared with the media, down to the bottom of the page. Hopefully that helps the size. Okay. And Mr. Jepson, I'd ask you to read this portion that's shown on the screen, please.
Great. As we have shared with the media, in general below is how the child welfare process works. If someone is concerned about the safety of a child, they can call the department by dialing 211 or 855-552-KIDS, which is 5437, or their local law enforcement. Referrals can come from anyone, but they often come from a healthcare worker, teacher, law enforcement, or other Idaho resident who has concerns about a child's safety. Just a reminder that everyone in Idaho is a mandated reporter if they have information on a child, if they have information a child may be the victim of abuse or neglect. When a referral is received, it is reviewed and a determination is made if what was called in meets the priority guidelines for assignment. If the referral meets the guidelines for assignment, it is prioritized for a safety assessment based on severity. For those where the perceived danger to the child is high, a social worker and possibly law enforcement will visit the family to check on the child very quickly. Based on that visit and in consultation with the social worker and possibly healthcare workers, law enforcement will make the decision about whether to declare that a child is in imminent danger. If that decision is made, then law enforcement places the child in the temporary custody of the state, DHW, until a shelter care hearing in court can be held. That hearing will take place in no more than 48 business hours. The judge will hear all of the evidence from the family, the social worker, law enforcement, and others, and possibly review a safety plan if one is agreed to by the family, and will issue a decision about whether the child will be released to the family or will remain in the state's custody because safety issues have not been addressed by the family.
Thank you. I know this might feel a little bit long, but I'd like you to read the next portion. So if we go to the next page and then expand the section that is above you've got it there. Director Jepsen, would you please read?
Yes. If the child goes back to his or her family with a safety plan, a social worker will be assigned to work with the family on a case plan ordered through the court to address the safety issues that led to their child being placed in care. The social worker will meet with the family on a frequency determined through the safety plan put in place to make sure the terms of the safety plan are being followed and the child is safe. If the child remains in the state's custody, the department will continue to work with the family until the safety concerns are resolved. The Adoption and Safe Families Act allows for parents to have 12 months to resolve the safety issues. If safety issues cannot be resolved and the child can't be returned safely to the home at that point, then the department can petition the court for termination of parental rights. We always hope it doesn't come to that, but sometimes it does, unfortunately.
Thank you. And we had talked earlier about, this small number of children, well, relative to the number of referrals anyway, who end up not being able to be returned to their parents and are adopted, or in the unfortunate situation, sometimes age out of the system, as you mentioned. You had mentioned earlier, Director Jepsen, that substance abuse issues can contribute to that statistic, to the number of children who cannot return to their parents. Could you explain a little more about that?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I've had the privilege of signing 1,400 adoptions in this job. And as I mentioned, I've read all of them. And I can count on one hand the number of those adoptions where the parents did not have substance use issues. The vast majority, of the 1,396, of the reason that the kiddo couldn't go home was due to substance use issues that their parents were facing and were unable to overcome.
And back to the portions of Exhibit 741 that you just read for the jury, I just want to ask you, Director Jepsen, why did you write those paragraphs?
The main reason is because of the video clips we just watched. The narrative being pushed by Ammon Bundy and Diego Rodriguez was that the department was part of a cabal to take kids unreasonably from families and put them into child trafficking so we could make money. And they were also spreading lies around what the process was, that the due process was for the situation where child protection is involved. So because we couldn't talk about the specifics of the case, I really felt compelled that we had to talk about the process so people could understand what the process actually was.
Sure. Mr. Bullinger, could you expand the section that's with the header bullying, that starts bullying and harassment tactics, and the text that's underneath it? Thank you. And Director Jepsen, would you please read that text?
Currently, there are people protesting in or near our downtown location, and we respect the right for people to protest. Now, I want to talk about something that is happening that is both personal and troubling to me. That is when protesters target specific people, including our employees. Harassing and bullying specific people is inappropriate and wrong. Legal processes are in place, and DHW must follow them. No amount of harassment will allow us to deviate from the established legal process, and those legal processes are there for the benefit of everyone.
Thank you. And you testified earlier, Director Jepsen, that you understood that the defendants were putting out the narrative that if they harassed enough, then the child could be returned to his parents.
That is correct.
And is there any truth to that?
No, we follow the legal process. And further than that, the department doesn't have the authority to make that decision. The courts make the decision on when a child comes into care and when a child exits care.
Thank you. And we have touched some, or your testimony has touched some on funding that goes to the Department of Health and Welfare that's related to child welfare. And we've talked about that in some detail, but there was one other thing I'd like to discuss. Director Jepsen, did you write a blog entry that related to funding for child welfare?
I did.
And would you take a look at the document that's been marked as Exhibit 742?
I have it here.
Okay. And do you recognize Exhibit 742?
I do. This is a blog that I wrote and published on March 25th, 2022.
Okay. And, Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 742.
Exhibit 742 is admitted and may be published.
Mr. Bullinger, would you please go to page 2 of Exhibit 742? And go down to the third and fourth paragraph, please. Director Jepson, would you please read those paragraphs for the jury?
I will. All those who work in child welfare do so because they deeply care about children. There is no incentive for the state to bring children into the state's care. Funding for salaries for all state employees, including social workers, is set by the Idaho legislature through a budgeting process. No one makes more money when a child comes into care with the state. No one.
Thank you. And at the time, did you feel that it was necessary to publish that to the public?
I did, based on what I just described earlier, where there was this narrative going on that the state was doing this to make money, to profit from bringing children into care, which, as I mentioned earlier, is incredibly offensive to the wonderful people that work at the department and in the entire child welfare system. And I felt the need to correct that information.
Thank you. And I apologize for circling back to this after we left it, but on Exhibit 351 that we'd previously spoken about, there was the photo of you that the jury saw, and below that there was a caption that called you, quote, pedo bear. Do you recall that?
I do.
And what is your understanding of what pedo bear means?
Well, I actually had to look it up, but my understanding of what that means is the first part is pedo, which means pedophile, and then bear is a popular internet meme that's associated with a pedophile being represented as a bear, and so that's a popular meme that's used to represent somebody that is a pedophile.
And given your role with the Department of Health and Welfare and your role in the children's lives, Children of Idaho, is there significance to the fact that the defendants would call you, quote, pedo bear?
Yes. Well, first of all, that's completely false. And second of all, yes, it's, in my opinion, meant to undermine, it's meant to paint the narrative that says the department and me and myself do not have the best interest of the child in mind, that we have some ulterior motive. And it's meant to undermine what the department actually does, which is look after and prioritize the safety of children.
Director Jepson, did you review online any threats from Mr. Bundy on or around the beginning of this year?
I do have kept track of what he's been publishing in the around the things that relate to the department.
Okay. And do you recall a web page on the PRN website that was titled "Come No More Upon Me"?
I do. I did have a chance to read that.
And did you read it close to the time that it came out?
I did.
And why was it of significance to you?
As I've discussed earlier, for a long time now, Ammon Bundy and the People's Rights Network and Diego Rodriguez have presented a safety concern for the department and the people that work there. So we do keep track of what they're publishing online so we can assess what the threat is. And so when that particular article that you just mentioned, the Come Upon Me No More, I think it's called, came out, it popped out as one that appeared to us to be an escalation in the rhetoric that was taking place.
And the webpage that's called Come No More Upon Me has already been admitted into evidence as, excuse me, Exhibit 224. Mr. Bullinger, would you please go to Exhibit 224, page 7, and expand just the top paragraph. And Director Jepson, could you read just the first two sentences?
The first two sentences?
Yes, please.
Okay. The Idaho Department of Health and Welfare, parentheses, CPS, parentheses, misrepresented the truth about baby Cyrus, causing this entire situation. Baby Cyrus was and has always been cared for and loved to the extreme by his parents and family.
Director Jepson, when you read this back when it was published around January of 2023, how did you feel?
Well, I feel like there's more to that story.
Yeah. Mr. Bullinger, would you please go to page 9 of the same exhibit and expand the paragraph that begins never once? And Director Jepson, if you could just read the last sentence of that paragraph, please.
It's the one that starts with, I pray.
Yes, please.
I pray every day to my Father in heaven for the resolve to remain peaceful, but feel I have the justification to call upon my friends and defend myself by any means, even though I have no intention at this point to do so.
And in light of the fact that this was written by Mr. Bundy and called out the Department of Health and Welfare specifically, did you perceive this to be an escalation of the threat that you had mentioned earlier?
We did. We perceived that as an escalation, and it's kind of a heightened rhetoric around the threat of potential violence or some type of abuse or action taken against the department, or specifically the people that work at the department.
Director Jepson, you mentioned that there were several of your department workers, employees, who had been harassed and attacked online by the defendants, and you spoke about one of them, and I just want to talk about them generally, but what was your reaction when you saw these online attacks of your employees?
It was pretty tough. As I mentioned earlier, the people that work at the department do so because they 100% believe in the mission we have. And as I mentioned earlier, it's not for money. They could make more money anywhere else. And so to see these people who already have, working in child protection is hard. You spend most of your day with really tough situations that involve vulnerable kids and families that are struggling. And in child protection, what I've learned is that there's a lot of unhappy people when those situations unfold, and a lot of people with strong opinions about what should happen. And so you have these workers who are dedicated to the safety of a child and trying to help a family who already have incredibly stressful jobs and experience their own secondary trauma as a result, who now have this additional thing they have to deal with, which is being doxxed, getting their addresses put out there, flyers distributed to their neighbors with awful things written about them. And to me, my heart just sunk because here these wonderful people are trying to do the best they can, and now they have to deal with this. And it just makes their job and their life even that much more difficult. And so I feel for them. If they're going to pick on somebody, pick on me, but don't pick on my staff. Let them do their jobs.
Speaking of the safety assessor that you mentioned left the Department of Health and Welfare and left the state after the attacks by the defendants, is there anything significant to you about the fact that she was a former refugee from Africa?
Yeah, I felt particularly horrible for that and sad for that employee. Here is a young woman who had a tough start in life. She was a refugee. And I can only imagine the difficulties that she faced as a result of that experience. Found a way to get through college, to get a degree in social work, was in a job that she loved, had only been in that job a year, and then the experience was so horrific that she left that job, left that line of work, moved out of state. And I just felt that she had been victimized twice, that she had been victimized as a refugee, and now she'd been victimized in a place that was supposed to help her find that new life. And so I feel really bad for her.
Director Jepson, you've talked about the impact of the defendant's threats and incitement to violence against the department and the falsehoods that have been leveled against them and yourself. Would you speak now to the impact that you perceive, if any, on the children of Idaho?
That's probably the thing I worry about the most, is children, particularly under 5, are very vulnerable if they're in a situation of abuse, neglect, or abandonment. And if the narrative that Mr. Bundy and Mr. Rodriguez are pushing even shifts the dial 1%, where we have 1% of people that believe that narrative and don't, as a result, call and report potential child abuse, neglect, or abandonment, that's a very steep price for those kids to pay. And that's what I worry about the most, is that's undermining the confidence in the child protection system, because who pays the price for that is the innocent victim of the child.
Thank you, Director Jepson. No further questions.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Plaintiffs may call their next witness.
The plaintiffs call Jeffrey Fuller. And Your Honor, we are going to have exhibits for the court and for the witness. I think Mr. Nelson will speak.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Jeff Fuller, F-U-L-L-E-R.
All right, might turn that microphone just down a bit. There
Sure.
you go. Counsel, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Fuller.
Good afternoon.
Where are you employed?
City of Meridian Police Department.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
This is my 18th year.
How many of those 18 years were in Idaho?
All of them.
In the course of your job duties, do you have occasion to investigate potential child welfare matters?
Yes, ma'am.
About how many child welfare matters would you estimate you've investigated in your years in law enforcement?
A lot. I don't have an exact number, but quite a few.
What training do you receive relevant to the handling of child welfare matters?
Well, as a detective with the department, we go to child abuse trainings to identify child abuse, sexual abuse. There's lots of trainings that are put on, and we go to them if we can.
And you understand that the facts underlying this lawsuit involve the temporary Department of Health and Welfare custody of a 10-month-old child, CA?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand who I'm speaking about when I say CA?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your role in the case of CA?
I was the lead detective on the health and welfare referral that we received on that child.
And what initiated your involvement?
Health and welfare referral was called in and then sent over to our department.
Do you recall what day that referral was called in?
I believe it was March 11th, 2022. Yeah,
Okay.
2022.
And when you're assigned a referral, what are you ultimately asked to decide?
Well, every referral is a little bit different. We read the referral, figure out what the issue is that is being reported, and then we investigate it to find out if there's fact to it or if not.
Okay, and when you say if there's fact to it, is there a standard that you're trying to meet to determine if there's fact to it?
Depending upon which kind of referral it is, sometimes they might be sexual abuse, sometimes they're in imminent danger, failure to thrive, whichever the referral is, we're trying to figure out whether it's got any basis or not.
Okay. And with respect to the CA referral, was that imminent danger?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. To your understanding, what does imminent danger mean?
Imminent danger is when a child's in a situation where there's the potential for harm, physical, mental, or may lead to harm, or possibly worse.
And how serious is a determination that a child is in imminent danger?
It's pretty serious.
Does it typically require you to remove the child from his parents?
Sometimes.
Okay. And in the course of your career, handling Department of Health and Welfare referrals, have you had occasion to declare children in imminent danger in the past?
I have.
About how many times?
Not as many as we don't declare.
Understood. And what is the result? If you determine that a child is in imminent danger, what is the immediate result to the child?
The child's taken to state's custody, and a notice of shelter care hearing is provided to the parents.
Okay. And again, just speaking generally about referrals, you do receive referrals where you ultimately decide that a child is not in imminent danger, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How do you determine if a child is in imminent danger?
Through our investigation, observations, we rely on medical personnel to provide us things. As police officers, we obviously aren't educated in the medical side of it, so we rely on them quite heavily.
Okay. Sorry, you rely on whom?
Medical personnel, medical professionals.
Understood. So going back to the specific referral for CA, when you received the referral and had a chance to review it, what did you do next?
After reviewing it, determining that we just needed to take a look at the child to see if it was failing to thrive, then I took a partner, Detective Hansen, and we drove out to the house to take a look at the child.
And when you arrived at the house, did you see anyone there?
Yeah, there were some younger men, adult males, moving some furniture around, and so we asked if the child's parents were home.
And did you understand that the child's parents were home?
They did not say that they were home. They didn't say much to us, and then another gentleman came out of the house.
And do you know who that gentleman was?
I didn't at the time.
But now you do?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you identify that gentleman?
Diego Rodriguez.
Okay. And when Mr. Rodriguez came out of the house, please describe your interaction with him.
He was confrontational, demanding to know why we wanted to see the child. I informed him that I just need to talk to his parents, and if they wanted to share that with him, they were welcome to, but I wasn't going to divulge information to him because he wasn't the child's parent.
Okay. And what was Mr. Rodriguez's response to that?
He wanted to know our names, our badge numbers. He went and got a camera or a phone and held it up like he was videoing us and following us around as we left. He followed us down the sidewalk to where we'd parked and took photographs or video of our license plates.
And you said he asked for your badge numbers. Did you tell him your badge number?
Absolutely.
And did did Detective Hansen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after Mr. Rodriguez was filming you and followed you to the car, what was your next step in this investigation into whether or not there was imminent danger to CA?
Well, while we were talking to him, telling him that we wanted to speak with his parents, he said they weren't there. So we assumed he wasn't there. We didn't know who he was at the time. So we went back to the police department. I contacted the assigned health and welfare referral worker for that case, and she told me that she had made contact with them and they were going to bring the child in for a well baby weigh-in type thing.
And what was your understanding as to where that weigh-in would occur, if you recall?
At CARES.
Okay. And what's CARES?
It's a child advocacy center. I don't know all the ins and outs of it. I just know that's where what we use to take children to for any kind of medical interviews, things of that nature.
Okay. In the context of investigating these
Yes, ma'am.
child welfare referrals?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you heard that the parents should be bringing the child to the CARES clinic, how did you feel about that?
I thought that was great because that's what needed to happen. So we thought we were pretty much done with it at that point.
Okay. What was the next thing that happened?
Well, then we were notified, I can't remember what time it is, that they did not show up for their appointment down there. And so based on what we knew, we needed to start looking for them again.
Did you reach out to anyone for guidance as to what you should look for if you were to lay eyes on the child?
Yes.
And who did you reach out to?
Nurse practitioner Tracy Jungman.
And did you gain an understanding from Ms. Jungman what you should be looking for when you laid eyes on the child?
Yeah, she gave us guidance to if we could find him and get a chance to take a look at him, what we should be looking for.
And what were you to be looking for?
A sickly look, the child's his color of his skin, lethargicness, responsiveness, just whether or not he looked healthy, emaciated, any of that kind of thing.
Okay. And did you have an understanding from this exchange with Ms. Jungman whether or not she perceived this to be a serious situation at that time?
She did.
Okay. So what was the next step that you took in your investigation?
Well, based on the fact that we had no idea where the child was at, and the confrontation at the house, I contacted an on-call Ada County attorney and discussed the whole thing with him on the best way to move forward with it, and it was determined that we should do a search warrant on the house to where we could go into the house and take a look at the child if he is there.
Did you end up obtaining a search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you end up executing the search warrant?
We did not.
And why is that?
When we decided to do the search warrant, they take a little bit of time to compile and get in front of a judge. So we did send somebody out to put eyes on the house, keep an eye on the house in case they saw him coming or going. And by the time we got the search warrant, the guy doing the surveillance on the house said that all the lights were off, nobody has come and gone. I can't remember how much time had passed, hour and a half, 2 hours. There'd been no movement at the house, so we opted not to force entry into the house because we didn't believe they were there.
Okay. And at the time that you were deciding, okay, the search warrant doesn't need to be executed or it wouldn't make sense to execute it, about what time of day was that?
I was getting into the evening.
Okay. And when did you first receive the referral?
Shortly after lunch.
Okay, so you'd been investigating since early afternoon into the evening.
Yeah, it was beyond 5, 6 o'clock at night.
And at that point, what was your concern level for the state of CA?
Well, we were getting concerned because what we'd been told by the nurse practitioner was that the weight loss could lead to some form of organ failure, things like that, and knowing that he'd been consistently losing weight and we were heading into a weekend, we thought it was pretty important to find him and at least find out if he's gaining weight or if he's still looking sickly.
Okay. And were you and Detective Hansen able to locate the infant CA?
Yes.
And how did that occur?
Detective Hansen started doing some pings on the child's parents' phones, and got a hit on him down in Garden City. So we contacted the Garden City Police and sent them to that area to look for the vehicles that were registered to that address. And they located the father's truck.
All right, sir, I'm going to interrupt your testimony. Is there a juror that needs to step out? All right, I'm going to have you can leave first, ma'am, and then I'm going to have all the jurors step down for a brief recess, and we'll wait till you return. You can go ahead and step down. No discussion of the case. Please be seated. So, counsel, I have a 4:30 matter in another case. We can see if this juror feels up to returning or not. So hopefully we can proceed. I guess we'll just take a recess at this point. My clerk did want me to remind counsel that we are going to need those specific clip exhibits that we've identified. I'm sorry?
Certainly, Your
And
Honor.
803 redacted. I don't know if you've provided that with an exhibit stamp to the clerk.
I'm not sure whether we have, but we certainly will if we have not.
Okay. Court's going to be in recess for just a moment. I would ask if you could just stay in the courtroom so we don't delay it if things start again. Thank you.
All right, please.
What's that? I feel like I'm on display.
You are.
Try not to keep you into tomorrow. At least you'll know. If you do go tomorrow, it's going to be beginning. It is. Get some water.
please. District Court is back in session.
Please be seated. The deputy marshal has checked with the juror, and she definitely does not feel like coming back today. So we have two options. One, we excuse her right now, and then we proceed with two alternates. All other jurors feel fine at this time. Or we break for the day, and she calls the jury commissioner to advise whether or not she can return in the morning. At 4:10, knowing I have a 4:20 or 4:30 matter, I would say we do that. If it's possible that it's just a temporary condition, then she could probably proceed tomorrow. I realize this is inconvenient for the witness, but that's how I would be inclined to proceed, but I'll listen to counsel for input.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, I was just looking through the balance of my outline, and I don't think that I can complete it in the next 20 minutes with Detective Fuller anyway. And so he would, regardless, likely, unless we went very fast, have to come back tomorrow anyway. And so I would agree with the court that we would prefer to keep 3 alternates potentially for our jury than lose one right now.
And we might still lose her in the morning
True.
if she doesn't feel well. Then I would treat her as an alternate a juror who's been struck as an alternate, and we would still have 2 other alternates, because I don't draw the alternate until the end of alternates, until the end of trial. So it's not like the last 2 or the last 3, which she would be one of the last 3, are the alternates. That hasn't been determined who the alternates are. So there were a couple jurors who were using the restroom. Deputy, can you see if I can either instruct the deputy marshal to instruct them that they're free to go for the day, but I usually admonish them. So if possible, I'd like to bring all jurors except that one juror in and have the deputy marshal admonish that one juror and allow her to leave, and I'll admonish the other jurors. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Deputy, can you inform him of that? Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have to take up another matter at 4:30 after consultation with counsel. We've determined that we're going to stop for the day, and we'll have that witness come back tomorrow, and we'll finish up with that witness. The bailiff is going to admonish the one juror who's not feeling well. We're going to see how she feels in the morning. I'll have her check in with the jury commissioner. I'm sure you're all a little bit nervous since you all had the same lunch, but you all look pretty good to me. So I am not excusing that juror at this time, and we'll make a call tomorrow, and this is the very reason we carry alternates. So it's very important over the evening recess that you heed the admonitions previously given. No research about this case. Do not allow yourself to be approached about this case. No discussion about the case, and no deliberations about the case. If a couple of you come in the morning ahead of other jurors, you cannot discuss the case. So we will start at 8:30 tomorrow morning. If for some reason you are not feeling well to the level this other juror is not feeling well, you need to contact the jury commissioner's office and so advise that commissioner. But I'm confident you're all going to feel fine in the morning. So have a nice evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30, and how late can we go tomorrow? And so we could go until 5 o'clock tomorrow. Okay?
Well, rise for the jury, please.
All right, please be seated. Counsel, are there, sorry, Ms. Reporter, are there matters we need to take up in the morning?
I believe, Your Honor, that we had spoken earlier about discussing the adverse inferences tomorrow morning. I have not filed a supplemental brief. Would the court be expecting that before we were to argue? Or could we make an oral motion?
Well, if you prepare a supplemental brief, I realize you're tied up questioning witnesses. When would you be able to provide that to the court, and when would the plaintiffs be seeking to have the adverse inferences, if they're allowed, to be read to the jury?
Your Honor, we were hoping to have those read as part of the jury instructions. And I realize a supplemental brief probably would be more helpful to the court, and we could provide that Monday morning.
All right, let's not take that up tomorrow then. Any other matters to be taken up in the morning?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to have counsel and the parties present at 8:15. That should allow you time to enter the building. We'll advise security that you'll be coming in around 8 so that you're set up so we can start at 8:15. If anything happens over the evening recess, or if the court comes up with any other issues it wants to discuss, we'll have that 15-minute period before we start with the jury. Who else do you intend to call as witnesses tomorrow?
Your Honor, after Detective Fuller, we have Sean King, and then also William Woods, and Christopher McGilvery, Rachel Thomas.
All right. And you're confident we can get through all those witnesses?
Oh, excuse me, and Kyle Brinkhurst. Pretty confident, Your Honor. They're all shorter.
Very good. All right, have a nice evening. I'll see you in the morning at 8:15. The court's going to take a recess before I take up the 4:30 matter.
All rise.
You can leave or just stay seated. I can do a recording if you want me to.